Good morning. Welcome to Rising Stars Northern Europe, where we had a total of 31 teams from actually all over Europe sign up, which means that geography is kind of out of the window this time around. We have the Women's League of Legends competition coming your way, and I'm Ginny, your host. But fortunately for you, and also for myself, my heart stuck D1, one trick vein brain is not going to be the one analyzing any of these games. We actually have some real analysts joining us, and they're going to be the incredible Solari as well as Black Bloxer. So, hello, Bloxer. We're again working together. This time, however, it's going to be online. How are you doing?
Oh, so good. So excited for this tournament. Women's League of Legends is absolutely my favourite bit of League of Legends to cast. It's always such a good time, and the community feel that comes with these tournaments is always just the best feeling ever.
Okay, I love the excitement, Solari. I know you're sharing this excitement. I've heard it before.
Absolutely. I mean, I really, guys, hope that you could see what's happening in the chat behind this scene, because everybody's discussing their dogs and how excited they are to play today. So, it's the atmosphere is absolutely on point, and I'm living for it.
Yeah, everyone is excited, and we have a lot of League of Legends coming your way. So by looking at the schedule specifically, I can give you guys a little bit of a peek, and that's going to be the fact that we're going to be looking at 4 best of 1s and 1 best of 3 today. So technically, if you know maths and you're actually good at it, and we go all the way in, that best of 3, we have 7 games of League of Legends first thing in the morning. Now, who doesn't love some good old League on a weekend at like 8 a.m.? Well, okay, maybe it's not 8 a.m. It's like 11 almost, but still. So I am really excited. So far, we don't actually have the teams populated, but I can disclose that the first game we're going to be looking at will be Zero Lag versus Mango Berries, and the rest of the schedule is going to populate out throughout the day, just as we're going to be keeping up to date with the brackets that we have now. In terms of the schedule, I know we don't have much here, Black Bloxer, but is there a specific team that you're really looking forward to potentially seeing today?
Okay, so I feel like it's going to be the basic answer that everybody is expecting, but I mean, What else can we say? It's got to be G2 Hell, SK Avarosa, those two teams backed by LEC orgs. Absolutely insane to have them competing here, and it's a really good look for the scene. G2 Hell specifically, they've got a bye in this first round because they've come in with the highest seeded team. Seeding decided on who has the highest ranks over the course of the whole team. They're an insane roster. We're expecting them, they're coming in as the favourites, we're expecting them to do really well. And you can't not talk about them. G2 is one of those organizations that is known throughout all of esports. It doesn't just mean League of Legends. They are incredible at every esport they put their hand to, and putting their hands into the League of Legends women's side is going to be so exciting. So if this team does well, it could give a little bit more of a pathway for other LEC orgs to go, hey, actually, we could get involved with this. And that's what the organizations want to see. They want to see some good areas to compete and some growth for the scene.
Yeah, well, speaking of growth for the scene, actually, we have a total of 31 teams participating here today. We said it before, and I'll say it again, 31 teams. That is quite a few teams that have signed up for this Solari. And with £3,000, I was going to say buckaroonies, but then I realized this is not the US. So £3,000 that we have available up for grabs Solari. Just having this many teams, that's just incredible.
Absolutely, and what is the best thing about that is that we are potentially up to seeing a dark horse scenario. I'm not saying that this is going to happen because, again, we have some very incredibly strong teams here, but also we have some teams that we know very little about, and this makes this whole thing even more exciting because we might just be up for some very big surprises today.
Yeah, surprises, I mean, looking forward to that. And, Bloxer, you said it yourself, you kind of hinted at the fact that some of these teams that are competing here today, they are going to be backed by orgs. So you can see for G2, we have Lion's Creed as well, SK Avarosa. So whereas some other teams, they're just individuals, that have come together and decided that today's the day that we want to compete. And again, I think that really shows just how much League of Legends means to the scene, doesn't it?
It really does, and these little organizations, these little just groups of people who thought, you know what, we like playing League, we're going to give it a shot. That is what is the bread and butter of this whole organization, of this whole sort of scene, really. It's the same in the men's leagues, and it will be the same in these women's leagues. It's groups of people getting together going, hey, we want to play, who can really make up the foundations of these tournaments. Sure, the G2s, the SKs, they're exciting, they're new, all of those things. But if you don't have all of these other players who can make a whole tournament, it's a real shout out to all of these people who, hey, you're coming up against some people who maybe are 1, 2, several ranks higher than you. It doesn't matter. Put your absolute best on the table and it will still be incredible. And even some of these non-backed organizations, you know, so don't have a GT or an SK behind them, like Starlight, who just won in the Newell's Women and Non-Binary tournament, they play together a ton and they are a very good team. It doesn't mean that just because you don't see one of those big names that you know behind a team, it doesn't mean that they are going to suck. They could well really surprise you.
Yeah, and I also think having the opportunity here to compete against these, you know, bigger teams, and as we said, the seeding in terms of ranks, just having orgs back them, when you're one of those players from one of the teams that doesn't actually have an org behind them, it's really a chance to prove, you know, what they're capable of. You said it yourself, Bloxer, having some of these teams come out from Women's and Non-Binary Newell, they're competing here today. So Solari, how important is it for these individual players to really step up today and show us, whether it's on stream or, you know, whether it's from their own POV streams, what they're capable of?
Oh, it's very important. Should I even go into the details and explain?
Go for
because
it.
I think it's pretty much on the surface. It's super important. Whether you're going to be playing against a super, famous, a super big name team, or whether you're just going to be playing against some people just like you who just, decided to assemble a team and try themselves in the tournament like that. I think it's still going to be big for them, and I'm very happy that this tournament is actually happening, this whole event, because for me, as a woman playing League of Legends, being very passionate about these games, seeing so many people just like me being gathered in one place, it just, I don't know, it makes me feel very welcome, you know?
Well, you are very welcome indeed. And chat, I know we've said that we're going to be playing some League of Legends, but there's also another game that you can actually participate in. So if you decided that you didn't want to sign up because, you didn't want to run it down in a comp game, completely understandable. We have another game where you can potentially run it down, and that's going to be Pixel Perspective. Now, you're like, okay, what is that? Pixels, video games are pixels. We're going to be looking at pictures of champions that are pixelated. So when I say pixelated, I mean like your grandma took a picture on her flip phone back in 19, however old that is. So we're going to try and guess what it is. You can put your guesses in chat. And so I really meant it when I said pixelated. This is going to be our first try here.
Yeah.
Chat, if you want to participate, who do you think... Wait, this is fair. Who do you think this is? Like, what is this? We're not looking at your grandma's phone content, by the way. It's actually just Legends content. So, Solari, I'm going to give every one of you guys a guess each. So I'm going to start with you. What is this? Who is this?
It's a little bit hard to say. I'm seeing a lot of blue of different shades, a little bit of pink, but that... quite many champions fall into that category. I'm going to go with a very wild guess, but oh no, I don't. Nami, the first blue thing that comes to my mind.
Okay, well, Bloxer, it's not Nami, so I don't know what it is. It's just production telling me that it's not Nami, so don't ask me to leak anything. I can't. Have a go.
I'm gonna. I suck at this first round. Tarek.
Yeah,
Who's got
it's
that
a
color scheme?
skin, but it's also not Tarek.
Oh, okay.
So, wow.
Skin.
I want to see it's like a Caitlyn skin or an Ari skin.
It's Ari. Oh, it's the Spirit Blossom Ari.
Is this for?
Oh, there we go.
Sorry,
There we go.
I didn't look, by the way, chat. I'm actually just 5-head. Please don't come for me. What? Okay, I'm not even gonna try this one. I'm gonna start with Bloxer. Is it a skin? Production over.
Oh god.
This is a normal champ. There's no
This
skin.
is a normal
Bloxer,
champion.
Go.
So much brown. Malphite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gna.
Nar. Okay. Okay. It's not Malphite. It's not Nar.
Okay.
I have a shot here. I feel like. Bruh. I don't know. Can I pass? Is there a button to like pass? Like, can I? Okay, pass. Next. Okay, what next stage?
Oh,
Okay.
that's not helping.
Oh,
I know
Akali.
it. I know what it is.
Akali.
Yeah, it is. I think
Akali.
Is it?
There we go.
Okay. Oh.
When it's like not super pixelated, it's actually pretty easy. But like the first one.
The first one.
Okay.
No chance.
We have the last one. So Solari, you can have your first go at the final. Ooh. Blue again.
Damn. Okay. Wow. I honestly don't know.
Wow.
I will
Okay.
throw in. It's like I would say it's either again Nami. I'm not biased at all, or Karma, just because it's a lot of greens and blues.
Okay. Bloxer, what do you think?
Brom?
Okay, I'm gonna go for like Winter Wonderland Lulu skin, maybe? But yeah, I don't think we're right, because otherwise I would have heard someone scream, "Yeah, you got it! You're so smart, Ginny!" But nobody screamed it, so I guess I'm not. What? Okay, that doesn't help.
Is it that new Prestige Seraphim skin?
Nope.
I don't even remember the name.
Okay, Blockster,
okay,
you want to have a final go?
There's a face there on the right somewhere. So I don't even know if this is a skin or Xin. That's
Can like Twitch chat beat the analyst? Question mark. Is that? Oh my god, that's Annie. Is it Annie?
Oh, the Hextech Annie.
Yeah, it's a Hextech Annie.
Is that what you're guessing? Oh, look at that.
Okay,
wow.
I like this game. It's pretty easy. Yeah. I guess 6 years of staring at pixels playing League of Legends worked out. But you know, I hope you guys kept track of how many you got correct. Because we have a little bit more of talking to do. And this time around, we're going to be talking about our first matchup specifically, and that's going to be Zero Lag against Mango Berries. Now, we have a little bit of information available on both of these teams, so I'm going to start off with you, Solari, in terms of looking at Zero Lag. What are we expecting here from this team?
I usually say that in tournaments like that, you can only expect the unexpected, because even if you kind of understand what the rosters are gonna be from both of the teams, in tournaments like that, they can just throw in really interesting and spicy things in, and I'm kind of having my fingers crossed for that.
Okay. Blockster, they're going to be up against Mango Berries, so is this a team that should be worried, or is it a team that they should be worried about?
I want, once again, to say expect the unexpected, but unfortunately, in this situation, hey, no disrespect to Mango Berry. And usually in tournaments like this, I'm like, we should discount, you know, the ranks a little bit. But when the ranks are bronze to silver to gold, perfectly respectable, my brethren, versus diamond 1 to masters, it's a little bit of a difference right here. So Zero Lag definitely coming in as favourites today, and I think that saying anything different would be disrespect to them. Honestly, with the roster that they've put together for themselves, kind of looking to compete for the win of this tournament, to be honest. Especially expect to see them in the best of threes later on today and tomorrow.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that things aren't going to be a little bit interesting. You know, Mango Berry, if they've been playing together for a long time, the ability to actually know your other players, know what your strengths and weaknesses are, play around them, that can be incredibly impactful. And with these Rising Star tournaments, some of these rosters, even some of the very good rosters at the very top end, have just been thrown together with a lot of high-ranked players, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have that cohesion between the team.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I feel like, you know, when you're like down, like, I don't know, like 5k gold, I feel like you would be the teammate that's like, it's okay, guys, we can do it. Is that you?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah, it's okay, guys, we scale.
It's winnable. It's winnable. They're on our Nexus, but it's winnable.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Have you guys ever been bullied by a blitzcrank on your Nexus? Just like grabs you out of the fountain.
Can we not talk about that? I still have too many memories.
Okay, fair enough. Well, speaking actually about champions specifically here, Solari, are there any champions that you think they should be banning?
Oh, absolutely. Let me start with 2 of those that I absolutely need to see in the bans, and it's not going to be Yumi, surprisingly, even though she absolutely needs to be not just banned, but removed from the game, maybe. Personal opinion, don't judge me. But Aatrox and Akali, starting with the letter A and starting very strong, these 2 champions are the ones I absolutely do not want to see anywhere in any games, because Aatrox is kind of a never-ending scenario of, he just sits on the top lane and you forget about him, and then he goes away from the top lane and you meet him and he one-shots everybody. Especially with the new items reworked in the preseason, this is a menace coming your way. And Akali is the same story in terms of she used to feel pretty nicely in games because she was just a champion who struggles through the early game, but then she scales up, she gets to items, and she begins one-shotting the enemy team as long as she has a reliable front lane in her own team. But now with the items, she doesn't even need to have front lane. You can go crazy and wild and go tank Akali if you want, and you're unkillable and you still produce a lot of damage. So these 2 champions, whenever I would go and play banning them out immediately.
Okay, so it looks really balanced, but do you think, looking at the rosters that we have for both of these teams specifically, we're going to be starting off by Zero Lag. Does Aatrox and Akali fit into their roster, Black Blocks, or are we expecting something else?
Out of Zero Lag, I'm expecting something a little bit more calm and collected. You don't need to pull something out of the bag right now, especially if you're expecting to go as far in this tournament as we think they will be able to. You don't need to pull out any of your pocket picks right now. Just play what you're comfortable in, play what the meta is allowing. You know, a sort of 2 tank, 1 enchanter, and 2 damage sources kind of composition. Very basic front to back, nothing too interesting. Whereas if you're Mango Berries, I think pulling something absolutely insane out would be helpful. I mean, if you have an Akali in your back pocket and you think you can play it, go for it. Why not? You know, I'm expecting us playing around the bot lane specifically. Junglers at the elo that Mango Berries play at love to play around the bot side. There's a couple more kills available down there, and you have more ability to set up for your ganks when you play in coordination with your support. And so if we do look at down into Julesy and Mooney, the champions we're seeing down there, they're pretty standard. You know, we've got some Tristanas, some Kaisers, as well as a lot of the Enchanter supports, and so those could be countered potentially by something a little bit more interesting, some engaged supports perhaps, coming out of Zero Lag side.
Yeah, I was always going to say, you know, as an AD carry main, it's always going to be, for me personally, a Diffie in the Jiffy, but it feels like this time around it's maybe that bot lane that we're going to be focusing on, Solari?
I would say so. I mean, usually you either have the game going from the top side or you have the game going from the bot side, but looking at both of these teams, I really think that the focus would be on the bot side. I want to see both the bot laners and the junglers cooperation from both sides on the map, to be honest, because after all the changes in the jungle, that's really something that I really have my eyes on, not just because there is a cute pet running around in the jungle, don't get me wrong, it's cute, but because of all the timeless changes, you know, and other different things, there is much more possibilities for the jungle to be active around the bot lane early on in the game, so I want to see if it's going to happen on either other side.
Yeah, I feel like the junglers are really lucky they get like really cute little pets, and then bot laners hit each other.
Yeah. I mean, you can get Yumi on the bot lane, it also
True, counts. That is actually also cute.
Possibly a big pick.
Yeah,
it looks cute but evil.
Yeah.
Kind of like a lot of cats, I happen to know.
Yeah. You think cats are evil?
I think they're evil in their hearts. I think they look adorable.
Oh, they do look very cute. I don't think they're evil. I think they just they're different. They have their own opinions, much like I feel like sport players sometimes, you know. You said that you want to see that collaboration in bot lane, so I think the support here and their vision setting up, going for those drakes is going to be quite an important deal here. Realistically, though, how likely are we to see roams for mid lane, Bloxer?
I think in these early stages, quite a lot, to be honest, because the actual champion pools of the mid laners that we've seen are pretty standard. I was actually reading an interview from one of the players earlier on, not from one of these teams, from a different team, who said that the mid lane pool usually doesn't have a lot of these scaling solo carry champions, you know, like your Sylas, your Akali, that kind of thing. It has a lot more of your Aries, your Syndras. And in that situation, you can just sit in your lane and farm. You're absolutely fine at it. But those champions are best when they can push a lane in and then just move into Fog of War. See if you can bait your enemy into stepping back. And if they don't, make that roam happen. Maybe we'll even see some really interesting picks like the Katarina, a Galio, things like that. A little bit more supportive in the mid lane. I think a key pick to really be watching out for is that Seraphine. I'm seeing it a lot from a lot of different players, and I don't just mean support players. I'm seeing it a lot in the mid lane, and also a couple of the top lane players have it in their pool, and this could be a really strong flex pick that could be coming out through across the board, and can just give you a lot of utility. It's pretty good in the meta at the moment, has a lot of good itemization, as well as the fact that you can move it around the map and just be comfortable in knowing that, hey, all of your players, you're going to be able to play it, and that ultimate, if you get a good encore, can truly change the landscape of a team fight.
Okay, well, we don't have to speculate any longer because picks and bans are ready, so let's head straight into it. Solari, Bloxer, you guys go do your thing.
Oh, yes.
All right.
My favorite time of the game, honestly, the picks and the bans. Let's see what both of the teams have for us this time. And we were just talking about that Seraphine a little bit earlier, but boom, she's gone as the first ban, and honestly, it makes so much sense.
Yeah, of course, getting rid of that Seraphine. If you can move it around so much, why wouldn't you get rid of it? Bel'Veth coming off of the board. Now, this is a champion that's been rising in priority recently, and if you can get those resets on the corals, can be so strong. Vex as well, and so currently seeing just targeted bans rather than anything strictly meta.
I wonder if we're going to see something more targeted towards the bot side of the map early in the bans, or if both teams are going to decide to wait with them for a little bit later. But for now, yeah, it both feels targeted, but also I can see some patterns here with Own being removed, for example. Definitely you want to be removing some of those very big team players from wherever on the map you're looking at.
So we see what this final ban coming out is going to be. Out of Mango, and we'll see if it's going to be a little bit more target towards this top jungle side, or if we're just going to see 3 different bans to 3 different places. No, a little bit more. So win trading Kane, I mean, it's in the name, you might as well get rid of it. So first pick on the blue side, we usually see a jungler in this situation, unless you think something slipped through the bans that you really need to pick up. In terms of good junglers still available, the Hecarim absolutely insane on this patch currently, but Nami, it's one of those supports that a lot of these supports in the tournament really like, picking that one up first.
Screaming Lucian Nami possibility on the bot lane for me, and I don't know about you, Bloxer, but I'm absolutely not a fan of this combination. It makes sense if you want to try to dominate the bot side of the map early on, and it kind of corresponds with what we were talking about earlier in the pre-show, but I wonder what's going to be the answer if we're going to see something like the Aphelios Nunu menace on the other side of the lane.
Okay, Diana being locked in. I love me some AP in the jungle. If this is locked in on the other side, if this is locked in for Zero Lag, I hate Wukong so much. Wukong is my least favorite jungler in the entire game. I'll explain why later on, but basically, I just don't think he's very good in general. Not just in the meta, just in general in terms of his champion. But on the side of Mango, you're going to need a lot of AD right now because you have 2 AP in both your jungle and your mid lane. So needing to balance that one out. Misfortune Nami, that's a really strong bot lane, a lot of poke potential, and has the ability to fully all in a big wombo combo during a team fight.
So, we have the bot lane locked in, and it's not Lucian Nami, so I'm feeling a little bit better right now, a little bit easier time. Sejuani was just locked also for the top lane, so I really wonder what could be the answer to her, because that Wukong could still be a flex going to go in the top lane against her, but if he's going to the jungle, what do you think is going to happen against Seju?
Wukong can clear pretty slowly, and if it's not fully maxed out, it can be a little bit weak in terms of trying to get early ganks going. Sejuani, with a couple of melee champions, can clear so very quickly, has the ability to take objectives down incredibly fast, and has better gank priority, and so I would favour the Sejuani in this matchup. But once we get to level 6, that Wukong, when paired up with the Nami wave as well as that Misfortune bullet time, that's a huge wombo combo ability. And so with it played well, if Win Trading Kane can go in fully and commit to it, then I could see that Wukong having a lot of power in these big team fights.
Oh, I'm seeing a lot of team fights coming, to be honest. It was just 3 picks locked for both of the teams. They both want to be fighting in the mid game a lot, but we have some last bans coming in with Cat removed from the game. I am again feeling a little bit better, but we also have Kennen and Maokai removed on the other side of the map.
Yeah, these bans pretty standard right now, everything that you're really expecting to take off of the board. You're going to need a big bit of AD. We're expecting some AD in the top lane, especially since that Sejuani is taking up the tank role. Maybe one of those Aatrox picks that you were talking about earlier. Maybe a Riven if you're feeling really spicy. It's going to be a top lane counter pick like you would usually expect. And so, okay, with the Xayah locked in right here. Actually, is that... Sorry, that should be a Sejuani in the top lane. Never mind, so we're still waiting on the support.
Yeah, so that is only support. And Xayah is something that we haven't really seen for a long time because she kind of fell off in Season 12. As of mid-season to the late, she wasn't really feeling that strong anymore and she couldn't deal with the majority of the bot laners we've been seeing so far. But standing against Misfortune, who would you favor in this matchup?
Against Misfortune, I mean, I think that the Xayah is going to have a pretty difficult time of it during the early stages of the game, can get poked in quite a lot, but once you hit that level 6, you have a lot more survivability, can be left alone. Compare it up with a roaming support if that's the sort of playstyle that you want to go towards, and so Mangoberry have quite a lot of flexibility in what they can pick up right now. Mordekaiser in the top lane. Mordekaiser is truly ridiculous, but actually doesn't have the easiest time versus a Sejuani, simply because Sejuani is very tanky. Corki in the mid lane, and so this is a truly all-in composition where your Mordekaiser is trying to pick somebody off first of all, and then you've got big wombo combos around the team fight. Okay, Xayah Morgana. Look at that.
Yeah, I love that Morgana pick. Seeing that Mordekaiser on the other side of the map, you know that your team will need either CC or just something to help you out with all the control coming your way. So definitely Morgana makes a lot of sense here. But honestly, as much as I love both of the picks for both of the teams here, just looking clearly at the rosters, who would you favor?
I'm gonna have to favor Zero Lag, not just in terms of their composition, but also in terms of just the players that are playing them. You can't disconnect those entirely. I think that the composition out of Mango Berry can make sense. You have enough of a tank, some AP sources, some AD sources. You know, it's fine. It works together. But it's not one true, hey, I'm going all in. It's a little bit of a pick composition. Sejuani, Morgana, Ari, all of these champions have that one little bit of CC that you can pick onto somebody, and if they are able to find those picks onto their opposition, then they have a shot. However, I said it at the start of the day, and I'm going to say it again quite a lot. I want to see simple team compositions at the beginning. And this composition right here out of Zero Lag is simple. You have just some all-in, and your top laner is allowed to either split push or get involved if they want to. I like it a lot more as a composition during the early stages of this game, and so we'll see how it actually ends up working out, but in terms of just pick ban, I'm preferring Zero Lag.
Okay, I love that. It's an interesting one. But yeah, I usually also favor just very simple team compositions because it's pretty much in the name, right? They're easier to execute, so there is much less thought, happening in your head while you're trying to execute everything on the map, and you can focus more on some other things like vision, for example, which I think is going to be absolutely crucial, especially if you're looking at things that can catch you somewhere in the jungle where you misstep, like the Ari, the Morgana. You need a lot of what's happening on the map.
Yeah, you do. Alrighty, let's get ourselves into game. First game of this Rising Stars competition. We're going to have Zero Lag versus Mango Berry hopping onto the Rift, and let's see how this one ends up happening.
Oh, that looks absolutely adorable. Look at those little animals living on the Rift. It's looking so peaceful right now, but it's not going to be peaceful for very long because the first game of the day is going to start now, and I am expecting to see it evolving into a bloodbath at some point.
Oh yeah. If it doesn't end up as a true bloodbath, I'm going to be desperately disappointed. Right as we begin, things are looking pretty standard. Nobody's invading too hard. Not exactly what I was expecting, to be honest. I think Zero Lag could have gotten away with trying a coordinated invade with their composition, but for the minute, just starting in that 5-point stance, everybody sitting back. And we'll see where these junglers are actually going to start their days, because if you're looking at places to gank, both of the top lane and bot lane have the opportunity to get involved.
Yeah, you have a lot of setup on all sides of the map, especially, I would say, no, nobody's special here. Everybody has a lot of setup, so you're pretty much free to do whatever you want. But since you already started talking about the junglers, we have those new adorable jungle items / pads, and you can see that both of them are running with the Moss Stopper, I believe is the name of this green thing. What does it tell us about the playstyle that they want to go for?
Everybody here has decided, you know what? I want to be durable. I do not want to die in these fights. And to be honest, it makes a lot of sense. The offensive version of these jungle pets, the little fox, I guess not a fox, is just not giving you as many good stats as the frog is going to be. Once you get yourself 20% tenacity and slow resist, that can be absolutely crucial. And as a Wukong especially, if you get stunned up, slowed down, you're going to die very fast. Wukong is not a particularly healthy champion. He's relying on being in the middle of team fights and constantly knocking people up with that ultimate to be able to actually survive. And so tenacity and slow resist can really help you with that.
Okay, interesting one. We're going to see them evolving slowly but surely through the game, and both junglers are so far starting from the top side of the map, meaning that potentially they could move towards the bot lane, and bot lane is already starting to look a little bit spicy. I mean, you have so much control on both sides of the bot lane that you can expect to see a lot of early action here, but so far, Zero Lag are feeling a little bit more comfortable on the lane.
And they will do with this Nami constant poke. I mean, you're expecting a lot of poke out of both these compositions, but Misfortune is one of those picks that you pick up basically just to make your opposition hate themselves during laning phase. Adds plenty of priority during team fights too, sure, with the bullet time, but during the laning phase, constantly having those bouncing bullets, always poking the opposition, and it just means that you're able to take control of this lane, which is something you really want to do as a bot lane, because Drakes at the moment in this meta are so very strong.
Oh yes, and I really hope that we're going to see the new Hex Drake that was just reintroduced to the Summoner's Rift. The first one I believe is going to be the Hex Drake, which is one of my favorite ones, by the way. Which is your favorite Drake, or the Soul, or just the Drake?
My favourite individual Drake to pick up is definitely the Hextech Drake, giving you some cooldown as well as some attack speed. Those are stats that every single champion can use. But right now, I think that the best Rift to get out of the Soul is probably the Chemtech Drake, that new one, can give you so much, and in a composition...
Ooh. Okay, that was a very nice bubble talking about making your opposition hate themselves, but that was a good answer coming from Mango Berries as well. What matters is that they leave for the moment, and Asuris might just find herself in a tough situation, but no, she leaves as well, just walking here. Could have been some continuation, but everybody leaves in the end of the day, apparently still looking at each other a little bit at the Reaper, but all is good, no first blood.
Everything's fine, everything's fine. It's really unfortunate. Azarus just slightly missed out on that flash to get the kill, didn't quite get the auto attack off. It was such a close thing. But in the end, everything's fine. We can go back to calmly explaining the way that this game is going to happen. I'm not expecting things actually to get too spicy until either the junglers get involved or until we hit the level 6 point. Once we hit level 6, oh yeah, that tidal wave into bullet time combo in the bot lane should result in some deaths.
Yes, absolutely. There is just so much setup for Miss Fortune. And if there is one thing that Miss Fortune absolutely loves to see in her team, it's a lot of setup so that she can stand up, you know, challenge her bullet time and make sure that nobody can get to her and stop her or disturb her or whatever, you know. So it looks like she is going to be potentially the key player for the team leader in the team fights.
If Azarus can set things up nicely... Oh, this top lane's getting spicy. Flash having to come out of Idotrin and...
But look at that! Speaking of spicy things, that Diana is on the bot lane as well, trying to look for some possibilities with no flash available. Miss Fortune could have been something happening, but no, we still keep looking at each other very peacefully.
I'd say they're looking at each other menacingly, but they're not actually fighting anything quite yet. I mean, there's a lot of leering going on, but once again, both Wukong and Diana, they kind of want to farm till 6 because that unlocks a lot of their CC, which is kind of what you need to be able to actually pull out wins in these games.
Oh, that's another beautiful bubble. Oh, and it is going to be the first blood. Yes, and even some continuation, taking out the flash from Xayah. But what matters is that Miss Fortune, that we were talking about how important she's going to be later, is now running with the kill.
And this is what we were expecting. Things are just beginning to slowly fall into the pockets of Zero Lag. They are the better statistical team, and they're showing it. This bot lane play, just beautiful. Miss Fortune Nami, it gives you so much ability to make things happen for yourselves, and even through the Dark Shield coming out of the Morgana, it doesn't even matter. You're able to just bully out your opposition, get yourself that first kill. We'll see which way the itemization is going to go in this bot lane as well, and we'll take a quick replay of what happened. Just a lovely bubble out of the bush, no Black Shield come through to stop any of the CC, and from that point on, it is a very easy kill. The flash as well, I don't even know if it was a needed flash, but getting that as well, such a strong play, and it's putting Zero Lag right in the driver's seat of this game.
So the bot lane is right now completely in control of the Zero Lag. The bot lane, the Drake is just standing there waiting for maybe somebody to go and pay some attention to it. Where do we expect next action to happen? Do you think this is the time for Zero Lag to transfer this opportunity towards the Drake? Oh, it looks like it is.
Yeah, all the way. You should be taking this Drake right now, not even just because you got that kill in the bot lane, but simply because your bot lane has been pushing in the oppositions constantly, and your Corki is in a bit of an even state, so you're going to have priority to rotate up to the Drake should you need to, and it means that there is no reason to not just pick this one off right now. Even not knowing where the Diana is, you can feel pretty safe with the ability for a Corki to rotate down quicker than their opposition anyway, despite the fact that Ahri is pretty mobile. And with this first Drake taken, there is the opportunity for some Drake stacking to come through. The response might be a gank top lane.
It might be, because look at poor Sejuani absolutely suffering under the turret. Very little health, almost no mana available. She has been under the turret constantly since the very beginning of the game. And you were talking about how Mordekaiser should have an easy time on the top lane per se, standing against Sejuani. But it looks like it's actually a pretty piece of cake for him. Even look at the difference in minions between the top laners.
Yeah, things are just ridiculous in terms of CS, and Sejuani shouldn't have this bad a time into a Mordekaiser. Unfortunately, things are just falling in a way where there's about a 30 CS difference right here for Wolfie. And Endotrain just not having a good time, but if we take a look at CS... Oh, fight here.
Oh, but we have another fight. We're talking about Corki and Wukong combination. Quite a lot of control, quite a lot of damage out of that Corki. And that Ahri is surely going to be the next one going down. Another kill for Sejuani and a kill for the mid laner. A beautiful kill distribution, and look at that, even extending that to their first Herald of the game.
This does feel like a little bit of a domination right here out of Zero Lag. Mango Berries trying to find themselves a couple of plays, and it nearly worked out, getting Corki very, very low, but unfortunately the rotation out of the bot lane was perfect. It's a lane swap situation for Zero Lag. They put their top laner down into the bottom side, looking to just absorb more minions because your bot lane is your strongest point right now. You just want to rotate them around the map wherever the most objectives are in order to bully out. You have them bot lane, you get yourself a Drake. You rotate them top lane, and now you get yourself the Herald. You can see Apollonia looks like they're going to go down. It's a missed charm, which allows Apollonia to get away, begin to lay down the damage. Darkfall goes down, and then once the bot lane arrives, things are just going from bad to worse. You can rotate this straight into the Herald, and with pre-14, so you have a lot of plates to be able to pick up. I'm expecting those plates, to be honest, to be put into Asurus as well, just to make this misfortune even stronger.
Oh yeah, we have found the key player of the team in the beginning of the game, and so far they are not disappointing at all. But the difference between the teams is getting bigger and bigger, because we're not just talking about 3-0 and both objectives that have been on the map so far being taken by Zero Lag. The difference in the gold is starting to fill in again, and I'm very bad at math, but this should be around 3,000 gold difference between the teams. Feel free to correct me whenever I miscalculate something, because it's usually what I ask all my co-casters to do for me. But this is quite a big difference, considering we're just entering the 10th minute of the game.
Yeah, 10k at 3k at 10 minutes is kind of ridiculous, like you said, and it's just these individual lane matchups are winning. You can see in this top lane, the ultimate going to be popped, and
no, this is not going to save you, unfortunately. Sedge is a very tanky champion. It has quite a lot of early game damage, but this is just not going to help you. Oh, and it's not going to help you either. That's a double kill with a bullet time happening on the bot lane for a series. This misfortune is running 4-0 already, and she is looking so scary right now.
Oh, another missed charm. That's going to stop this gank from going through, and no counterplay happening for Mango Berries. Unfortunately, things are just coming up Zero Lag every step of the way, and this team is showing that they are as scary as we predicted them to be, and that the other better teams in this tournament need to be worried because they are here to play.
So, since we're before 14th minute in the game, so many turret plates are being absorbed right now by Zero Lag's bot side, but they want another battle. Look at that, Wukong is so far away, but look who's also far away from everybody else. That Morgana is going down. This is a kill for Wukong this time, I believe. Yeah, that is a 1-0 Wukong. So again, the kill distribution in the team is going just so well so far. You can see where all the gold is being thrown into.
Man.
Yeah.
Double into bullet time and the
no.
flash. Yeah. Just a feels bad man situation. And at this point, when an MF is this strong, already completing that Kraken Slayer as well as those Berserker's Greaves, you've got to be so careful. If you get hit by even the smallest bit of CC, I'm not even talking hard CC, not necessarily a bubble or a tidal wave, even the slow off of the Misfortune E is enough to ruin your day, because you will take basically your entire health bar out of that ultimate. And we've seen Asurus has no issue with stepping up, being aggressive, something you can do with a Misfortune, despite the fact that she's a very immobile champion. She has so much speed with that strut that you can duck and weave around all of those skill shots if you feel confidence, and damn is Asurus playing with a lot of confidence.
So I believe if you want to do something with Zero Lag right now, you should start with that Misfortune, because she's clearly the biggest problem for you right now. But what can you even do as Mango Berries? If you still want to try to win this one, where should you start?
You just have to be confident in picking a lane to play around. Robe a couple of champions there and go for it. Right now, just no confidence. The vision line is very far back. It's only defensive vision right now for Mango Berries. Deathball gonna see that this Drake is being taken down, but no way to step up because there's no vision. Both of these teams, really, they haven't pushed vision lines too far into their opposition's jungles. With the chem plants, though, you're going to have a lot more ability with those Scryer's blooms to see where your opposition is, find someone isolated on a side lane, push everyone top side, let's say, try to take out this Mordekaiser, or go bot lane, try to find a pick.
Oh,
no.
That might not have been the best decision ever to go like that. Diana's strength is when she goes with somebody to try to take somebody down, but when she is alone, and there are so many opponents, and there is that Misfortune with so much damage with the Kraken Slayer, I don't think that was necessary.
Going through the mid lane, just any time this Misfortune is around, it's not the play. I think going towards this Misfortune, unless you bring all 5 members and you know that she doesn't have that much support around her, is a bad idea. unfortunately, there's no real winning lane right now. It's such a tricky situation. It's the kind of worst situation you could be in for Deathroar, where you have no winning lanes to play about. Either try and,
That's what you call a one-shot pretty much, but look at what Zero Lag are doing. They're destroying the top lane as well. They already have taken the outer turret on the bot side. Now that's the one on the top side, so they have a lot of control around the next objectives.
So much control, and it's just, there's no real lane to play around. There's nobody you can actually sit on and go, hey, we're going to rally around this champion. As a Diana, you need some setup to be able to get in onto ganks. We saw one attempted gank towards the bot side that didn't actually end up working out.
Oh, that's a charm. That's a charm that hit, and that was quite a lot of damage actually coming out.
A lot of damage,
but...
No commitment, no full commit to that kill. There was a Mordekaiser in the bush, it's true, and full commit there may not have been the best decision, but you can see that right now Mango Berries, they're playing scared, and that's exactly what you can't do versus a team like this, because it doesn't matter if you play scared or not. Even if you sit back and you don't allow Zero Lag to get a single kill, they're still going to beat you, because eventually they're going to have way more CS than you, they're going to have way more map control, so you've got to step up and try to find some ways back into this game. At this point, you are down a truly ridiculous amount of gold. I think it's about 11k at this point in time, and we are only at 40 minutes into the game. And so the chances that you do come back into this game, minimal. But you've got to try. Don't go down by just laying down, exposing your belly, and letting it happen. Go down with a fight, and we will respect you for it.
Oh, absolutely. Going down with a fight. I love hearing that from you, honestly. This is a very good mindset. You cannot just allow your enemy to get a free win out of you. You need to make sure that they have a fight. But right now, the only thing that Zero Lag are fighting with is the second herald of the game that they are taking. It's going to help them all, but that is another battle. Diana being ready to look at that. Speaking of the setup for Misfortune and for that Corki, that was just beautiful. What do we have? We have almost everybody down on the Mango Berry side. Only Xayah is there to try to at least survive.
Wombo combo. That's what we were asking for. Comes off just beautifully. This is why you pick these kinds of compositions. It doesn't matter that your Misfortune's that strong. That wombo combo would have worked even if the Misfortune hadn't have gotten themselves 4 or 5 kills during the early stages of the game. Now this Rift Herald is going to help to take down this inhibitor turret. Base is cracked at 15 minutes into the game for Zero Lag, and right now it is a complete domination. This is what we're going to be seeing during the early stages of the game. You're seeing the top seeded teams versus the bottom seeded teams, and so the first couple we're going to see a lot of just complete destructions. However,
speaking of distraction, that Wukong, speaking of the audacity, right? Something that you said you were lacking from Mango Berries definitely is not lacking in Zero Lag.
No, they are perfectly happy to step up. The later into the game we go, though, things are going to get a little closer as these teams sort themselves out and we see the top teams versus other top teams. So keep your eye out onto Zero Lag because look at them.
Yeah, because look at them, he's still going in. Oh, okay, that's good damage. Finally, some commitment that we're seeing from Mango Berries, but it's going to backfire because of that plant. And right now, that's Ari who's also going to go down because that crit damage from Misfortune is just impossible to do anything about. And it's another double kill for Misfortune. How many double kills has she had already? It's at least 2 from what I remember. Wow.
Right now, Acer is looking to take the MVP of not just this game, but of the tournament. Look at this walking forwards. Moomin is going to go down here, just being auto-attacked to death. No ultimate needed. Going to get the inhibitor as well. Next Drake is about to spawn, but it's only Drake number 3.
Oh, what is going on here? That's Nami versus Sejuani, but boom, that's a sudden Mordekaiser in the bush. And Sejuani goes down again, unfortunately. Like that turret on the top lane, Zero Lag are just destroying absolutely everything they're seeing on the map. And like usually, you can see teams waiting a little bit with going directly into the base of the enemy until there is the first Baron spawned. But we still have 2 minutes before the Baron is going to be up. And the first inhibitor of the game is already down.
It is. You are just in such a bad position. The inhib being down could be helpful. It's going to give you a constant source of income. As Acerus isn't even playing with the support, isn't even playing with the rest of the team, just happily walking around the map, destroying people's health bars. But with this mid lane inhibitor down, you are going to have a constant source of income that's walking into your base that's pretty safe to get, so that could be helpful, but and take a look back at this play, and it's just the confidence to walk in package, into wave, into the bullet time, and the health bars melt. What a play out of every single member right there of Zero Lag. The engage out of a Corki as well. That's the kind of confidence you need to play with Corki, and pulling it off just beautifully.
Knowing that you have all the ultimates available in your team, and your ultimates are a very big thing in a team fight, knowing that Corki is running around with a special package, there is absolutely no way you can sit back and wait at that moment. And this is exactly what Zero Lag were not doing. They just went in and they're continuing to do exactly that. Look at that. We still have a minute before the Baron, but they're still going in. And that Ari is again going to go down because of Miss Fortune's damage. And Wukong just continues. He just wants to take more and more kills, but that's going to be a double kill. It's double kill for everybody. Look at that. You get a double kill. You get a double kill. Everybody gets a double kill. And apparently we get the first game of the day as well. Look at Zero Lag. They are taking down the Nexus. And what a beautiful way to start the day it is. Congratulations to them, 22-0. That's a definitive win.
What a performance right there out of Zero Lag. Absolutely insane. A destruction in under 20 minutes time.
Yeah,
wow,
that was incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. To say the least. Zero Lag specifically, they showed us why they're D1 in Masters, but I don't want to take anything away from Mango Berries, because as a team of Silvers, I think they have really done incredibly well versus such a high caliber team, haven't they, Solari?
I would say we have to praise Mango Berries, definitely. Yeah, it doesn't look like that was, a fair fight, because even look at the final score, right? 22-0 is a very big gap. But come on, they were trying to hold their ground, especially in the beginning of the game, while, the game is a little bit more flat and everybody still has chances. They were really trying, and if only there was a little bit more proactiveness from them on the map, that would have been a much more fair game.
Yeah. Blockster, however, like when we came into this, you said you don't want to take anything away from Zero Lag. They're one of the teams that came in with quite a high rank here. They're pretty highly seeded as well. So all in all, did they live up to your expectations?
Yeah, they played really well, but it's really difficult as well to put them in terms of our rankings within our heads, because they were playing against a team who was genuinely, and no disrespect, of a lesser quality. This is what this tournament is going to be because of the way it's working. 31 teams, your highest ranked team, G2, is sitting out. Your next highest ranked teams are playing against the lower ranked teams. And so for this first couple of games, it's going to be like this, people. This is not representative of League of Legends as a whole in the women's scene. This is representative of tournaments of this format, of this style. This is what happens whether you've got men's or women's teams. If you put challengers against silvers, bad things happen to the silvers. Yeah. I'm sorry. That was possibly not a safe for work destruction.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't mean that they were playing badly out of Mango, but it does mean that it's still a bit difficult to actually say how good Zero Lag were. They weren't playing up against a team who are up to their level. They didn't have to show anything particularly special. This was a very standard composition. The only thing that was a little bit interesting, even, and when I say a little bit, I mean like this much interesting, was the Mordekaiser, because that's not a completely standard pick. Everything else, it was a standard team composition. It was played very, very well. But we're going to have to see this team play again later on in the tournament to know just how good they really are.
Yeah, and I love how you mentioned, standard team fighting composition, because we saw a little bit of wombo combos, but we're going to be starting off with the first replay, and that's going to be a double kill specifically in the bot lane. It feels like we really highlighted this bot lane, Solari, but if anything, that's exactly what we got.
Yes, that was the beginning of everything, to be honest. When you have Morgana on the bot lane, you kind of expect that she's going to at least be there to act against the bubbles coming your way from Nami, trying to cancel them and save yourself or the AD carry that you're stunning with. Here, maybe the bubbles were just too unexpected every time. Maybe something else was happening. I don't know, but all the time, anytime the bubble hit on the bot lane, it would have been a kill for Miss Fortune.
Yeah, and wobble combos, I feel like that bot lane with the bubble, you have the Nami bubble, the ultimate from Miss Fortune, just raining down on that parade, and you get both kills. But it seemed that this was a theme in general, even in the team fights, Blockster. We saw it time and time again.
Yeah, these big team fights, this was the big wombo combo, everything that we were expecting. Yeah, it's just being destroyed right here. Asurus was so strong in this game. You saw, because of that bot lane play, they were picking up more CS than their opposition, then picking up a couple kills in the bot lane play, and then all you needed was a little bit of CC where you've got a Wukong. That ultimate out of the Wukong is your perfect CC setup alongside that tidal wave out of your Nami. Bada bing, bada boom, we've got a destruction on our hands.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful to watch. I think that's like one of those highlight clips that you probably see on YouTube at some point because of just how well coordinated it was. And it felt like, however, Solari, when we're looking at the opposition, when we're looking at Mango Berry's day, we weren't really ready for this wombo combo because even at the end of the fight, once the entire fight is over, we see an ult coming out from the Xayah.
Yes, speaking about coordination, to be honest, you can see one team clearly having a lot of it, just everybody on the team knowing what they're supposed to be doing and what to expect from everybody else. And because of that, they managed to catch Mango Berries off guard because they come unprepared into those fights. Maybe it's the lack of understanding, maybe it's just the miscommunication happening on the team, but every time they are completely caught and killed because of that.
Yeah, and I know, we've seen this game, it was very much one-sided, and as you mentioned yourself, Blockster, it's not a representation of Women's League, it's rather the way that this tournament is set up. So as a reminder to everybody watching, it is a double elimination bracket, which means that Mango Berry still has a fighting chance. They still have an opportunity to, make the lower bracket run crawl out and just push a little further than potentially being gone on the first day. However, when it comes to Zero Lags, they're going to be forwarding towards the next stage, so that is pretty cool from them as well. And I think having this double elimination bracket again, it's gonna give teams more of an opportunity, would you say so, Solari, to get a bit more practice in, but also to show us what they're capable of?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I love when we have either double elimination or best of 3 or best of 5, because you always know that the first game, whoever is playing, doesn't matter, the first game is always going to be a little bit of a warm-up, just getting to understand how the tournament feels, how the enemy team feels. But then when we get to the next games, this is where all the fun begins. For double elimination, that's double fun, because for some teams it's going to be their last chance to proceed, but it's still going to be fun nevertheless.
It's still going to be fun indeed, and you guys also in chat are going to get a chance to try again in terms of the pixel perspective. If you're new here, as we said, your grandma took a picture with her flip phone and we're trying to decipher what exactly it is. Not actually an IRL picture, it's going to be a picture of a champion within the game. So we're gonna have a go at it again. Chat, you know the drill. You type in chat what champion you think this is. And most of you were correct kind of at some point last time around, but I feel like we can all do a little better. So I'm gonna start off with you, Solari. You can have the first go.
Whenever I see so much green on the screen, I want to go with Nami, but I really don't want to go with her for the 3rd time in a row. And if this time it's Nami, I'm going to be very disappointed in everything, starting with myself. But oh my god. Oh my god.
Should we like a timer?
You know what, Ginny? I skip for now. I need some time to think.
Skip. Okay. Blockster, do you want to have a go at this? I feel like you're pretty good at these games.
The green and the blue, it says Project Echo to me, but
yes,
oh, wow.
That's what I was thinking too.
Come on.
Is it? It's not. Is it Project Echo?
It's not.
No, it's not. It's not Project Echo, but I was thinking the same. So we still have some green. See, I wish I was updated on all the League of Legends skins because I feel like this is going to be a skin particularly.
Yeah.
But unfortunately it's not going to be Echo. Is it? I'm gonna have a guess here. Is it gonna be a Lucian skin?
Oh wait, Lucian would make sense.
It is
quite a lot of green. Yeah, in some of the skins, but yeah.
Imagine if it's like a Chromad, we're all just here trying to guess it.
Yeah. Oh no. Come on, all the time looking at the skins.
Come on, Brain. Think of things. Come on, Brain. Be so smart. Solari, I'm gonna have to put you on the spot.
Oh, why did you do that to me, Ginny?
Is that Bard? Or Gragas?
Cosmic Bard.
Oh,
Bard!
What?
Cosmic Bard.
And that is so cute. Okay, that skin is absolutely wholesome. Chat, did you get that right? Did you beat the host? Did you beat the analyst? Okay, let's go to the next one. Oh, it's a lovely color scheme. I really like the blue, the purple, a little bit of pink. Blocks I can see like the cog wheels, like
the cogs are turning. Star Guardian Lux.
Oh wow.
Ooh, that's a good
okay.
guess,
It's not
actually.
Lux, but Solari.
Base Seraphine.
Is it Arcade Caitlyn? No.
Or that other Caitlyn.
it is!
Okay.
No.
What?
Oh, okay.
Well, look at that.
Yo, guys,
Oh,
I found
she's
my new
Arcade,
job.
right.
I'm quitting as an esports host. I'm gonna be a pixel guesser. Is that a job? Does anyone want to hire me? Okay, next one. Oh. Well. Again, a lovely color scheme. Chat, I hope
Yeah.
you guys are... I think you guys are doing great. Solari?
I mean, color scheme screams Annie to me, but I'm not sure because
Okay.
the red is only in one corner and there is a lot of black happening on the other side of the screen,
Yeah,
so I'm
see,
not
that's the
sure.
thing.
Maybe Vlad or Kat.
Shivana,
Okay.
Shyvana?
Not Shyvana.
but also
Devil
no.
Timo? That doesn't help.
Yeah.
Is it Darius?
Is it?
Oh my
Oh,
goodness, I'm so good
Dunk
at this
Master Darius.
Ginny!
I swear it's not leaked. Guys, I know you're sitting there at home being like, okay, she knows, I didn't know. Okay, I'm just good at this. I found the hidden skill. Okay, next one. I'm not gonna try this one. This one is like all yours, guys. Okay, I'm not even gonna give it a shot.
Okay. Oh wow, really?
Vlog, say
Base
what it's-
Yorick?
Okay.
Oh, Yorick is a good guess on Mordekaiser, maybe.
See, it feels Shadow Isles, right? There's something about this
Yeah.
feels Shadow Isles.
Kalista.
But then it's
Wait,
going to be a
yeah.
skin and we're going to be completely wrong.
Kalista. I would say Kalista.
Okay. It's not Callista.
Okay,
Ah.
next level, I guess.
Next
Yeah.
level, let's go.
Echo.
Oh! Yes. Yes!
There we go.
Let's go! I am so proud of you. Okay,
God.
chat. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We have many more of those coming your way. We're going to be heading to a break because we are going to be back with the second game of the day. As I said, 4 best of ones, 1 best of 3 that's going to happen. We already ticked off the first one. We have 3 more best of ones to go. So go grab a water, grab a snack. We'll be back shortly. Gamer, welcome back. We have the second game of Rising Stars coming your way, and it's going to be Bifrost White against Minecraft Connoisseurs. Once again, I'm your host, Jeannie, and joined on the desk this time, Black Bloxer and Solari remain. So, last game specifically, Bloxer, it wasn't as close as we might have wanted to or expected to. Mango Berries are going to have the opportunity to prove themselves in that lower bracket, but this time around, a little birdie told me we can expect something a little different.
Just a tad bit different. Previously, we had some diamonds and masters versus some silvers. Unfortunately, it kind of ended the way you'd expect it to end. Good job, Riot, your ranking system does work. However, this time around, we have got some diamonds versus some diamonds. Because of the way the format works, we're following the upper bracket through. The first round, it was just top versus bottom teams, and it ended the way you're expecting. But now we're having two teams who beat their lower ranked opponents against each other. Minecraft Connoisseurs as well as Bifrost White together. Both Diamond 1, 2, 3-ish on their ranks. These are teams who are matched on the same level, and so this one should be way closer and possibly a little bit more interesting.
So, Solar, in that regard, are you expecting a closer game that maybe doesn't finish under 20 minutes?
Absolutely. I'm expecting a long game. Well, I'm hoping for a long game, to be honest, but I'm definitely expecting a much more fair game in this time. But I also wonder, and Bloxer, maybe you can help me with that, because last time we definitely saw a very big shift towards the bot side of the map as the game progressed, especially towards the bot laners. But here, do you think we would rather expect to see the top side being the main player?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Because this time around, we have got Gertrude the Pony playing. Now, if you are a fan of women's or non-binary League of Legends in the UK, you have heard of this person. They have won in women's and non-binary Newell 3 years running. They are incredibly strong and such a good player in the top side. Will play almost anything as well. Tends towards the more tanky champions, but can pull out something like an Aatrox, you know, something a little bit more interesting, something just to, hey, I'm going to win this game for my team. And so, yeah, the top sides are going to be way more of a focus this time around.
So it's kind of a bit of a flip from what we've seen last time. It was really that bot lane setting up for team fights. This time around, Solari, are you expecting more jungle assistance towards the top side, focusing on Herald, giving it to the top laner, going for split pushes?
That sounds like a really good plan, to be honest. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? With the Herald, it's usually, you look at either who wants to get the most gold, who you want to funnel all the gold of the turret plates into, or where you want to be pushing. But with the first Herald, it's usually the gold that you're mostly talking about. And if your top laner is going to be a very big, potentially key player of your team, you need to give the Herald to them.
And last game, we said we were expecting mid laners maybe to roam a little rather than to just sit on a tower, farm up, and get those individual kills. It didn't really feel like we got to see that just because of how quickly the game progressed, but also how well bot lane was doing on their own. Now, Bloxer, going into this game, considering the teams are matched up more equally, you mentioned yourself that top lane is really going to be one of those lanes that we want to be focusing on. Is mid still going to be playing a game? Will they be focusing more on top? Will they be focusing more on bot lane to even it out?
I think we might see a little bit of the same, where the mid laners are kind of just doing their own thing. This has been the meta for quite a while, unfortunately, where your mid laners do play something like a Corki, a Syndra, and a Zir. They kind of just sit there, farm, and then in a team fight, they ruin somebody's life. But until that point, I'm not expecting the mid laners to get too involved. There is certainly the possibility. I mean, either of these two mids, Eve or Quiet Swan, have the ability to roam around the map. Do have a couple champions where you could certainly do that. I'm not feeling the mid laners getting involved too much. Solo kills, maybe, but unless there's a big objective, I think mid laners are going to sit, farm, and then once we do get to these objective fights, that's when they're going to come online.
It feels like team fighting here is really one of the themes that keeps coming back so far today. We've seen it in previous game. We're most likely going to be seeing it this time around. Solari, in terms of top laners, you did say Aatrox is one of those laners you literally do not want to see existing in the game, of course, just today. Are there any other top laners here that you think could really make the difference in terms of getting those team fights, but also having the opportunity to go for split pushes if needed?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the top lane meta is looking so interesting right now after all the changes for the items in the preseason. Not even talking about the Ravenous Hider that opened so many possibilities for things like Fiora or Raven to be very viable on the top lane yet again. The Mordekaiser that we just saw in the previous game is also a very interesting thing that can be paired with an item. But also, one pick that is interestingly enough coming back in and looking very strong is the Gangplank. The Pirate Man is back on the top lane. You don't really see him that often, but whenever he is in the game, I mean, look at the win rate of that man currently in the game. It's absolutely insane. And I think that it's a very interesting team fighting pick as well because of the way he can control the terrain. Even if he is far away from his team split pushing, he still can have a very major impact to whatever's happening.
Yes, we spoke about Gertrude the Pony, so we've looked a little bit at the top lane. So let's talk about the rest of the rosters for both of these teams. Bifrost White against Minecraft Connoisseurs. We're going to be starting off from your end, Vloxer, because I know that you have a bit more of an experience when it comes to the women and non-binary scene here in the UK. So please, walk us through it.
I mean, when we take a look at these teams, we're not seeing too many names that we've heard of massively. Gertrude the Pony is kind of the big one. But if you take a look at the meta of this sort of tournament as they tend to play, you're seeing quite a lot of aggressive junglers, and that's kind of the way we love to see it. The Wukong, I'm expecting that to be a pick that pops up throughout the entire day, much to my disgust, as well as things like that sort of Kindred style, the Evelyn style Diana. Your more AP junglers are also coming through in the meta. The Hecarims, they don't get played quite as much, despite the fact that in the current state of the game, he is very, very strong.
Oh, yes.
I want to see both of these junglers pick themselves up champions that are going to be able to get involved in the early game. I don't want you to sit back farm till 6, because the way that the game works, if any of your lanes begin to find advantages, especially your bot lane, things can snowball out of control, so get there early, get involved.
Solari,
I have a question here, because you were just talking about the junglers that you want to see the junglers that can be active before level 6, but speaking about the other junglers, is Evelyn going to pick Evelyn by any chance? Because that would be a beautiful coincidence.
I would really hope so.
Yeah.
They do play it. They 100% do play Evelyn, and so that would be incredibly hype. That is definitely a farm till 6 jungler though. If Evelyn's ganking pre-level 6, things have gone a little bit wrong. But in terms of their pure champion pool, yeah, absolutely, is very much a possibility. There's also some Shyvana play over here for Evelyn, and so that would be incredibly hype. I would love to see that.
Yes, it is my absolute favorite champion in all of League of Legends. Maybe because she is a dragon. I'm not sure how much it's, playing into that, but I would love to see Shyvana either on the top or in the jungle. We haven't really seen her in the jungle that much recently. Recently, I mean the end of the previous season, but come on, that would be so refreshing.
Yeah, looking at both of these rosters, but also their comfort picks. Are there any comfort picks from these teams that we should be considered either banning or just really keeping out on whether or not they'll be going through this draft? We're going to be starting off with you, Bloxer. When we're looking at Minecraft Connoisseurs and their comfort picks, is there anything that screams, okay, this cannot go through the ban if Bifrost even wants a chance at going further?
It seems an odd one, because usually when you say, hey, what a comfort pick that you need to get rid of, it's usually something that you have a traditional solo carry potential on. This person's Akali is insane, this person's Sylas is insane. I'm sorry, but it's Gertrude the Pony's Ornn, which is not one of those champions that you usually go, oh my god, it's an Ornn. But Gertrude plays Ornn so well, and the ability for an Ornn to truly take over an entire game. Should Ornn be able to get solo kills in lane as a tank? No. Does Ornn get solo kills in lane as a tank? Yeah. Yes, he does. And then from that point onwards, you're able to run it through the rest of the map. Gertrude, she's so good with the Ornn. You give yourself that ability to teamfight so well with that Ornn horn during the big moments. And then also, you just have more scaling potential than your opponents through those ornaments. He's such a strong pick, and I'm expecting him to hit the ban side or to be picked up if he even slightly fits in with the composition Minecraft are looking for.
Okay, well, that's something to really be looking out for, specifically focusing on that top lane this game around. We're going to be heading into the picks and bans to see whether or not any of the spiel that we just spoke is going to come to fruition. So, Solari, Vloxer, take it away.
Oh, gladly. Okay. So, what do we have? We have another draft coming in. So we were just talking about the ban possibilities. I really wonder if Ornn is going to pop here, not just because it's a ban of the comfort pick, but because Ornn is ridiculously good. Honestly, why don't Riot Games make it the, how do you call it? The mascot of the game, right? That's it.
Yeah. So good. We can see that Evelyn coming off of the board. Actually, both of these junglers do play it, and so taking it away makes a lot of sense. Ezreal coming off, as well as this Irelia. Now, that would be a very hype pick in the top lane. Would love to see it. So instead, things staying a little bit standard with a couple of big comfort picks being taken off. I'm not really seeing any, hey, this is meta. This is more like, you play this champion. I don't want to see you play this champion.
Yeah, more like that. I like how Bifrost are focusing on the bot lane, to be honest, because we have Ezreal and Kama. I think that usually come in combinations, so usually you see either of them being removed and you're pretty happy with the result. But here, Bifrost really don't want to see either of the game in the game. And good day, because Wukong is not going to be played today either.
Yes,
I know.
I hate that champion so much, and now he's on the ban list. I can enjoy it.
Oh,
okay, there we go. That is a champion who can farm very efficiently, but also will get involved in these early ganks. I love this as a pick for Finn. We are having the possibility of proxy, so we'll keep you up to date if any of those do come through. Nami being locked in. I'm expecting Nami to be a staple throughout the entire tournament.
I like Nami. I just hope, again, that this is not going to be the infamous Lucian-Nami combination, but alas, this is not my lucky day today. I mean, listen, this is the bot lane combo that does work, and I can see why it's being picked so often, but you really need to be playing around them, and right now, Bifrost are limiting themselves, and they're pretty much showing all their cards with what they have picked for their bot.
Yeah, you're going to have to play around your Lucian Nami. Can find some advantages for themselves, and if the composition works around it, so very strong. We saw how good Nami can be. A little bit of a poke bot lane being initiated right here. The Soraka, the running ambulance, should be able to try to negate some of that Lucian Nami damage. And actually, Caitlyn Soraka, it's a pretty good bot lane into Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami have a ton of power early on in the game, but Caitlyn Soraka can sit so far back because of Caitlyn's rage, because of Soraka's poke, that they might not be caught during the early stages of the game, negating a lot of the power.
Yeah, they just completely ignore whatever Lucian Nami bring to the table. They just completely don't let them play around what their main strength in the early game is. And then when you get into the late game, Lucian Nami not having any kills in the early is not really going to have the best time later in the game. But Syndra is something that might just have a better time later on.
Yeah, Syndra scales really well. And since those changes, there's the Ornn and the bans. Since those Syndra changes, she's so strong. Her range is the most ridiculous thing. You can't even get near enough to Syndra to be able to actually hurt her in a lot of situations. So it's going to be really interesting to see if it's just going to be a sit in mid lane and farm Syndra, or if we're going to see a little bit more of a roaming style, get involved with the rest of the team fights. You can see both of these second round bans coming out are going to be against Gertrude the Pony. It makes a lot of sense. Gertrude is one of the best players we have in the scene, and so ban it out. Don't let her play what she likes.
Yeah, ban out all those things that you really don't want to be seeing. Jax is the last ban, and there was also Javan being banned out. So some rather interesting things here are still open for both of the teams. We haven't really seen the jungle from Bifrost, so that's really something that I have a lot of questions about, because we were talking about the setup for Lucian Nami, and now they're having a hard time on the bot lane with their opponents. What's going to be there? Is it going to be Sejuani? But is it going to be a flex?
Sejuani could certainly go top. Either of those players can play it. We'll see. I like it in the jungle right now, to be honest. It works really well alongside a Lucian Nami. That gank setup is truly ridiculous, and you can burst somebody down very, very quickly. I really like this composition currently out of the side of Bifrost White, and so we'll see if it's going to be rounded out with something else that works. Malzahar being picked up in this mid lane. Now that's a, hey, Lucian, no, you're not allowed to move anymore. Actually, we're going to destroy you.
Oh yeah, I mean, do you pick Malzahar for anything else but his beautiful ultimate? Because I don't think so.
Not usually. It has a lot of wave clear, which can be very helpful. Go on, Gertrude. You like this pick. This also works. Any of these big tanky champions in the top lane with a lot of teamfight ultimate potential is exactly what Gertrude loves to play. The Maokai fits into that category very well. It's a little bit incongruous with the rest of the team though, and so not fully sure on this one. We'll see in a minute. Go on. Now this, I wanna be on Team Minecraft right here, but if Bifrost lock this in, then unfortunately, is it? Ooh. It's proxy. Okay, it's proxy. We'll see what this pick is going to be. We'll have to remake this draft through. The Mumu is not a true pick. We will see in a minute what that one actually is going to be. However, we can take a look fully at the Minecraft composition because we can see it in its entirety and we know what's going on with it. We'll just be going through the draft once again. I quite like it. I like the individual components. I think that the bot lane's
Mhm.
quite strong with that Caitlyn Soraka. I think there's chances all across the board, but you kind of have a half team fight composition, half pick composition.
Yeah, and I really wonder how exactly it's going to work later in the game, because everything looks good on paper, but then if you combine those things, especially that Maokai, because he's a very good fight starter, he's very good at starting the team fights for his team, but is there going to be enough very quick follow-up to go and help him out? And look at that, we have our proxy, and this is going to be the pony.
Okay, I'm gonna have to admit a little bit of bias here. New Women's and Non-Binary Tournament is my favourite thing to cast in the world, and as such, players who I know from that tournament are some of my favourite players. Gertrude the Pony, I have a lot of respect for her, and I would really like to see her do well. However, the composition that has come out of Biofrost, I think, is way better. I love it a lot more.
Yeah.
It has a real, true identity. Sejuani and Hecarim can go in, your Syndra's going to be able to blow somebody up, your Lucian and Nami are going to be that follow-up that you need. It has a true identity in a way that I think this Minecraft composition is kind of lacking.
But if we're talking about possibilities for both of the teams for Minecraft, could anything go terribly wrong in the beginning of the game for Bifrost that would help the Minecraft connoisseurs out later on? Because I am still looking at the bot lane combination, and I'm seeing so much potential for Minecraft if everything just goes as a stalemate on the bot lane, because naturally Caitlyn and Soraka should come out victorious if no kills happen on the bot lane.
Yeah, Caitlyn Soraka should be able to keep themselves very safe in this lane. It depends on if they're going to look to get pushed in to just sit back and be safe, or if they're going to use their advantage push forward, giving the Udyr a lot of potential to either slip in for a lane gank, or to get towards that Drake spawning down towards the bottom side. It could work decently well. I'm not expecting this top lane to result in too many interesting moments, even if the junglers get involved. I mean, you certainly can go up there, but it's not really the place you're going to be looking. Sejuani does have some solo kill threat potential onto a Maokai, but for the most part, this should be a little bit of a top lane island. This mid lane, there certainly could be solo kills because both of these champions have a press button to win. Syndra is kind of the one button makes everything happen champion of League of Legends. You know, you press that R, unleash power, and somebody has died. However, Malzahar can do the kind of same thing with a little bit more utility in that if you are getting a gank out of Fangirl, all of a sudden you are going to be able to ruin somebody's day very quickly, and this Syndra doesn't have a lot of mobility to get away from that.
So both the mid laners are not just purple, but also able to completely ruin your day when you least expect that. I love that! Who else is going to be able to ruin the day? Because I'm still looking at the junglers this time, because we have Udyr and Hecarim, and I used to hate Udyr, I have to tell you, until he was remade into the new deer, as they call him these days, and now he feels much more interesting on the map, but definitely speed is something that is on his hands as well. I believe they should go pretty equal in terms of clearing the jungle, but what then? Do we expect a lot of early action coming out from them?
Yeah, these junglers need to be ganking. If you're playing Hecarim, if you're playing Udyr, both of these junglers do not want to just be sit and farm till 6. These level 6 power spikes going to be a lot stronger for the Hecarim than the Udyr, obviously, but for both of them, pretty strong. But you want to be getting into your lanes early, and you have plenty of gank setup. Your Caitlyn has plenty of ability to lay down a trap, get you involved. Your Soraka with loads of slows. Malzahar once you hit 6, Maokai with all of those twisted advances. And over on the other side, Hecarim perfectly happy to be ganking any of these lanes. Everybody has some form of CC on them. The only kind of people who don't have any true CC is kind of your Lucian and your Soraka, one on each team, but other than that, it means that every lane has some hard CC that can use for a gank, and so these junglers need to be proactive. I'm going to watch them during the early game, and whoever gets more ganks off during the early portions, they should be the one coming out on top.
I don't know about you, but I can't wait to go into the game, and luckily we will do that very, very soon. How about we stop looking at the drafts and start looking at the game itself, because here we go with another view of the little duck just sitting there again, very peaceful. Summoner's Rift, absolutely nothing is happening here, nothing to see, guys, but wait for that, because there are two teams coming in and they are going to fight with each other for the death of one of the team's nexus.
This is both upper bracket teams looking to continue their upper bracket run, don't want to be knocked down. At the minute, everybody seems to once again be settling themselves into a 5-point stance. There isn't really a true, hey, we should definitely invade composition. You certainly could do it on the side of Bifrost. They have got enough CC that you could, but nobody wants to throw anything this early on into the game, not in a best of one. If your invade goes wrong during a best of one, things can feel so very bad for the rest of the game. So instead, sit back, relax. Where these junglers start is going to be very interesting. I'm expecting topside starts because the bot lane is where it's at.
We were talking about the junglers and how speedy they both are, but look at that, they're going with the same paths, and it's not just because they're color matching to their skins, no, it's because the Gustwalker, I believe is the name of this little fox-like creature, is giving you quite some interesting utility. I've heard opinions that this is like one of the worst jungle pets to pick, but I think when we're talking about Hecarim and champions like that, it's actually one of the best ones.
Yeah, it's not the strongest. I would usually take myself some extra durability with the frog, but getting extra movement speed when you're coming out of a bush or after killing a monster, that's exactly what you want as both a Hecarim and an Udyr. It makes perfect sense for these champions, and it's one of those interesting little wrinkles where, yeah, maybe the stats are technically better on one side or the other, but in terms of pure champion synergy, the foxes were all the way to go.
And it's rather interesting how, again, for the second game today, both junglers are starting from the top side of the map, committing to a full clear. And I believe the full clear it just makes so much more sense now, because there was a change to the Krugs introduced into the preseason. Because now I believe they spawn 2 less Krugs, am I correct?
Yeah, you're getting a little bit less from the Krugs, and you take them a lot faster, which means that clears that start towards that red side are no longer quite as painfully slow. It takes a little bit of power actually out of your Udyr, who used to be able to clear them so quickly with that Phoenix stance. Instead, champions that were previously very slow, kind of single-hit champions, now are able to clear a lot faster. Not that either the Udyr or the Hecarim were going to have any trouble with taking out these multi-camps.
So feeling good in the jungle so far, slowly but surely moving towards the bot side of the map. And again, we're seeing the repetition of what we've seen before, but this time it is working against our predictions. Look at that. The bot lane with Caitlyn and Soraka is sitting so far at the enemy side of the lane, just trying to deny them so much farm.
You're going to be like this every single time as a Caitlyn Soraka. You have so much poke and you have so much range advantage over your opponents, especially Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami have plenty of poke, but they are so very short range. They need the all-in. You need a bubble to hit into the all-in combo out of your Lucian. That's where the true power is, and so you are always going to get pushed in. And this does mean that the Hecarim has a chance, but it's a counter gank out of Fangirl. Fangirl knew exactly what was going to be happening right here and is in the perfect position to dissuade that gank.
To just shadow the bot lane, making sure the Hecarim has absolutely no way of coming in, and he needs to turn around instead and go for the Scuttle Crab. Is it going to be the Scuttle Crab? What it looks like it is, because both junglers really want to take this one, and bot lane, is it starting to rotate towards them? Soraka a little bit, just maybe to see if the heals are needed, but this is not going to result in a big fight, and in the end we can say that Evelynn sort of won this little war.
Yeah, gonna pick themselves up that Scuttle Crab. Interesting to see if they're gonna go and try come bot side once again to gank, or if they're gonna go top side to get the next crab. Gonna be spotted here. And this gank should just peter out before it really starts. Yeah, indeed, just gonna be the Hecarim helping to clear the wave, give Lucian Nami a little bit more lane priority, and that's kind of it.
Maybe preparing for a potential next dragon. The first drake of the game, I believe, is going to be the mountain one, but look at that. Evelynn has taken quite some damage, so now she will need to go and recall and go towards potentially the top side of the map where Udyr already is, and this second Scuttle Crab is going to be taken for the Minecraft connoisseurs.
So it's not going to be a double scuttle advantage right here for Evelynn. Could have been available, but instead wanted to go bot side to find a gank. I mean, you have to, as this Hecarim right now. You've got a Lucian Nami in the bot lane. The Caitlyn's going to scale way better, and so you have got to try find some advantages for your Lucian, get them ahead. Instead, things just peter out. And for the minute, this is a very calm and collected game. This is more what we were expecting out of these two teams. Previously, it was a bit of a stomp. These teams are very evenly matched, looking to continue their upper bracket runs. And so everybody's just sat back, relaxed. Until we hit level 6s, I'm not expecting too much explosive action.
Well, there is a little bit on the map, judging by the minimap. The Udyr is there trying to see if there is any possibility, but no level 6 is available for either of the mid laners, so not really too much to catch for. No hard CC, no hard damage available for any of them, so you just go there, again, help clear the wave a little bit to make the recall a little bit easier, and go back into your jungle.
Yeah, just continuing to run around the map, clear out camps, and so while we've got this little bit of a lull stage, what we're expecting once we hit level 6 is some big wombo combos coming out of this Biofrost White roster. This composition is made for going in and just laying down the damage. Once you've got that Lucian ult, once you've got that Nami ult, this bot lane gets a lot stronger in a way that Caitlyn ult during your solo queue games, it's probably quite strong. You know, you've definitely been taken out by a Caitlyn ult. During big competitive play, though, that Ace in the Hole is less of an impactful ability and certainly less impactful than the Lucian.
But does it mean that we still need to see more action happening around that Lucian-Nami combination on the bot lane early on? Because it looks like we do. Evelynn is here sitting in the bush, still no level 6 available for anybody on this side of the map, but there is also no vision available for the Minecraft connoisseur, so they don't know the Hecarim is here and they keep pushing. This is looking very dangerous, Soraka. You don't really want to go next to that bush. Oh no, you didn't. And here she comes. She's getting completely caught out. Oh, there is
Deja vu?
Maybe to save the day. Deja vu! I just been in this place before and you still live! And there is a Nami bubble, but no, you have to pay for that. That is a first blood to Soraka, surprisingly, but they continue. Look at that, Lucian is going to be the next one on the menu. That is a big fight, 2-0.
Beautiful fight right there. A lovely counter gank. It looked so bad. We were watching Chari walk into that bush. Sorry, we were watching Bellatrix walk towards that bush like, no, don't do it. But in the end, manages to survive for long enough. It was a little bit of a misplay, I'd say, out of Evelynn. Decided to go towards that Soraka, despite the fact that Soraka had walked past the bush, when both of the bot lane for Biofrost decided to engage upon Deja Vu. Deja Vu manages to get away, Bellatrix manages to get away, and then it's an overextension out of Biofrost that leaves Finn in such a good position to be like, oh no, it's fine, cleans house. This is now a lot of power onto this Udyr, who can really take over a game, but needed a couple of early kills to be able to do so.
That's something we're talking about in the previous game, right? The importance of the good and clear communication within the team whenever any fights happen on the map, big or small ones. And here, definitely what you were just talking about, it's just lack of understanding what exactly the clear priority in that little fight was. It could have been a very easy kill. Look at the health bar of Deja Vu here, going extremely low there, but unfortunately Udyr is here to save the day. Still not having level 6, but doesn't really need it to feel extremely strong in a 3-on-3 fight like that, and because of that you give away 2 kills. One of them goes to Soraka, so it's, you know, not too bad, but Udyr gets one.
That Wingborn Storm, that AoE damage, the little Anivia ability that comes out of the Udyr, just dealing so much during the early stages of the game and allowing that AoE damage that a lot of champions lack this early on. There was also a slightly missed Nami bubble, which didn't help things in the entirety. Minecraft currently looking very strong and making their composition that I wasn't such a fan of work very well for themselves. Around this Drake, they've got full priority, 5 members roamed down. You've brought Gertrude down here. This means that you get to secure this Drake very easily, and I love the play. This rotation, and you can afford to rotate like this because the Sejuani is not the fastest wave clearer and wasn't around to be able to punish.
But look at that, Bifrost White trying to answer what's happening on the bot side of the map with a cross-map play, taking down that Herald, going to be spotted because of that little Scald Crab that was taken a little bit earlier, and it looks like the Minecraft connoisseurs want to at least try to stop them or delay that Herald from happening.
Finn's on the way up, but it's going to be way too late. Gertrude is just trying to be annoying right now. It's worth a look in. Gonna go in with the ult.
Oh, is it worth it though? You are alone here and there are 2 ults available to be thrown at you, Gertrude, but she's getting away! No! That was an ignite and she's just getting away like that! That's impossible! Hecarim goes down again and it's a double kill for Udyr. Oh, it's not just about annoying your enemies, just annoying them to the fullest!
Oh my goodness, this is why I love Gertrude. I am 100% on the Gertrude's fan club. However, as much as Gertrude was the MVP of that fight, Bellatrix, with that wish, bringing the healing just in time to keep Gertrude alive, giving Finn and Swan long enough to roam up, finally get involved with that fight and find themselves 2 kills. They didn't quite manage to get the Herald, but still, what a play.
Oh, I think that was worth it. Yeah, you give away the hurl. It's going to hurt you a lot because all that potential gold is going to be taken by an enemy now instead of you. But come on, you are going full zero in that game. There is around 2,000 gold difference between the teams, so this is looking pretty good. Oh,
okay,
yes.
Look at this. Goes in, twisted advance, just constantly keeping people moving. Finn and Swan make it just in time, but that wish was everything. Directly into the suppression, and now you can see Fango just running through people. This Udyr is so strong at this point. Double kill onto, oh my god, Finn, Fango. And this is a very, very strong Udyr with a new and improved item.
And I know we haven't talked about Quiet Swan, but come on, you take that champion for one specific purpose, and you could see that beautiful ultimate on Sejuani in the previous fight. That was just on point to make sure there is one less enemy trying to kill your teammate. So, you know, this champion is starting to play off, and let's see what it's going to look like later. But yeah, you were talking about the new item in Udyr, this Jakshu. I've heard really mixed opinions about that. What is your take?
It's fine. In certain situations, I think it's really good. It's incredibly cost effective in terms of it's one of the few remaining tank items that give you both AP resistance and AD resistance. Your magic resist and your armor are both there. A lot of damage here, Nami Wave.
Yeah, trying to hit somebody, but again, who are we hitting? Are we hitting Soraka?
Wish?
Are we hitting Caitlyn? We're not really sure, and we need to turn
Oh,
around. Udyr is coming out of the bush, and he is taking another kill. And it's going to be another one for Caitlyn, but you gotta pay sometimes, Fangirl, for stopping a little bit too far. A shutdown, finally, a kill for Bifrost White as well.
Oh, just about finding that shutdown eventually, Evelyn getting a little bit of an injection of gold, but at this point, Finn is feeling herself. She's like, yeah, I can run in onto every single one of these fights.
Yeah.
Beautiful little play, and it was off of aggression from Paradox and Chari. They have to be aggressive. Already 12 minutes into this game, and they haven't found themselves a solo kill. You can see just coming in, dealing ridiculous amounts of damage, and yeah, built a tank item, doesn't even matter. The bubble does land, however, though, finally, and that allows Evelyn to just get in and find this kill very easy. Big 600 gold shutdown, and so maybe that's the swing that they needed. Evelyn now going to have a little bit more gold in the back pocket, getting towards building that first item, but still not completed, whereas we have two full mythics over on the side of Minecraft. You've only got that Luden's Echo on Syntix Fango in the mid lane.
Well, we haven't really seen, unfortunately, that Syndrome being anywhere except for the mid lane, and we haven't really seen any action at all happening on the mid lane, so it makes me wonder, is that worth it to have the only champion on your team who's feeling well not to pretty much doing anything? At least we're having some action here and now, because that's quite some turret plates, quite some gold now available for Bifrost White, and they want to keep pushing a little bit further maybe, because there is a dragon spawning up in 20 seconds.
You can see some deep vision for the side of Minecraft, a lot less deep vision for Bifrost. They're kind of running into the dark right now. You can see the river at least is lit up like a Christmas tree for both of these teams. This is a big fight right here, because if Minecraft get this Drake, they're going to be in a position to fight for this soul very easily, control the pace of the game. But I don't know if you can actually fight it, and no, instead Bifrost, they're going to step back, allow it to happen. You can see up in the top side, what doing, just going to take out the turret and seeding the play. At this point, I don't think you really can walk straight into the opposition. Emerald Finn Fango is in such a strong spot where walking towards them feels like signing your own death warrant, but you can't just keep sitting back. We saw it in the previous game where constantly sitting back just allows your opponent to choke you out. In this game, you got to find some way to get back into the game as Bifrost. They are only down about 1,000 gold, keeping it pretty close through CS leads mainly.
So they managed to make the gap between the teams in terms of the gold a little bit smaller. I also think a big part of that was Evelyn managing to get that shutdown a little bit earlier on the film. But yeah, look at that. The difference between the junglers in the gold is not really that big anymore. However, there is something else that Bifrost really need to start doing on the map. And what is it going to be, and where on the map is it going to be? Because so far, in terms of where question, the answer is pretty clear. It's still the bot side of the map, because not too much to do on the top, and Evelyn is still trying to help out that Lucian Nami bot lane. But what else is there that they might just need to take to be able to have a decent fighting chance?
Syntax has been sitting pretty in the mid lane, farming themselves up a storm, got about a 10 CS lead over their opponents, and considering that's a Malzahar, that's pretty impressive because Malzahar is one of the easiest to farm on champions available, and so make your Syndra get involved with these fights, because currently the objective fight is 100% in the favor of Minecraft. Evelyn's about to walk in to try face check this, and there's 4 members of Minecraft available. I don't think you're actually going to be able to compete.
You can go for a suicide mission, but considering there is Maokai available on the enemy team, this is exactly the antidote to something like that. Evelyn has no chance of running in and trying to smite away the Herald, so this one is going to be taken by Minecraft Connoisseur. So far, in terms of objectives, only 1 Herald has been taken by Bifrost White, and they didn't manage to do anything about the second dragon that was taken by... No, so yes, I got a little bit confused there with my names, but that happens sometimes. But what happens right now is that we are going to have the next Drake, which is, oh, that is cute, by the way. It's not going to be the Infernal Drake, I believe, as the craft is showing me on the bottom left, because we just had the yes, it's going to be, thank you very much, production, that's beautiful. We're going to have the Chem Drake again. But Bifrost White not having any dragons at all means they could potentially stack those 4 dragons on top of each other if they're lucky and, you know, proactive around this part of the map. Would it help?
You're gonna have to fight for it. You can't keep giving these up. I guess technically, as Bifrost, you can give 1 more up, but then you're on soul point and you're locked into a situation where you cannot allow your opposition to get 1 more Drake, which means every single time there's a Drake or Baron fight, you have to go towards the Drake, because every single time Minecraft are happy with whatever trade they get. Oh, do we get Soul or do we get Baron? It doesn't matter to us, both of these are good. And so you give so much more control over the map to your opponents by giving away Soul Point. Instead, I need them to fight around this Drake. Right now you can see both junglers hanging around.
Evelyn taking away the flash immediately. Now that's a good wombo combo that we're talking about with the wave coming out of Nami. There is just so much damage flying around, but Evelyn is going extremely low because Fin Fangirl
Syntax
is just too strong. Syntax finally joining some action. Look at that! Talking about Syndra and talking about the 1 button champion, Chari? Chari, are you okay? How much HP was there on that fish? She was supposed to die in that fight.
Oh, playing on the knife's edge right there. You can see every bit of power for Minecraft is on Finn, but every bit of power for Bifrost is on this Syndra. Syntax finally getting involved, gets down into this bottom lane fight, unleashes the power, and just pop, insta-kill directly onto whoever you want to kill. You can see it's actually a pretty good engage, managing to split the opposition does Evelyn. Deja Vu just dodging away from that bubble, otherwise it would have been a dead Caitlyn. Just Finn dealing so much damage, and through these fights you can see the attempt from Paradox to be able to shred through Fangirl. Fangirl is way too strong, but you're going to land that bubble, insta-kill onto the Soraka, and then you have to turn tail and run. If Finn and Deja Vu had continued pushing forwards, Syntax would have been able to take them out. Syndra is so strong in the meta, and in this game, in an incredibly powerful position.
So it means that we really need to see more action focused on Syndra coming from Bifrost White. Come on, that amount of damage should not be just sitting on the mid lane farming up. It needs to be unleashed somewhere on the map where all the action is happening. And where has all the action been happening so far? This poor bot lane, which has seen so much bloodshed around it. The Drake is coming up in half a minute, which means both teams really are focusing all their attention on this part of the map again.
Woo! Production coming in with a lovely little stat here. Chari lived that fight with 11 HP. Oh. Not quite single digits, but about as close as we're gonna get right here. 1 more auto attack and Chari would have died. We're gonna see this Herald League pop down in the bottom side. Should be able to take out this turret, but we have 4 members down here for Biofrost. 5 though for Minecraft. Everybody is here for this team fight. It could be a big one. Drake is up and available. Who's gonna step up first?
Oh, Syntax, you're getting a little bit far away from the rescue team, but don't worry, because Hagarim is coming for the rescue. There is quite some damage flying out from Paradox. A lot of ultimates being used, including the one from Sejuani, a big one to try to stop the enemies, but you're going to have to pay for it, because remember, Malzahar is also a 1-button champion. Some exchanges of the kills 1-on-1, but come on, we're unleashing Syndra once again, but there is a double kill happening for Malzahar, and right now, Minecraft connoisseurs are just completely in control of the river. They're just chasing the Chari down, and they're going to take the Sashimi down as well, and this 3rd dragon is theirs.
Minecraft going to pick themselves up with 3rd Drake, put themselves on soul point, and it looked so good for Biofrost just for a couple of seconds, but things went slightly wrong. I'm sure we'll see a replay of this team fight, and it started with the bottom lane play. Minecraft picked themselves up the bot lane tower as well. And then from that point on, they have the priority access into the Drake pick. Look, you're going to see the Hecarim go flying in, the culling over the wall. Unfortunately, that glacial prison doesn't quite hit. The Nami hits only after people are trying to run away, and the coordination isn't quite there. A couple of key ultimates missing, a couple of key ultimates from Bifrost not going in at the exact right moment. The wish coming out for Bellatrix, just giving so much healing over, and Finn is able to run through the opposition. Finn Fangirl has been the star player of this Minecraft team and showing it off right here.
Yeah, I know who the star player is, definitely, but can we take a second to talk about that Soraka and the positioning of Melixtra, because it's always absolutely on point. You know that when you have Soraka in your team, as long as she stays alive, you are going to stay alive. And here, nobody was able to get anywhere close to her. Nobody was able to touch or scratch that Soraka. She's always alive, always untouched. And because of that, everybody else on her team is also living.
And this is exactly how you need to be playing the Soraka. We said if the early game didn't go really well for this Lucian Nami, we were worried. Call me worried at this point in time, because you haven't found those early kills. Your Lucian Nami aren't doing that well for themselves. The culling's coming over the wall, and it's not like in the last game with that bullet time out of the MF that destroys people. This culling is tickling at worst versus the tanks, and that's all that they're actually being able to hit on. Paradox, she's not being allowed to get backline access, and so you're just tickling the frontline tanks. As Finn sits there, laughs, gets a heal from the Soraka, and then beats you to death. It's not a particularly good time, and it all stems from not finding those early couple of ganks as Evelyn.
And I think this is the moment where you can absolutely see the big issue with the Lucian just being completely on display for you. The very low range, because everybody's just so far away from you, you cannot get anywhere close to them. Evelyn, though, might just try to get close to anybody, because the whole enemy team is there taking down the first Baron of the game. And they have the vision, so they knew a little bit earlier that you were there, and they still know, they still have it, but they are taking down the Baron. It's going down so quickly, you cannot do anything about it. But can you try to take the enemy team down? The wish is going to be there to make sure everybody lives and everybody kills. 2 kills already for the Minecraft connoisseurs, and they continue chasing. Going to be stopped there by that Syndra, but well, that's it. You take down some kills and you take down the Baron.
And then that's it. That scat of the week is able to just stop the fight, but you're going to be able to continue pushing forwards to get turrets as Minecraft. At this point, unfortunately, for Bifrost, they've allowed too many objectives to go into their opposition's back pockets. They're picking up 3 Drakes, they picked up the first Baron, they got a Rift Herald as well, and it means that if we take a look at the kill score, if we take a look at every single score, it's just so much power. You could see the attempt at the engage, but it's just way too late. The Baron's already gone. You're now trying to get some Barons off of some members. You can see going all the way in is Evelyn, but just getting taken down almost instantly, because anybody who steps anywhere near Finn is taking so much damage. We talked about the fact that, hey, we didn't love that Jack Show pickup, because it's not necessarily the best item in terms of the new reworked items. But on this champion, on the Udit, it is perfect. Giving you extra armor and magic resist as you sit in combat is exactly what this Udin needs, because he doesn't need any more damage. Finn is feeling super good about the amount of damage that she's dealing. She just wants to survive, because the longer you survive, the longer you have that moving Anivia ulti on you, and the more damage you can deal just through being there, being in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, and I think Soraka kind of acts like an insurance for you to make sure that you're free to buy that item, because you need a lot of time and you need to stay alive for a long time in a team fight. And Soraka staying so far in your backline just allows you to go for this item and feel very happy in the fights, because you are practically unkillable at that moment. And look at that, Minecraft connoisseurs really do feel unkillable, because they're taking
syntax?
down everything. Syntax. Yeah, don't go there.
Don't
there
step
is,
on them.
Yeah,
all
there
right,
is vision available
down.
for them, but
TP down out of what you're doing. Not going to be a flank situation, just everybody is around for this fight. If Minecraft pick up this Drake and get themselves that Chemtech Soul, you're going to have extra tenacity, extra heal and shield power. I mean, you've got a Soraka on your team. Extra heal and shield power? Yeah, that's not a good time.
Yeah.
This is a crucial fight right here. If Bifrost want to win this game, they need to find a way to get this Drake. And if not, they need to trade it for something incredibly good. I don't know what that would be, though.
That's a good question. Taking down that mid lane turret, getting some additional gold because it has an objective bounty, and maybe not dying here because look at Fangirl, she is bloodthirsty. She's looking for a possibility to maybe go in. But I think Minecraft Canisius really have the dragon on their eyes right now. It's 8 seconds before it's going to be spawned, and they are in full control of the river right now. Bifrost White are really looking for a possibility to go in. They cannot allow this Drake to happen for free. What will they try to do? There are quite some ultimates available, but for both sides, for both teams, and here they go. Everything is being unleashed right now, but there's just so much
Evelyn in the back line.
Out of Evelyn in the back lane. Oh, she's trying to get to the back lane, finally trying to get to Soraka and Caitlyn, but it's not enough because no, you cannot leave for long enough to see the damage working for you. A triple kill for, guess what? Almo Finn. Again, the Fangirl is at her highest this time.
Finn, once again, beautiful team fight. Melatrix, I think that's the true MVP situation right here. Those wishes just healing for so much. And at this point, with every member of Bifrost dead, you can see the push into the base. Soul claimed, towers claimed. Pushing in, you can look for the win right here. Currently, Minecraft looking to storm their way into the next round, and what a team they've played. I was worried about this composition because it didn't feel... Ooh, hang on.
Oh, that was
I was
close.
worried about this composition just because if the Lucian army began to get ahead with the Syndra, with the true engage, it could have been dicey, but you can see the engage just doesn't come through. You're trying to chunk out Gertrude the pony, but that's the tank. Finn misses with this fear, doesn't quite get in on top of everyone. Deja Vu able to kite back, keep laying down the damage, basically untouched. Melatrix too, and Fangirl just gets to sit in the middle of everybody with that Anivia ulti, moving around, laying down the damage. I'd love to see the graph of damage after this game because Finn, just living in the opposition's backline.
Yeah, just completely refusing to die. That is absolutely insane. What is interesting though, that in this fight you definitely could see a shift in mentality from Bifrost to White, because they were trying to work around the whole composition of Minecraft Canisius. They finally realized what exactly is working for them that allows them to leave and to kill them, trying to get to their back lane, trying to get rid of the bot lane of Minecraft, but it's just not working because you're too far behind at this moment. You don't have the damage, you don't have any tools to survive and to kill anything.
No. At this point, it feels a little bit like a done game. There's still a few
Oh,
opportunities
the
to get back
damage
into this.
though.
Look at the wish. How much healing at Gertrude.
Oh, here we go again, another fight, 5-on-5 with a lot of healing because you have the dragon that allows you to do all the healing. And come on, this is just a disaster at this moment for Bifrost. The two members that are still alive are just looking at the enemy, taking down their base, not even slowly, but definitely surely. This inhibitor is going to go down, and it's just two turrets that are standing between the Canisius and the precious Nexus, and the precious first win for them in that tournament. Turret 1 goes down, turret 2 is going down as well, and yes, you can try to throw something at them, but they are completely unstoppable at that moment. 24 unless something cheeky happens. No, it's not happening. 24 is the final score of the game.
Oh, what a performance right there out of Minecraft. Their composition, it just worked together. You got your tanky frontline, you got the damage from the backline, and the healing from the Soraka. What a performance.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful.
We said coming into this that we were expecting these teams, because of the fact that they're very much similarly matched in ELO, that it would be much more of a two-sided game rather than a one-sided game. But it genuinely felt like Bifrost White were a little lost as to how to really sink their teeth into the game and just get a couple of objectives on the board, Solari.
Listen, when you take Lucian Nami, you're limiting yourself so much, and I will not stop talking about it until my last day as a caster. If you take them, you work around them. You absolutely focus all the resources you have to give them early kills, because if they don't get early kills, if they start in the beginning of the game, they never grow up and never become big, strong bot laners. They never give you any good output in the late game. While on the enemy team, all they can do is just sit back, relax, and wait until the scaling finally hits, because they're going to be just so much stronger. If you pick a very specific team, you need to be playing around that. You cannot just let it go and hope for the best.
Yeah, it felt like especially the bot lane was the focus of this game. Specifically, the Caitlyn at 1.4-0 on a rampage blocks her, whereas it felt like the initial matchup that we expected, where we see a lot of resources being piled into that top lane, giving the top laner, setting them up for success, allowing them to go for the split push, wasn't really the scenario that they went for.
No.
It was getting the Caitlyn and the Soraka ahead. And I just want to talk about the positioning from the Soraka, because my supports don't do that.
Well, your support isn't Bellatrix, and your support probably isn't Masters. You could see just how good that positioning was, constantly surviving, even in situations where, hey, maybe they're taking a little chunk of damage, using the flash effectively to just keep back, get away from the fight. I don't care if your whole job as your Soraka right now isn't to hit a single auto attack, a single spell on your opposition, even if you don't silence anyone. I want you to sit there and I want you to heal your team. And that's what Bellatrix did.
That's exactly what they did. And I feel like it wasn't just the Soraka that was coming out with perfect positioning and use of their abilities. It felt like the entirety of the team knew what to do. We're continuously seeing Udyr on the back line. And Solara, you have a clip specifically for a team fight that we would like to have a look at just to further analyze this.
Oh, I mean, every team fight is worth analyzing, but here you can just see there are so many ultimates available for Bifrost at this moment, and you can see them throwing all in there. That Sejuani ult missing, I feel like it was a very big turning moment, because it immediately allowed Minecraft Canisios to quite literally turn around and start their own engage onto the opponents. And when they are the ones who are engaging and not just defending themselves, they are unstoppable because they have everything at their control. They still have all the ultimates, they have all the cooldowns possible in the world, and they can chase the enemy away and kill them while doing that.
Yeah, Caitlyn here got the classic AD carry treatment in that team fight. I felt like that was kind of something that we were seeing quite often, but it was really the Soraka with the Udyr and the Malzahar. And we mentioned in terms of that Malzahar picks Blockstar that we weren't entirely sure how that was going to work out, but it felt like it really exceeded expectations.
Support Malzahar, actually, was the way that this was played, and I liked the decision because it meant that whoever flung themselves into the backline attempting to take out Deja Vu or Bellatrix, no, you don't get to move. Actually, you're going to stand very, very still, and we're going to destroy you. And it was the perfect way to play this Malzahar pick. Fell behind in lane a little bit. Evelyn was looking for some ganks, tried to find some things. Ive, as well, in the mid lane, was getting pretty strong, but it didn't really mean anything because instead, just sit back, just relax. It's fine, my people, it's all good. Just stop your backline from dying, they'll lay down the damage, and the Malzahar didn't need to. It was just good wave clear, good push potential, and then supportive. I loved the way it was played, even if we weren't sure about it in the terms of the composition. It just worked. It was that balancing AP damage that was needed versus all of the AD that a Caitlyn can lay down, and it was played very, very well.
Yeah, and we even have a scoreboard that we can have a look at in terms of seeing what these players have done individually. I know you really wanted to look at the damage graph, Blockster, so I'm going to give you guys a couple of seconds to really soak in what has been done this game. But just looking, okay, I want to say looking at Syntax on the Syndra, one button annihilating Deja Vu. But it wasn't enough to get Melixtra out of the picture, was it?
No, you needed way more damage than just your Syndra, and Syndra is such a good champion. If you've got one champion on your team to be really strong, the Syndra is not a bad shout, but unfortunately in this team composition it just doesn't matter. Syntax wasn't able to find those kills, they weren't able to find that setup because their front line had already died to the opposition's Caitlyn, because the back line was getting heals constantly from Bellatrix. I think, honestly, if I have to give a true shout out to anybody, we're looking at Finn for the kill store, for the damage, for all of that. But it was the decision making and the tracking of the enemy during the early game that won it right here for Minecraft. Finn Vango knew exactly where the ganks were going to be happening every time out of Evelyn, was tracking that Hecarim through every bit of the jungle, and wherever an attempted gank happened, was right there to be able to turn it back around. If any of those ganks had worked out from the Hecarim, this is a different story. If that gank down towards the bottom side gets the Lucian army ahead, then this is a different story. But instead, because Finn was tracking the opposition through the jungle using the big brain plays rather than the outplays in terms of bottom pressing, that's why this is a win.
So, Diffie in the Jiffy seems to be the case here, and it feels like the focus on the bot lane once again really did work out for these teams, especially because just looking at the damage that we've seen from the bot lane, but also the amount of healing that came out from Soraka, like that was incredible to say the least. But that is game 2 done, and we still have a little game for you guys in chat. At this point, you're probably aware of it. It's going to be the pixel perspective game, and in chat again, we'll be looking at a picture that is absolutely pixelated. It's giving like early 2000 vibes, flip phone, Nokia, you know, the one that you could like throw at someone and then like you will break their face but not the phone. Yeah, that one. And we're gonna try to guess what champion this is. So in chat you can participate. You just write whatever champion you think this is going to be in the chat using your keyboard. You press enter and that's how you participate. Now Solari, Blockster, for you guys, you're gonna have to actually guess it. So I'm gonna start off with Blockster this time. What do you think that is?
Tryndamere.
Okay, Solari?
Whenever I look at those pixels, I suddenly forget all the champions that exist in League of Legends. I'm gonna guess Olaf.
Okay, I'm going to guess Garen, and then we're gonna... Not Garen, not Olaf, not Tryndamere. So we're gonna go to the second stage. We're gonna zoom out just a little bit to make it that much more easier for all of us. And this is what we get instead. I want to say Riven, the skin, but it's not Riven. So Solari, you get another guess.
That is hard. Usually when it's a little bit less pixelated, you're like, yeah, I can kind of see what it is. I cannot see anything, Ginny.
Okay, Blockster, can you see anything?
I see lots of things.
Yeah, lots of pixels. That's correct.
Okay. So let's break this down. I'm seeing one blue diagonal line. Now the question is that the champions? Is it Udyr?
Is it a skin?
Is it
Ezreal?
Udyr?
It's not a base character. I just see the blonde hair. I think Ezreal.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of
Oh.
gold. Oh, it's Ezreal.
It is.
Ginny.
You are too good at this. You should not be allowed to
Okay. Well, this color scheme once again. You know
Skin
what?
or skin or
Is
base
it a skin
champion?
or base skin? Can we have that information? It's a base. It's a base skin.
It's a base.
Ooh.
Anivia. I would throw in Anivia just
Okay.
because of the color scheme.
It's not Anivia.
Kindred.
Kindred. No, it's
No.
not Kindred either. Do I actually have a guard? Is it Morgana?
Yeah, go on then. Beat us. Show us up.
It's not Morgana. Let's go. Second stage. Zoom it out a little.
Nunu.
It's not Nunu.
No.
No.
Brom.
Is it Braum? Is it Evelyn? It's not Braum, not Evelyn, not Nunu. Oh,
it's
Fiora.
Fiora.
I didn't realize she had quite so much white in her skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that either. Well, we have one more Twitch chat. I hope you're keeping count and seeing whether or not you're beating the analyst and the host. Wow. That
Azir.
is very zoomed in. What? By the way, like, how are these, like, do you guys just zoom in into, like, what aspect? What do you know, like, where to zoom into, you know? It's like, I need to know. It's like, I feel like that's valuable information, but, Solari.
Light brown beige?
I am saying that this has to be Azir.
Okay.
Is this a good
It's
shout?
not
with
Azir. Is
all
it a
the
skin
gold?
or is it a base? It is a base. Okay.
A base? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, the gold is giving Leona vibes, but I don't think there's that much brown
Or
in
purple,
her skin.
really. The purple is throwing
So-
me off.
Come on. Go on, Brain.
Come on, you guys got this.
No.
Nar? Is it Nar? No, it's not Nar. Okay. Ooh, it's like purple, brownish. I want to go for like Morgana, but I feel like she doesn't have that much brown in the skin, so
No.
we're gonna go to the second stage and it's gonna be zoomed out. Oh,
Garen?
this is easy. This is Garen.
Garen.
Yeah. Look at us. We are collectively
Wow.
putting one brain cell together and figuring
And
it out.
it's
I'm so proud
not
of us.
working.
Listen,
All
I
of
think
that
we're
blue
doing
and it got
okay.
compressed into one purple colour.
I
think
feel
we're
so
doing-
bad about myself now.
Well,
Oh,
don't
man.
worry because we have more League of Legends, and that's something that you are good at.
Good.
As we have the schedule once again to show you guys, and as we mentioned, it's a double elimination bracket. So the teams that have already lost still have an opportunity to prove themselves. We've already seen game 1, we've seen game 2. We still have 2 more best of 1s that are going to be coming your way, and then we're going to be closing it off with the best of 3, and it's gonna be Q-Lash Midnight versus SK Avarosa. Okay, I think this is very hype. I know everybody wants to see this. So, honestly, guys, how are you feeling?
So excited.
Okay.
We were meant to have a look at Q-Lash earlier on in the day. Things didn't quite work out, and so we saw Zero Lag instead. Q-Lash have come in with the second highest rated team overall. They were second seed. They only just missed out on the bye by a little bit. Their team composition, if you're thinking, oh, G2, they've got the best team here, Q-Lash only have a very slightly worse statistical team than G2. But then again, SK are coming in with that big LEC branding background.
Yeah. That's kind of what we wanted to see. So, Solari, any thoughts on this game before we throw it to a quick break?
Honestly, I can't wait to see SK Avarosa. This is probably one of the 2 biggest teams that everybody is looking forward to seeing play in this tournament, and finally we're getting a chance at a first glance at them.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be an exciting one, so make sure that you make your break quick. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We're going to be back with the third game. It's going to be SK Avarosa against Q-Lash right after the break. back to the third game of the day. We have Kulash against SK Avarosa, one of the teams that I know quite a few of you have been absolutely dying to see today. So Christmas come early, I guess. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on us this time around by someone a little different. Solari's taking a little break, and instead we have Saf joining. Hello, welcome. It's lovely to have you here. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling so excited. Of course, I was watching you guys. It has been incredible so far, coming from the introductions to the pixel games, and of course, the matches has been so fun. I'm loving.
Okay, Blockster, I know this is one of the games that you wanted to see, so I know you're excited. I know you're absolutely pumped up. Yeah, okay, love it.
Let's go.
Let's go, but first let's go into schedule specifically just to give you guys a bit of a holistic view of what we can be expecting today. So starting off today, we unfortunately had to say, well, we didn't say goodbye to any teams. They actually just dropped to that lower bracket, so that is something that they have still a chance to prove themselves. But Kulash against SK Avarosa is coming up next, and then we still have one more best of one, and it's going to be at 2 GMT, and then the finals, which, well, not the finals, the final game of the day, it's going to be a best of 3, and I know we are all super pumped to see what teams we're going to be following throughout the day, so make sure that you continuously tune into the broadcast so you can stay up to date and see what teams you can follow. But let's talk about the rosters here, because SK Avarosa and Kulash Midnight, if anything, Bloxer, they have been actually put quite highly in terms of the seeding simply because of the ranks. SK Avarosa, they have an LEC org backing them as well, which again means quite a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. If you're looking at these teams in terms of just powerhouses, yeah, these are pretty much some of the biggest powerhouses that we're going to see. Clash Midnight, I mean, they came in with an absolutely ridiculous roster. We've been taking a look at solo queue ranks throughout this tournament because a lot of these players we've not heard of before, we haven't seen before. It's a pretty decent way of taking a look at how good they're going to be, and yeah, we're now into the point at which it's Masters versus Masters. These are players who are incredibly good at the game. Kulash have put together the second best roster out of any of the teams. Their roster is only second to G2. SK coming in with not quite as good a roster statistically, but they've been playing together for a lot longer.
Yeah, and that experience is gotta be something really important for these teams to rely on. So when looking at both of these teams here, is there any individual or anything specifically that's really standing out to you?
I believe on the side of SK, we should definitely talk about Fang. They're going to be the top laner for SK, and they are the highest rank in that team. But I totally agree with Bloxa. We have a team that has been playing for a while, so they know each other. They have better communication, we would assume, because of it. And on the side of Clash, as we mentioned, it's a full squad of masters. So it's only going to provide us such amazing gameplay. And I'm usually a bot lane girl, so it's usually something that I'm always looking forward to watching and analyzing. So I might say that Shine on Me, Malicious Mode, Mercia on the bot lane are definitely going to be something I'm going to be looking out for.
Well, Bali has been a theme really that we've seen in the previous 2 games as well. Even when we called specifically in terms of the strength of the top laners that we've seen in some of these teams, specifically Minecraft connoisseurs, and we were expecting the top lane to be the focus, but that wasn't actually the case, and instead everyone is focusing on lovely bot lane. But I think last game specifically, it was also jungle. The junglers and having that ability to track the jungler was really crucial, Blockster. This time around, both of the junglers from these teams, they're, would you say, equally matched?
I'd say so. The champion pools are a little bit different between the two of them. There's a little bit more AP playing over on the side of SK, a little bit more of those AD champions. There's some Kindred. There's some Kindred, though, on the side of SK, and I would love to see some Kindred, but the champion pools themselves are a little bit different this time around. Your bot laners are playing a bit more standard, your junglers are getting a little bit more hyphy, and your top laners, yeah, they don't play tanks. I mean, watch me be proved wrong. They're now going to pick themselves, like
2 tanks.
Malphite and Maokai. Like, it's going to be a big tank fest in the top lane now I've said it, but if we're taking a look at what they actually want to play, no, it's things more like, you know, the Aatrox, a little bit more interesting, things that we were expecting to come in during the earlier portions of the day, and instead we've seen tanks at top lane. No. This time around, you've got the Camille, the Aatrox, that kind of thing, and it's going to be a lot more interesting, I hope. I hope.
Yeah, you're jinxing it. You know you are.
Yeah, I know.
It's the curse.
You're just bringing it out. But so how do we feel about tanks? Because last time around, yes, we saw tanks come out. We saw Maokai, we saw an Udyr, we saw a Hecarim. So it wasn't really a thin front line for either of these teams, but it felt like the AD carries, once they got ahead, it really put them in such a good position. So how are we feeling about this whole tank dynamic in the top lane and then giving the bot lane a lead?
I think that's super crucial if you are, exactly as you said, going for a bot lane more focused in regards to ganking and then prioritizing the Drakes. As we have mentioned, they are so powerful in this preseason. So I think it's absolutely crucial to have that front line. We noticed in the previous game where we had the Caitlyn, right? And how it was absolutely perfect for them to be able to position themselves in the team fight because they had the Soraka, because they had the front line, the Udyr, then everything to back them up. So I think if you are going for this sort of strategy, it just works super well. So it will be interesting to see what these two teams are going to come with, because exactly as you said, Bloxer, they're going for something more aggressive in the top lane, most likely, and that will shift the entire pace of the game and how it's going to be played, even if you consider about a later stage mid-game with more TPs coming up to join and counter gank on other lanes. So I think there's a lot of things that might be different than this one, but we can also be just cursing and we'll just land on the tanks again.
Well, say we're in for a treat. We get the Camille, the Aatrox could be banned out, we get some of the more bruisier side of champs in the top lane, or even in the jungle, specifically getting that Kindred. I know for Empress, that's definitely one of her comfort picks. She's very comfortable on the Kindred. Some incredible kiting as well on that champ, specifically Bloxer. How are we expecting it to play out in the sense of having more of a bruiser in the top rather than a tank specifically? Would the top lane then become the focus, or as Soph mentioned, having those Drakes, those really important objectives, is going to be still the main focus for these teams?
I think even if you have bruises in the top lane, that doesn't necessarily mean you need to put a ton of focus into them, a ton of time and attention. I mean, if you have something like a Vayne in the top lane, sure, you should probably gank the Vayne in the top lane. However, if you've got yourself, let's say, a basic bruiser matchup in the top lane, a Darius, Aatrox, that kind of thing, they're going to beat each other, but you don't necessarily need to get involved. They can find solo kills themselves, especially if you have a lot of faith in your top laner to be able to execute in that matchup. And the thing is, with the jungle changes that have come through, the quickness that you can clear with, the health that these little pets help you to clear with, it makes starting towards the bot side way worse. Most junglers really don't want to do it because their bot lane doesn't want to leash anymore. The ability to get into lane first and have priority on your lane as a bot laner is now more impactful than leashing your jungler to help them get on with their clear a little bit faster. It means that most junglers are starting towards the top side, and naturally it means that we're getting more fights around the bot lane, and I don't really see that changing.
Okay, well, as we're trying to sort out a couple of issues in terms of getting the lobby ready, I know you guys, we've spoken so much about top lane, about bot lane, about mid, about jungle, about picks, about rosters, so let's shake it up a little. Soph, I know you haven't actually had a chance to play this game yet. Pixel perspective, once again in chat, it's gonna be a pixelated image, and there's a couple of stages to it. If you want to participate, make sure you write the champion's name in the chat, and you'll have a goal. But Soph, this is just green.
It's Twitch.
Okay, it's Twitch. Love it. Bloxer. I'm gonna go for Thresh.
Oh, Thresh, that's a good one.
It's
because
not
it
Thresh,
has much
it's
more
not-
highlights.
It's not Thresh. It's not Twitch. So we're actually all wrong, which is great.
Okay. Is
maybe
it a skin?
chat is
might be a skin,
smarter.
yeah.
So let's just go to the next stage. Have it zoomed out a little further. Oh, that's yeah. I'm not gonna say it. I want to go last, but Bloxer, you can go.
Oh, you've just said it like you know exactly who that
I
is.
think
right?
I think I know. Bloxer.
Ilawi?
Okay.
Ilawi, that's a good one.
not- okay.
I up on that, yeah.
Okay, it's not Alawi. Is it Hecarim?
I
Yes,
said
it is.
Hecarim
Oh,
right
Oh
at the
my
start.
god, the queen of Pixel
Chat, who's
perspective.
beating
Look
me?
at
I'm not
her.
keeping count, actually, so
Hang
I'm
on.
really sorry.
I
but
have to
let's
say,
get
when
the next
I
one.
was in chat, though, I was telling you, once I got to the stream, I was going to fail everything. But when I was in chat, that was good.
You did great. Well, ooh. Oh, is this a skin? Yes, no, maybe so.
Looks like arcade pattern.
It is a skin indeed. So,
It's a
Bloxer, You have like the smile.
Oh
You know
no, the
it,
smile
like,
is fear. This is a smile of fear right here.
Okay.
Okay. It's very pink. You're right. It has some arcade vibes. If we hadn't have already had it, I'd have been more tempted to go towards the Spirit Blossom Ari. But since that's gone, it is the pink of a Star Guardian Lux. So I'm gonna say that one.
Okay.
I think there's too much green for it to be any of the ones you said. I'll just stick with something arcade for now.
Okay. Do you know Wish Chan?
Riven, maybe?
Okay. Not Riven. It's also not. What was your? Oh, it's also not Ari. So we're gonna try. I'm gonna try and go for. Is this gonna be like Lulu, the base skin?
Ah.
No. We're gonna go.
What?
Out. That does not help.
It does not.
That does not help.
I would have once again. Yeah, your arcade Riven seems more accurate with the green possible sword towards the top, but no, it's clearly not that. So
yeah. Huh.
Pink
It's so
skins.
much pink.
It is a lot of pink. We're just like putting all our brain cells together, but it's just not working.
No, it's not.
No.
That's because 0 + 0 + 0 still equals 0.
Ah, at least we're good at maths. You know, we have that going for us. I think we should be proud of ourselves in that regard.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, is this
Hackerim, Arcade Hackerim.
This is Arcade Hackerim. Yeah.
Hey.
Why are we getting 2 Hackerims in a row? Come on.
2 Hackerims in a row.
That's
right?
not great. Okay, next.
That's mean.
That is mean. I agree.
We gotta get
Okay,
one.
this is a base skin. So, Soph, I'm gonna give you a shot here.
I kind of glanced something in my mind and then it just went away.
Okay. Blackster, do you want to have a go?
I think it's Nunu, but
Okay. Is
I
it
don't
Lulu?
know. Nunu, not Lulu.
Nunu. Oh.
Nunu.
Is it Nunu? It's not Nunu. I'm really sorry.
Oh.
Soph?
Oh no. Illusion?
Not Illusion, no. Is it Jinx? It's also not Jinx.
What is that?
Braum?
Yeah, it really helps, guys. It's also not Braum.
Whoever it is very
It's not
pink.
Brom.
No.
Yeah, it's not Brom.
Okay, guys. I feel like we should like done our homework and like looked at all the splash arts before we got into
Maybe.
Possibly.
podcast today.
Okay.
Okay.
It's gonna get to the next level and we're gonna be like, of
Oh
course.
yeah, that makes
Yeah.
absolute sense. Let's go to the next stage.
Right?
Oh, let's have another look.
It's Aurelia.
I thought.
Irelia, yeah.
Yeah.
Aurelia.
Exactly.
There we go.
Aw.
Oh
We got
man.
another one. Okay.
She's so pretty.
It is a really nice splash art. I like the Frostblade Aurelia before the rework for obvious reasons. But yeah,
Twitch.
this is okay. This is not Twitch.
God
Oh,
damn.
Okay, Boxer.
Urgot.
Urgot. Oh, is it Urgot? It's also not Urgot. Wow. Is it
Huh.
Echo?
Is it a base skin?
Hey, yes.
It is
that's
a
good
base
question.
skin.
Oh, Pike, maybe?
Maybe.
Is it
not Pike.
Warwick?
Oh.
Ooh. Is it Gangplank? It's also not Gangplank. Okay, next stage. Why is this getting so difficult? Oh!
Ivan.
Oh, it's
It's
Ivan!
Ivan! Yeah! Okay, look at us. Finally!
man.
We just needed to go.
Well,
to-
at least we can get it in a final stage, right?
Yeah,
I
the
think-
final stage.
I
was
think we're
fine.
doing great. Well,
I believe in
so
us.
thank you for joining us for
Yeah, thank
the
you.
Pixel Perspective. I hope you had fun having your first try at it.
Yes,
Thank
I
you,
did.
chat, as well, for participating. I know you guys are participating because I saw the chat, and you guys are actually, some of you are really smart, and some of you need to stay in school. That's all I'm saying.
Us.
But
We need to stay in school.
including like the 3 of us. But you know what? It's good. You know, stay in school. But these teams, it's a Saturday, so there's no school. Why did I think it was a Monday today? Anyways,
On
going
Monday.
back. going back to our discussion point, looking at Healash against SK, we've kind of discussed in terms of how we're more expecting more of the bruisers in the top lane. Now, I think one of the points that we haven't really touched upon is the mid lane. And the mid lane in terms of champs, in terms of comfort picks here, that's what I want to discuss, Blockster. So starting off with whichever team you feel most comfortable talking about, when you're looking at the mid lane, what are you expecting to see?
Actually, possibly some aggression in this mid lane. Some 2v2 kills, 1v1 kills. We're seeing a lot more Sylas types, some Akali, some Sylas, some more of the Syndra, some Ahri, exactly what you're expecting before. But if we do see a Sylas come out, that champion has so much kill priority in the lane, and I would love to see it, because we've been seeing a lot of chill, sit back, farm, and then we'll get involved in the teamfight lanes, which is fine. In the current meta, that's absolutely all you need to do as a mid laner, but if you don't necessarily trust your jungler to get involved top or bot, or you just want to carry the game yourself, these mid laners, and the SK mid laner specifically, does have the chance to actually put the game onto her back and say, no, it's fine, I'm going to carry right here. It would be so good to see Escape actually pull something out really interesting. I would love to see a Sylas here.
Okay, Sylas is maybe one of the picks that you're expecting. So do you think the Sylas is on the books tonight, this evening, this morning, really? Or do you think that's not the case?
Oh, I definitely agree with Bloxer there. I think it's such a good mid laner in regards to bruising, and especially because of the utility of the ultimate. You can definitely take the advantage of the enemy team having a good comp to your own advantage. So I think that's really, really great. I'm trying to have a look here at the picks, the comfort picks for Liliane, of course, for the enemy team. And I can't seem to find it here. So we'll just think about maybe a possibility of a counter for the Sylas. Yeah. We could have... Gosh, I think just Sylas is the counter for all the champions that I think about.
Well, I'm going to make it so much easier for you. And with the power vested in me by broadcast, I will give you guys a chance to look at the pick and bans.
Hey!
Lovely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much, Jeannie, and we'll take it from here right into the pick ban phase. We'll see what the decisions are going to be. Clash versus SK Avarosa, one of those big name organizations we've been thinking about so very much. Aatrox coming off of the board instantly, and this bodes well because already we're banning the interesting top laners. Maybe we will actually get some high-powered bruiser tops.
Yes, and that would be super fun. You mentioned the Aatrox. I even thought about a Fiora. I've seen it in Collegiate a little bit. I don't know if that would work. Oh, the Aatrox is already banned. Nami as well in this first round. Yeah, if we have a look at bruisers in the top lane, I think junglers could work as a Hecarim, maybe a Sejuani as well. What do you think?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, any of the sort of high-powered gank-a-lot junglers at the moment, the Udyr, the Hecarims, all of those have been working quite well. We've seen the Rek'Sai and the Lilia come off of the board. Those are a little bit more interesting. I love Rek'Sai, one of my favourite champions, but not going to be able to see that Force 26 Dream. Instead, we're going to see what this final ban is going to be, and then if there's any high-powered first picks left on the board. We've seen the Nami in both of the previous two games. So this time around, not going to be on the board. Syndra comes off as well, and so a lot of what we've seen previously is now gone. Are there any high-powered first picks left and available? I knew Devil Trigger liked to play it. Instead, we're going to see the Caitlyn first pick. We saw how strong that was in the bot lane in the previous game.
Oh, and would you look at that? Maybe is this just looking like we're gonna fake the Pantheon as well, or maybe they're just gonna secure it for themselves? Yeah, it's just a fake. We're probably gonna have the Samira against Caitlyn here, and that is such an interesting matchup, isn't it? Because, well, Varus, I prefer this one. Yeah, I was gonna say that it would be a very hard matchup for Samira, but Varus against Caitlyn, the two are so long ranged that there's so much room for outplay.
Yeah, there really is. Neither of these two are going to get too close to each other. You're expecting to see quite poke-heavy supports as well, because that's kind of what you want to do as both a Caitlyn and a Varus. Just poke down your opposition, see what you can do about that. Varus Lulu, Varus Yuumi, all of those are good. I didn't mention this. I didn't mention this Heimerdinger pickup because I thought, hey, it's a little bit too high for, we're not going to get that far into things. I was wrong. I was fully wrong. Prajush, yeah, they're going to play the Heimerdinger in support.
Yes, they are, and that's going to be super interesting. And if we see this Lux in the bot lane with a Caitlyn, I think it might even be a little bit of a problem for Lux because maybe one moment where you think you can land the binding by hitting one minion and then the champion underneath. Maybe the turrets coming from Hammerdinger could be enough to try and block those. So we'll see how that's going to go out in the bot lane. I'm very excited about the mid matchup though, because we talked about bot, we talked about top, but it's still a little bit of a fog to me how this mid lane could be. The only thing that we have on the table now is the Syndra ban, so there's still plenty of options on the board.
Yeah, the Xerath, the Seraphine, all of those kind of mid lane pickups still available. The Victor has been floating in the background of drafts for quite a long time. Seraphine is going to be the lock-in though. There we go. I'm expecting that to be a Seraphine in the mid lane. This means that you can have your Lux deal a ton of damage, have your Lux be a full AP version, and then your Caitlyn Lux is just going to be able to shred anybody they come up against. Your Seraphine is then giving you that utility through that massive Encore ultimate. I really like that as a pickup. It does just mean that the top lane and the jungle is going to need to be a bit tankier, or at least bruiser, in order to give you that ability to walk into team fights. Because currently, without any form of big tank, you're going to struggle. Other side around, Mundo, hey, we were talking about big tanks.
I'm even thinking that if that could be a proxy, because I haven't seen Dr. Mundo in such a long time. But yeah, if there is a possibility that they're going for, I think it could work well. As you said, it's tanky. It's going to get the regen on. On the side of Clash, I was thinking something that could match up so well with this comp would be a Nob and On in a top lane. I think it would get the wombo combos perfectly with the Encore, with the Marcia, right? The Sparkling Ultimate from Lux, everybody just lined up, and as much damage as possible is going to be thrown down. Sasuke decides to go for the Camille, as we mentioned, one of those bruiser options. The Silas is now at the table, and
everything's seeming pretty standard once again. I'm liking the Mundo pickup just because it gives you a little bit of balance. You have a lot of AD and AP damage down in your bot lane now, and so you don't necessarily need to have too much more across the rest of the map. We have not seen a single jungler get picked up, and yet, in this second round of bans, I'm not seeing any jungle bans. I'm expecting a couple to come through because you don't want to leave the jungle pool so wide open. Wukong does come off of the board. It would have given an even bigger angle of wombo combo towards that Clash composition, and so taking that one off makes a lot of sense. And the Zed coming off of the board. Okay, so a little bit more focus right here onto the mid lane for SK. What pick you're going to take here? I'm expecting it to be the jungle pick just because mid lane counter pick can be so impactful.
Yes, I agree. You're definitely going for, especially since you banned so many mid laners there, you're going for maybe something that's going to be more safe. Oh, Kog'Maw.
It's a Heimer mid and a Kog'Maw bot. Wait, no, it's a Kog'Maw mid. It's a Coggy mid.
I think it's a Coggy mid, yeah.
And you can do it. You can only do that because it's a Seraphine on the other side, because Kog'Maw mid, if you have anybody who can get on top of them, yeah, they're going to die really, really badly. Kog'Maw mid, fascinating pickup right here. It's not exactly what I would have been expecting, but okay. Okay, SK pulling something completely out of left field. Vi going to be locked in right now. This means that the single target pick potential of this Clash composition is very strong. And if you're talking about a wombo combo potential, now this would give it to you. What did I say? I said I was going to jinx it. I said I was going to jinx it into a big tanky top laner.
Now that they're literally listening to you.
Please. Please. Anything. Anything but the Malphite. Even though I think the Malphite is good in this situation.
It's really good, to be fair.
Okay, and...
Riven. Okay. There we go. We don't.
That's about as interesting as you get in the top lane. I spoke about it earlier that the Riven was a potential kind of sitting in the background. Lots of these top laners play it, not a lot of them actually were deciding to pull it through. There's no way. If that's locked in, that's a proxy pick.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
That would make much more sense. This composition, man, out of Clash, yeah, you're trying to pick one person off. You're trying to find one pick right at the start of the game, and then turn that into a full team fight afterwards. You don't really have the ability to have big wombo combos throughout the whole game. The Seraphine ultimate with the Encore does give you that possibility, but it's not necessarily what the composition wants to do for itself. However, on the other side, I like the amount of tanks a lot more. I worry slightly for Clash because they don't have any big tanks. That makes walking into objectives exceptionally difficult. Whereas your Mundo, your Trundle, they can face check a bush, they can walk straight into a blind Dragon Pit, that's just fine. And then you've got your Kog'Maw, your Varus, and your Heimerdinger laying down the damage from the backline. This composition makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't have a lot of survivability. If you get on top of that Kog'Maw, Varus, or Heimerdinger, yeah, that's not going to go well.
Yeah, especially as you mentioned that blocks a Vi with the potential of going for the one targets. If she just gets in range or just flashes forward with a Q and then goes in for Kog'Maw, Varus, Heimerdinger, they're just going to be instantly dead.
Yeah.
Especially if that locks up with a good encore. I can see something like that happening so well because it could get like Vi at the max range and then extend the ulti a little more to take the carries as well on the side of SK down. I think I really like these two. These two compositions look super interesting. I agree that on the side of Clash you are lacking that front line, so you will need to be extra careful and have great vision across the map to be able to pull off anything. Whereas on the side of SK, it's so different from what we see, yet it makes so much sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. I think both of these compositions have ways to play. We'll really get into the meat of it once we get into the game, but we have the game ready right now. Clash versus SK, the highest powered matchup that we have seen so far on Rising Stars. Super excited. Will SK live up to their LEC backing, or is Clash going to be able to take them down?
Is Clash going to be able to take them down? That is such, this is the question, right? We are expecting to see amazing gameplay from these two teams. We might expect to see a 40 to 45 minute game. Of course, it's a best of one, so they have to play the best on anything that they have on their pockets. They're gonna do it. And wait, is this? Oh, for a second I thought it was Lux mid. Never mind.
No. It's going to be exactly what we were expecting it to be. Kog'Maw mid. Okay. Now, you don't tend to see Kog'Maw mid very often, but Kog'Maw mid can work. The AP version could deal a ridiculous amount of damage, and you can go for a little bit of a hybrid build if you want to, right here, simply because you've got that Heimerdinger down in the support role from Push, who will be able to make up for any AP lacking, and your Varus sure will be able to lay down that AD damage. The composition works quite well for SK Avarosa if you want to just walk straight into team fights, but you've got to be so careful to not be flanked because on a pick potential, Clash can just ruin the life of a singular member and then you're in a 4v5 situation. We can see neither of these junglers looking to get too high fee starting down in the bot lane. Like I said earlier, bot lane starts are incredibly rare at this point for junglers.
Yeah, it really is. And then they're going to rotate for that lane themselves, and whenever they do that, they're going to go for something really aggressive. If you want to get some presence in the bot lane for Clash, since they have the range, they have the damage. And let's talk a little bit about that mid lane as well. We have that Cog with First Strike. How do you think this matchup is going to be in the early levels?
It should be a pretty good matchup right here for the Kog'Maw should be able to poke out the Seraphine. The only thing is that Seraphine is meant as a support, and supports are built with a damage curve where they have quite a lot of power just in their base stats, but terrible scaling. And that's the way you balance them out, so that they can deal a little bit of damage during your early 2v2s, but they're not going to be able to scale, so building them full AP makes less sense than using their support items. And so the Seraphine is going to be plenty high powered to keep poking out the Kog'Maw during the very early stages of the game, but the later on we go, the more this should be favoured towards the Kog'Maw. As you can see, Mercer already having to flash in this bot lane.
Yes, indeed, they don't have any of their summoner spells. It was a lovely Q that I don't think Varus was expecting to hit. They thought it was going to get a little wide, but it landed right straight into the trap. The cleanse was used, but then the trap activated, so tons of damage. They had to flash away on that one. And as we said, on the side of Clash, the advantage on the bot lane is on their side, and they're putting it to the test.
Really are. Everything from these junglers is sitting just full clears. That's exactly why you want to play the game during the early stages of this game. Obviously, you can see Malicious Mode and Shine on Me have been pushed up massively, and so there is a gank potential, but obviously 26 Dreams is going to know that, should know that the opposition is going to be moving down here, and so it's going to be here just to give a little bit of support, a little bit of a counter gank, rather than to actually find a gank for themselves, because they're in such a weak position if Emperors was to try and get a gank off.
Yeah, and not only that, we have the warding coming from Clash on the river here. We just tried to get one there, but then Vi being one of the only champions that can take a ward that quickly, just like Leona in the beginning of the game. But Empress and 26 Dreams are meeting up for this cuddle grab. The damage from Josh goes wide. Root from the haste doesn't quite land. It's just as slow in this one, but everybody's rotating for the river while they're trying to protect this little scuttle crab to go for the blue side of the map. And red side now, SK is looking to just stay in the lane, get the farm, and not miss any of that XP.
That was a really good decision, as Heist Fangirl should be able to just get away from this. Seraphine is a pretty fast champion. Yeah, should just be able to walk this one out. Oh, the flash out of Emperors, okay.
Yeah, Emperor's going in, forces another flash since Seraphine is out of mana on this one. So it's a flash for a flash. I would say that it's definitely good for the Kog'Maw in this scenario. They thought it was the best idea to commit to this one to allow their mid laner to be able to do more, get the push in, shove the lane. But once again here in the bot, you have Shine on Me in Malicious mode being so confident, not only about their positioning, but also about the vision of the map, right?
Yeah, and why wouldn't you be? When you've got a Caitlyn, you've always got that range advantage, and you can just see the amount of warding throughout the river. Great highlighting out of the observers here. You can see there are 4 wards in the river protecting Malicious Mode and Shine on Me to allow them to step up this far. They've already got themselves a turret plating in this matchup, and they can keep pushing forwards, keep getting chunks out of this turret. The next most important thing will be for 26 Dreams to pick themselves up that Rift Herald, because then you could pull that back down towards this bottom side, crack that turret already, and then you can swap your bot lane into a different lane, allow them to just keep absorbing farm and getting involved.
Yes, and that would be perfect, especially if you switch that for the top lane. You're going to go against the Mundo, you're going to pressure them down so badly into the tower, and once again, we're almost close to getting, actually, a plating that is converted into a close call from Shine on Me, almost getting taken down by the damage from Josh and Mercia there, but it wasn't quite enough. They were getting out of mana, so at this point, the lanes are just starting to meet, but Empress is also meeting the Haste Fangirl here in the mid lane. Just decide to get some vision and go back to farming.
Unfortunately, Empress is beginning to fall behind by trying to find a couple of ganks here and there and not really pulling them off. Only down a little bit of CS at the moment, but we'll keep track of that, see how that changes out. But if we're talking about CS leads, I mean, take a look down at this bot side. Varus needs to get ahead at the moment because he's been nerfed kind of out of the meta, not necessarily through champion nerfs specifically, just through the way that things have shifted around him. He needs to scale for so much time, and instead, in this Caitlyn matchup, you're going to get scaled anyway, and so it's just a really bad situation for your Varus, especially now that you're falling behind. 47-17 is the CS score.
Yes, it is, and 26 Dreams in Malicious Mode are going for this one.
Dodge.
Nice dodge on the Q. Lands on the Scuttle Crab, but just is trying to gather around. They don't have mana though. Mercia coming again. Empress dealing the damage with the auto attacks. 26 Dreams has to flash over the wall. Nice route on escape, followed by another one from the Haste Girl. And this turns into nothing of a fruition from either side, aside from the flash on 26 Dreams.
Just a little bit of a messy fight, not enough coordination to pick one target and decide to kill them from either of the teams, really. I do really worry about this SK Avarosa roster because of the way that they've drafted no survivability. Kog'Maw, so squishy, no mobility. Varus, so squishy, no mobility. Heimerdinger, so squishy, guess what? No mobility.
Oh, stun goes wide. Empress tries to lend that pillar. Is not quite enough. The Q on Mercia, though, gets a little bit of damage, locks them down in place so they don't follow up on this one. And once again, not only are they so confident with the matchup in the bot lane itself, but how much they are protected by the vision and how they can escape from any sort of attempted gank.
Yeah, they just get to walk away, so much ability to get away, and this is the thing. This is the issue. You have no survivability over on SK, whereas if you're taking a look over at the other side towards Quest, towards Clash, sorry. So much survivability. You have a Seraphine and a Lux, that's a ton of shields and heals that are going to be laid down. Caitlyn has a few escapes and a bit of CC in her back pocket as well. They don't have a true tank, which is the only real weakness, but if your Riven and your Vi are doing well enough for themselves, they can still get into the backline and get disruptive in a way that a tank would be anyway.
Yes, absolutely. And as you mentioned, you have the very, very long-range shield that Lux can provide. The healing from Seraphine. Oh, so close. If they had Ace in the hole, but it had been used earlier for poke.
Or if that final spark was available.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we still have a level 5 malicious mode. 26 Dreams encountering Empress on this one when they're going for the gank on Fang. Empress tries to go into, but the Q over the wall to guarantee safety. They start the Harrow though, quite a bit of damage, of course, since this Trundle is already level 6. It's going to be dealing a ton of true damage. 26 Dreams might be rotationing for mid lane. Fang. Riven has to reset. They might come back with a TP. No, it's on cooldown. It would be up for a steal on this one. It is a steal confirmed. Vi gets that one, and they might even be able to get out of this alive. Are they though?
No.
They are so close. The shielding, everything is going in the outcourse. First blood for DH Fango.
Oh my god, what a fight right there. Look at 26 Dreams. Oh my god, we may not be casting men, but the balls on that play, walking in, stealing it away, and surviving. Oh my god.
I've got chills, Boxer. I've got chills. I would say that I was holding my breath, but it wasn't because I was casting on that one intensely as it was to watch 26 Dreams escape that engage 4 people behind their backs. 26 Dreams hasn't even reset, and they're going for a clear on this ward. Might even just, in this case, just get some dominance and pressure in the lane. Let's watch that replay, Boxer.
Walks up, full confidence, and gets the steal. Okay, uses the Vault Breaker, running. The Haste Girl manages to get a couple of slows to stop Empress and Feng being able to get on top. There's still plenty of long-range damage, getting hit by plenty of it. Feng is trying to hit a couple more cleavers, and then the Encore, bringing Empress under tower, does a ton of damage because of the Seraphine build, and then takes 3 turret shots that gets the kill. That's first blood, a steal away. The only issue with that play is that nobody actually picked up the Herald.
Oh my god, you're so right. Oh my. Okay, Empress Josh right now going for this gank on the overextended bot lane, but 26 Dreams is in the bush. The stun lands, the class is on, the damage on Mercy and the carving on Ace in the hole. Damage coming from 26 Dreams finishes up Josh, and it's a 2-kill for 0 for Clash in the bot lane.
Counter gank supreme. Throughout this tournament so far, counter ganks have been the name of the game. Right? You can see 26 Dreams stood in that bush, waiting for things to come to them, managing to pick themselves up 2 kills. And this game is feeling a little bit embarrassing for SK Avarosa. They have the backing of an LEC org, and right now, Clash are making it look silly. Look at this, you can see 26 Dreams sits, waits, you're missing out on that Varus ultimate, goes in onto Producer, but Mercer just gets full chunked by Shine on Me, then Producer is still caught out of place, and Empress just has to limp away, tail between her legs.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And as you mentioned, Bloxer, it's basically what the tournament has been about. Those counter ganks have been so on point every single time, and 26 Dreams wasn't an exception for this one. I didn't even notice that they were on the bush there, and the positioning was great. Granted them not only a perfect counter gank, but 2 kills on their pocket. Amazing from Clash.
Like, the Heimer pick just isn't working. I don't love Heimer as a support usually, and you're not having any true help from it. I mean, if you go jumping into the Heimerdinger, then you get chunked out by the turrets a little bit, but you've got no shielding, no healing, no real utility, only 1 stun. And I mean, that's not enough. That is not enough to pull you through an entire game, and it just doesn't feel very good. Like, yeah, sure, the Electron Storm Grenade is useful, but only in the very occasional situation, and not versus a Caitlyn who could just chuck a trap directly underneath wherever you're standing. If you're trying to walk through the middle of your turrets, well, she'll just chuck traps down right there. You know where the Heimerdinger is going to be walking, outranged as well by the Caitlyn. It's kind of a perfect counter pick.
It really is, and they've made such good use out of that. We have Shine on Me with over double the farm, and God knows how many platings in total that they got on that bot lane. At least 3, and 2 more on this one, solely on this push. So
the lead
clashes.
in the bot lane is 2,000. The Drake's just going to be picked up by 26 Dreams because there's nothing that SK can do. They have to defend this mid lane. They're going to lose this tower in the end. And this Caitlyn Lux combo has taken a full bot lane turret with all plates. Is now going to take a full mid lane turret with all plates. That's 10 full plates into the back pocket of a Caitlyn at 14 minutes into the game.
For less than 14 minutes, and top lane is trying to push for that first, well, not a first brick, because we had a first brick in the bottom lane, but still at least trying to get some platings there. I think Fang and Pajush shared a couple of the go down the last 2 or 3 platings.
Pajush is way out of position.
Yes, they're gonna be collapsed on. I don't think they have a flash. They do not. Ultimate from 26 Dreams just to secure that you're not gonna go anywhere, even if you wanted to. Gale Force forward, the Encore connects the Marcia and the finalizer from Shine on Me. Double kill for Caitlyn.
Seraphine Lux, it's such a good combo. You chuck the Encore, you chuck the Final Spark, and anybody caught in those is absolutely dead. Chuck in a Caitlyn, who's got a ton of turret plays and has already completed the Gale Force Berserkers. Yeah, you've got a recipe for being able to mow down the enemy. And this was the thing, I was worried because there was no tank, because it makes walking into teamfights difficult. But because you've got no tank, you've got a ton of damage, a ton of setup CC ability, and it makes these fights so very easy. You're stepping up, you're trying to take down this turret, managing to get it, and then you think, oh, Shine on Me's pretty low. Empress comes flying in, dodges out on that light binding, very nice. You still think Shine on Me's low enough to maybe get onto, but then Malicious Mode is going to come in, land the double stun, into the double encore, into the final spark, and that is the final breath that either of those were going to take.
I have to say, that is such highlight content. We have to have that clipped and all over the internet, because the chain of CC was absolutely mesmerizing and so satisfying to watch, Bloxer. What do you think in this situation would be the best course of action for SK Avarosa to come back into the match?
You really need to be getting either your Kog'Maw or your Varus ahead. I think at this point the Varus is a little bit too far behind. The Kog'Maw, though, forming up a storm, dealing quite a lot of damage with this illusions completed. 26 Dreams should be fine here, is fine. So you need to get your Kog'Maw ahead, a Protect the Poppy composition. That's the thing, though. When you pick up a Kog'Maw, everybody talks about the Protect the Poppy composition because that's the best way to use Kog'Maw, but you have no real things to protect. Mundo, no hard CC. Trundle, no hard CC. Your hard CC is kind of coming from your AD carry and your support, which is not where you want it to be. It makes walking into these team fights really difficult, and so fortunately it's going to be hard to find a way to keep your Kog'Maw alive, but that's what you need to do. If Escape can get a couple more kills, really come online, then these fights can begin going SK's way.
And speaking of fights, 4v1 on Fang here. Empress is still around, but they're trying to be a little careful, standing underneath the tower. The rest of the team is coming up, and it's going to join, as you said, in a 5v5 blocks. The damage from Shine on Me on the turret might be enough to pressure them down, but Fang Dre, there is this getting damage on them as well. Oh, Final Spark lands. Oh, Q from Seraphine. The ultimate on Pajush. Ribbon following up, and it's become a massacre here in the top lane.
Wombo combo! Once again, the Hazefanger with the beautiful encore. Hey, hey, hey. People who are playing against Clash next time around, ban it. Ban this Seraphine. We talked about it right at the start of the day as one of those key picks that gets picked all across the map, and you can see why. It gives so much utility, allows the rest of your team to play more aggressive picks because the support can come from the mid lane, and can just deal so much damage. Things are looking a little iffy. 26 Dreams has just had to flash, but that final spark encore combo is ridiculous. Look at Shine on me with the Gale Force going forwards, not a care in the world. And then from that point on, you just get to pull the trigger. Pajush is going to go down here as well to Devil Trigger flying in. And you have so much ability to take down a couple of people. I said it was a pick composition, but actually, if you manage to hit multiple people with the encore into final spark, it can become a full team-wide wombo combo composition.
Yes, and they have been doing that for at least 3 fights in a row and winning every single one of them. Clash right now rotating for the Drake that is going to spawn in just 10 seconds. And once again, they have the vision. Of course, they have the pressure because they've taken down all the outer turrets, Bloxer. And it's probably going to be uncontested for them to get this second Drake. And interesting to see that it's almost 20 minutes into the game. It's only the second Drake to be acquired.
Yeah, it's not been too much priority onto these Drakes. I really don't see a situation where SK are able to step up to try take this one though, because look at the bottom side of their jungle. It is all blue wards. It is every single Clash ward in this bottom side. It makes it a very safe bet to be stood this far up because you know there's no flank coming round from behind you. We'll see if this Herald gets one more charge off. Either way, you now get to turn around as Clash and walk your way back towards this Drake. Is going to get the charge. Now you can walk back through, pick up this Drake on your way back out if you want to, or just bait for a fight, because right now fights are certainly going in their favor.
Yeah, and they could definitely prioritize them, but I believe that SK is not going to give that that possibility. They're not going to go on silly engages where they know they're outnumbered, where they know they're falling behind in items and XP. And I totally agree with what you said earlier in regards to Varus. They are very far behind at this point, and Kog'Maw is going to be the one that has to be prioritized. They're getting the farm on their pocket, trying to stay ahead. They are maintaining a good lead in regards to the farm. But if we have a look at the scores, the KDAs all across the board on Clash is just, well, it's a 9-0 game, isn't it?
Really is. It's one of those games where it feels a little bit like that game that we saw earlier on in the day, and that was Masters versus Bronzies. And I'm not saying that SK haven't put up a fight. They've had a couple of situations where it's looked okay. If 26 hadn't managed to get in, steal away that Herald, and then get out, it could have been a very different game. But because she was able to, things have been able to just continue snowballing. The punish that nearly happened just didn't, and look at that Heimerdinger really isn't doing enough damage to be justifying the lack of heals and shielding that you could be getting from a support right now. You get to see Shine put down that layer of traps, meaning that SK can't even walk in towards this Baron pit without at least being spotted out. You've got control over the mid lane, you've got control over the top lane. The only thing is you're getting your bot lane pushed in, but currently this Mundo, they've gone Jack Show. They're going to be tanky during a team fight, but they're not going to be able to take down turrets particularly quickly. You don't have to be that scared of the split push.
Yeah, and on top of that, yeah, they are. And 26 Dreams is getting the scout here on the bush because they know that. Oh, I thought there was going to be a TP on the board. No, it is all the players. 5 dealing damage on this Baron.
Flash.
This Baron now. There is no vision in the pit from the red side. They're so close. Which Rundle is there.
Flash!
Empress goes in and gets the steal. Objective bounty. Baron buff. They go down, but the rest of the team is SK Avarosa. Oh my gosh.
Emperors has Flash. You can't just sit there and think that you're okay just because you don't think Empress will be able to get into the pit. You have to send somebody over that wall to be able to just run interference. You have a Riven. Riven can easily dash over a wall. Send Devil Trigger over there. She can try to stop the push forwards out of Emperors, stop that steal from happening. Now, what would have been your Baron to push towards ending the game is all of a sudden going in SK's favor, and that's an injection of gold that you just didn't need to give over.
Yeah, not only the gold, but the possibility for SK Avarosa to actually defend the push, because they only have their tier 2s now. Oh, actually, now on the bottom, in the mid lane, they only have the tier 3s, one standing tier 2 at the top, and it's only going to allow SK to defend them much better, even though Clash is not really that worried about it. They did a good push in the top lane as well. They are getting the lanes nice and advanced, and SK are just in a position of defending right now.
Still, it makes your defense a lot easier if you have this Baron buff.
Yeah.
Oh, Pajush. Oh, Pajush.
Oh, Pajush,
bye-bye.
no! Get sniped. They don't have vision in one. Wait, hold on. Oh, they placed the ward at the exact same second where they got engaged upon. That is a shame for them as they fell down so quickly. So does this tier 3 right before the inhibitor. 4 players are here. Riven at the bottom pushing out everything. And Clash is going for such a wide lead right now at around 7. Do I know maths? 7. Yes, 7k gold. Yes, there we go.
Yeah. Still definitely in control of this game. There is no doubt that right now Clash are in control of this game. This Baron has just been a little bit of a speed bump in the road, but if they end up losing this game somehow, if the comeback comes through, then all of a sudden you just look at that Baron play and go, why didn't we send someone over the wall to deal with Empress? As it stands, it should be fine. You've got 2 Drakes up, 3rd Drake spawning in just a couple of seconds, and this should be a pretty big place to play around. You don't want to give over this Dragon right now if you are SK, but you don't win these straight 5v5s unless you can stop this Seraphine ult from running through you.
Yeah, oh, and they engaging already. The flash from the final spark, but the flash forward and stun from Devil Trigger guarantees that this support is living no longer. And now SK is 1 player behind on trying to contest a possible 3rd Drake of the game. Is going to be an Infernal Soul, which is incredible for Clash, who is in the lead in this one. Oh my god.
Oh man. It's just such destruction, and we expected a little bit more out of SK. Currently, none of these champions have actually pulled through. Ah man, it feels so bad as SK to get destroyed like this. Clearly they've won their first 2 games, otherwise they wouldn't be in these upper brackets, but at this point in time, just getting dismantled right here by Clash. Clash going to be looking to be competing in the finals if they can make it there, because what a performance it's been. You can see right now 26 Dreams taking out this Drake, going to be heading their way back to join the team, and now you're just sort of waiting on the next Baron to push through if you want to, because there is a decent amount of wave clear on the side of SK. That is one good thing about this composition.
Yeah, at least they do have that. They have the turrets, they have the ultimate from Escape, and it's going to be able to help a little bit with the pushing. But look at the positioning from Clash on this one. They don't even care. Fang is at the top lane there. It doesn't make any difference. They're pushing for this inhibitor. All the traps are laid down to avoid any sort of engage. They take it for themselves. That tier 2 is going to fall in the top. Riven has been sent to prevent that one. 1v1 happening. Fang is falling very low in health, but Devil might be as well. No, they have enough shielding. Ultimate popped from Fang, stun. It's going to just become a very long fight as the rest of the team engages as well. The Q into the flash. Oh my god, connecting from downtown. Ultimate 26 Dreams calculated that, or just by pure coincidence and unluck from Fang is gonna go down.
Fang doing their job, drawing a lot of attention, taking a very long time to die. I think it's really questionable that Fang hasn't joined into any of these big team fights. Has themselves the Jack Show, that Sunfire, as well as an Anathema's Chain's gonna be so tanky versus the strongest members of Clash. So why are you not getting involved with these team fights? At this point, you need a big tanky frontline to be able to help out. And the fact that currently Feng hasn't gotten involved is part of the reason why these team fights are going quite so poorly. You need that frontline because your backline is so squishy and so immobile.
Yes, and you really need to go as a Mundo. You have to go on all of the squishiness from Clash and just chase them down, make them feel a little nervous about their positioning, so they're just focusing on escaping, and the rest of the team is just focusing on peeling them and getting them to safety. Whereas right now, and all throughout the game, Clash has been in the position of aggression and been doing that so perfectly. I usually hesitate in saying that things are going perfect, but 13-0 is kind of perfect.
Yeah, that Baron steal is kind of the big blemish right now. Baron is going to be spawning right now, but it's only going to delay what feels like an inevitable game. See, push forwards, keep pressing as many of the SK members back as you can, and then you can rotate back down to try get the Baron, and this time, ward the back of the pit. Make sure that Empress isn't going to be able to nick it away from you this time, because this game should have ended, realistically, about 7 minutes ago. Unfortunately, that Baron steal stopped everything from happening.
Yes, the push on the bottom lane might be pressuring them to get on a big fight as we speak. Ulti guarantees that one. Most of the ultis from Seraphine and Lux are gonna go wide. The Devil Trigger, look at where they are, and dealing so much damage in between two towers and the Nexus and the Fountain, but still being able to stun and shield and dash away while Shinomi is just taking these Nexus turrets down as they were butter. They are melting, but now it's a good time for them to retreat. A good cue from this Varus might be very, very dangerous.
Look at the shields.
And so it is. Malicious mode went down to almost 100, 200 health, but it's now back up with shielding and healing, and is really showing how Kalash's comp is looking absolutely well-rounded.
Complete darkness right here for SK to walk into. Empress is not available right now, has a long way to run. This should be taken. There is plenty of opportunity for a steal. Will it happen a second time? It certainly shouldn't do. No, okay. Whew.
There we go. The guarantee, this
time... You can breathe.
Right? This time around, 26 Dreams, knowing that Empress wasn't there, I don't think there would be any opportunity for the enemy team to steal that one. Maybe the arrow from Mercia, but they're so far behind that it's not going to be enough damage. You're going to have to really big brain the maths. And when you're a level 14 Vi with so many items, 2, 0, and 6, you're going to be able to take down that one pretty easily, and they do so. We have the split on Seraphine and Caitlyn at the bottom side. Devil Trigger continuing the push in the mid, while the rest of the team is joining for the collapse in the bottom lane alongside their carries, and they're gonna keep on pushing for this tier 3. The flash ulti on Josh. Ulti upon ulti, and final spark, an ace in the hole, and it's gonna guarantee such a clean takedown on SK supports. The 1v1 Devil Trigger trying to take Fang here. The rest of the team joins, and once again, Fang is unfortunately the one to not only sometimes not be in the fight, but just be alone in the fight. Encore goes in from downtown. They're gonna take down the Kog'Maw. So is the inhibitor. It's game over on this one.
Oh, what a performance right here and a clash. They're not going to lose a single member a single time during this game. One unfortunate Baron still the only reason that this game lasted for 30 seconds. As it stands, Clash looking to come forward in this tournament and see if they can win it all.
Yes, they are looking like they have all the cards in their deck to be able to do so. They have some cards under their sleeves, but we haven't even seen those just yet. It just looks like they had everything prepared from the get-go, and it worked perfectly until the end of the game.
Yeah, that game specifically, I think we mentioned SK Avarosa were one of the teams that we were personally really very much looking forward to seeing. We want to know what this team can do, and unfortunately, with the draft that they have pulled out, it wasn't exactly maybe living up to the expectations, to the hype that some of us were expecting this game specifically. I want to kind of start off and go with that bot lane. Yes, we said it was most likely going to be some focus on bot lane, and that was indeed the case. We even saw the Bruiser come out in Riven from the side of Q-Lash, so again, living up to the expectations here. But the Heimerdinger, the lack of ability overall in terms of that composition for SK Avarosa, Luxer, walk us through it. In an ideal world, having a Kog'Maw, a Varus, and a Heimerdinger, and a Mundo, how would that have kind of worked out for them?
First of all, your opponents don't draft the composition that they did, because in every lane where things maybe would have worked, it just didn't work out. This bot lane, I hated it. I'm really sorry, because sometimes Heimerdinger in the bot lane can work, but versus a Caitlyn, you're outranged massively, which is kind of what you're trying to find with that Heimerdinger. You're trying to use those rockets, those turrets, to be able to poke the opposition around while you sit back and are safe. But it doesn't matter, you're versus a Caitlyn. Anytime you walk up, you hit a trap. Anytime you walk back, you get one of those shots to the face. And then anytime you get low, which happens very often as a Heimerdinger because you're so squishy, ace in the hole to take you out. It just didn't work in this situation, and it meant that you had no heals, no shields, no survivability in a bot lane where you really needed it. You need some attack speed buffs on top of a Varus, otherwise Varus isn't good, and you don't get that from a Heimerdinger.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the fact that some of these picks didn't work out in terms of the composition that SK Avarosa drafted. It was also some of the plays that we've seen. Maybe we can even call it a little greedy, especially the way that they lost First Blood, Soph.
Yes, I think let's have a look at the replay here. So First Blood at level 6 is going to okay, we're looking at a different fight. It's going to be the one where 26 Dreams is going to get away so close with the skin of their teeth, while the Haste is able to get amazing CC on all of those champions there, saving 26 Dreams and enabling for not only the jungler to survive, but the jungler that stole their Herald so impressively.
Yeah, so they steal the Herald. It looks like SK Avarosa really want to go for that pick, at least try and punish the fact that 26 Dreams is able to get that, but instead they walk into the tower. Seraphine has the ultimate available, is able to use that, gets the rest of the team on their tower, and that's how they secure First Blood. And it feels like that was kind of that moment where it kind of just like started tumbling when we're looking at the side of SK Avarosa. There was a glimpse where we were like, okay, potentially, you know, Empress, she got the Baron, she flashed in there, she yoinked it. That was beautiful. And Bloxer, could this potentially have been the turning point?
No. Unfortunately, with the way this game was, no. This game needed to have been won because of the composition that SK had built for themselves. They needed to have won it during the laning phase. The fact that that Baron was stolen, beautiful. Emperor, put that on your highlight reel, because that was a lovely steal, super hype, blind into the pit, pixel perfect. But it did not matter because it was way too late. Your team hadn't got a single kill up until this point. Your Mundo hadn't joined you a single time for any team fights, was instead pushing on the side lanes very slowly. Mundo can split push, but actually when you have no other big tanky frontliners, you kind of need your Mundo to get involved with your team compositions. The Trundle didn't actually have any big tanks on the side of Clash to use to steal away those stats with the ultimate. You needed somebody who was big and tanky, your Mundo specifically, to be able to get into these fights, and it meant that that steal, whilst beautiful, was too little too late. All it did was delay the inevitable loss.
Well, I think besides, you know, losing a lot of these objectives and potentially going with a composition that didn't turn out the way they wanted it to, I think something that we have to highlight specifically from QLash is how incredibly well they played against SK Avarosa and how they were actually able to get their comp to work together. So specifically when we're looking at team fights, so if every single time they had this beautiful setup.
Yes, they had. It was lovely. They pushed in, they got the turret, then they're getting engaged by Empress. The TP is back there on the ward. They're gonna be so perfect at dodging the abilities and then getting the CC chain, allowing Caitlyn to get a double kill. It's absolutely amazing. Here on the top lane as well. It's an engage that starts good for SK, but then once again, the Encore, the final spark, and the damage that this team had already built for themselves in regards to experience and items, it's gonna pay off amazingly well. The flash forward stun from Devil Trigger just to finalize that one.
Yeah, it's time and time again we're seeing from the side of QLash that they really weren't that great at setting each other up, and also picking up on the fact that a lot of the champs from the side of SK Avarosa didn't have that mobility, and they were able to utilize that to their advantage. They were able to secure picks, and Bloxter, we even seen it at one point where, as they're going to put down a ward, unfortunately, the timing of that ward being placed and them getting picked off was so unlucky. But in regards to the vision here from both of these teams, and I think maybe specifically focusing on QLash, is it felt like they were continuously aware of the positioning of the jungler and how to get these picks.
That's what you're allowed to do though when you've got a slightly tankier, more standard composition, because your Heimerdinger can't face check any bushes. Lux shouldn't, but Lux totally can, because she can throw through both her Q and her W right into the bush in order to say, hey, is there anyone in here? Oh no? Okay, cool, I'll step up and put a ward down. Whereas on the Heimerdinger, if you do that, yeah, you have a couple things to throw in, but you're a lot shorter range to be able to do so. You're gonna die. You're gonna die if there is anybody sat in that bush, and it meant that there was no true warding potential. I can just think back to that third Drake fight. Well, there was no fight. That third Drake, where the bot side was lit up truly in the style of Christmas. It's not quite December, but it didn't matter to Clash. They had lit it up like a Christmas tree. There was no section right there that had any vision whatsoever for SK, so they couldn't step up to that Drake. All of a sudden, Clash are on sole point, they're feeling good, and there's no pick potential on the composition who really needed some.
Yeah, and with this game being concluded, it does mean that Kulash are going to be advancing further, whereas Ascaveros are going to drop to the lower bracket. But let's have a look back at the schedule in terms of the teams and the games that we've already seen today and what's coming up, because drumroll please, I know everybody in chat has been spamming this since we went live at 11 o'clock in the morning, and you guys are literally not stopped spamming it ever since. So ask and you shall receive. G2 Hell is coming up next against Humi. I know you guys are dying to see this, and as you can tell, it's 2 o'clock p.m. It's currently a little bit over 2, so we're going to be heading to a break after right away. We're going to be back, and it's going to be G2 Hell against Humi. I know everyone's really excited, so this time around when I say grab something like a water, a snack, go for it, because we'll be back very, very shortly, and we're getting into this exciting game. Well, chat, it looks like your prayers have been answered because we are going to be covering G2 Hell on the broadcast today. It's going to be versus Humi. So without further ado, let's just jump right into it. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk once again by Soph and Black Blockster. So I know the two of you are also really looking forward to this game specifically. I'm going to start off with you, Soph. How excited are you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's G2, and we've seen how much the hype of fans has been in chat, so that's going to be amazing. And I also have to point out how I'm thrilled to see that this little team with this little lovely logo of a little cat with a drawn on shirt, it's to be fighting G2 now, like continuing a lovely run in the upper bracket is just amazing.
It is amazing indeed. Blockster, are you a cat person or are you more a G2 person?
Oh, I might be sick. I am not a G2 person. I am very, very sorry, but begrudgingly, I am a Fnatic fan. They hurt me very badly, and so no to G2 very much. However, cats aren't my favorite either. In this situation, though,
you don't like
cats.
Cats?
Let's see it.
Oh no!
Let's see these cats win. No bias here. Absolutely
No bias.
none. This is a different G2 roster. This is not the G2 roster that I hate desperately. This is a brand new one, so it'll all be fine. And I am so excited for this matchup. Chat, you've been crying for G2 all day, and I mean I've been buzzing this whole day, but this one, let's go.
Let's go indeed, and let's start off by looking at the roster specifically. So G2 kind of already know some of their players, but Hermie, as you said it yourself, Soph, is one of the teams that doesn't actually have an org behind them. So they're just like individuals that are here today, and they're ready to absolutely throw hams.
Yes, they are. And just like G2, we have a roster for them composed mainly of Masters and high-level Diamond. So it's going to be definitely super competitive. As we see here, the two level Diamonds are Desperate Love and Wink. So Desperate Love in the jungle and Wink on the ADC role. So maybe G2 is going to try to go on this supposedly weak link. It's a possibility.
Okay, looking at G2, I'm aware with Lysia specifically in the top lane, absolute queen. She's really good at playing the weak side, but that was simply because of her time with SK Avarosa and covering those games. So, Blockster, is there more you can tell us from the rest of the team?
Well, this whole team seems to play some really interesting picks. I mean, I was having a flick through, and there is a possibility of a Karthus jungle, which would be so exciting. Once again, I'm going to hype up the top lane matchup simply because, please, top laners, play something interesting. I beg of you. Really, though, Lysia is a great potential for that interesting pick to come through. There's some Gwen, some Olaf, some Camille, all of those picks. Now, I've said it once again, we're going to get ourselves some Ornn Malphite matchups. We just know it, but hopefully not. All across the board, though, once again, we need to watch the bot lanes. The bot lanes are where it's at this whole tournament, and I don't see that changing anytime soon.
So the bot lane, once again, going to be the emphasis, the focus potentially of these games. And the junglers, however, love against Karina here. So in terms of the jungle picks that we've seen so far today, they have actually been quite versatile. We've seen some tanks, we've seen some bruisers, so we've seen AP, we've seen AD picks, so it's not always been very much standardized in terms of, you know, what we've seen in the bot lane, in the top lane, for example. It's so far only been tanks besides the Riven last game from Kulash. So what can we be expecting here, looking at the comfort picks potentially for these players?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons behind what you said in regards to the jungle and the versatility, just the variety of champions that we have seen on the table today, comes from the fact that we have this preseason happening and all the changes that have been made to the jungle make so that a couple of champions that were a little off meta, they are more interesting, or maybe, as you mentioned, the comfort picks might be a good place to start since you're going to have some more place to grow. We have the changes not only with the pets, but the timers for Scuttle Crab, the amount of Krugs that we have. So all of those things are going to make for a different gameplay overall. But I totally agree with Bloxer, though, that is still going to be very heavily focused on the bot lane.
Okay, well, the bot lane focus seems to be continuing here, and it seems to be the continuous focus of these games. And when we're looking at Lydia specifically, when she was playing on SK Avarosa, it was very much the lane that was continuously forgotten about, but her picks on Gnar Blockster was something that continuously stood out, especially when she would TP. So absolutely, you need to fear it. So is that something that we could see today? Do you think a Gnar is in the cards here? Because, you know, I'd like to see something a little different than just like a BB tanky frontline that's just standing there and being like, hi guys. Well,
It certainly could be. With the Gnar, you get the best of both worlds. You get to have a ranged matchup versus most top laners who are melee, so you get to win out in your lane, have a good amount of push. You don't need a lot of support from your jungler. You certainly can take it if you need it, but most of the time, Gnar can just sit there, farm up, feel pretty good. And then you've got some ranged chase around during the laning phase, and you get in your team fights, and nope, it's a big tank with that Gnar ultimate, the ability to knock 5 people into a wall. That can truly change a game, and if you're on a TP flank, that's where Gnar really thrives. It's especially useful in this meta right now, where you are trying to focus with your jungle attention down towards the bot side, if you can leave that top laner alone, only for them to then join the team fight and help you win it.
okay, well, it looks like we can potentially be looking more towards the top lane this time around, or if anything, just seeing them more present. It felt like so far throughout the competition, it was really the top lane being more of an island. So looking at the teams, looking at the rosters, looking at the picks that we're potentially expecting here, Surf, I'm gonna have to be a little mean here. I want to see if you have a prediction in terms of how this game is gonna go.
I think that considering with the things that we noticed in regards to those picks in the top lane, what Black Voxer has been saying all throughout the day in regards to tanks, in regards to those bruises, I think we might see G2 going for those sort of more bruises. As you mentioned, we have the Camille, you have the Gwen, and all those sort of possibilities. I think it might be more aggressive on the side of G2 compared to Humi. So maybe Humi's going to stick on those tanks and the survivability more. So we could see a Maokai, we could see the Ornn there, and things that not only can do a great team fight with CCs and utility overall, but also that they can just be in the island, as you said, Ginny, just stay there and be alright just for the rest of the game until they actually need it.
Well, we've spoken enough about this, so I'm gonna throw you guys straight into picks and bans. So, casters, please start the game.
Let's get
Thank you so much, Jenny. Let's go.
Oh yeah, right. There we go. Into picks and bans. Humi versus G2 Hell. G2 Army. Let's go see their team finally on stream after it's all they've been asking for all day. Kayn going to be the first ban off of the board, and we're going to expect a little bit of a jungle priority towards bans because junglers have really been the name of the game so far.
Yes, they have. And as we mentioned, it's because of all the changes in the preseason, the new items and all of that. And okay, we have a Zoe coming up as the first ban for G2 on this one, so definitely a targeted one for Don't Cry Carrier. And I still believe, as you said, we might see a continuous ban of junglers. Well, just proved wrong by a Twitch ban. Well, we'll see how this is gonna go.
Yeah, we'll see how many of these bans are going to be specific target bans or if there's going to be any more big meta things. If it's a meta ban, it's going to be something like a Hecarim, maybe a Syndra into the mid lane. That Gnar, definitely a target ban. We talked about it. There we go, now straight off of the board. And these final couple of bans, you are now looking at a mid and a top ban and a jungle and a AD carry ban. Not too much focus right now on anybody specific, just kind of taking off the sort of top level of player for each team.
Yes, and there's going to be a safe path, right? You're not going to throw all your cards on one pile, and Yumi is going to wrap up the first round of bans for Humi on this one. And really confirming what we said, they're just going to go for something very comfortable in regards to denying a couple of things all throughout the map. So nobody seems to be the super specific target, but just making for limiting the enemy comp to be a little less threatening to your own and whatever you're crafting.
The single game that we see the Nami not get banned away ends up being first pick. This is the second first pick Nami that we've seen, Humi taking it straight away. It gives you a lot of power with your bot lane. It can be paired up with the Lucian if you want to sort of pigeonhole yourself a little bit, or it can be paired up with plenty of other things, giving you a lot of power down into this bottom lane. There are turn pickups, so you could take your support to match right here, or maybe a jungler if you want to begin setting up your team composition. It will be really telling of what kind of style G2 is going towards for who they first pick. With this counter pick potential, you can put that into the top lane or the mid lane usually.
Oh.
Oh?
Your face, absolutely speechless.
I wish. I wish that this was truly an Ivan. Unfortunately, we have been told that this is actually a Seraphine pickup. Still pretty hype considering how good the Seraphine was in the previous game. Those encores can change games, but it is not an Ivan. Don't get too hyped that that's what that pickup is. It's going to be the Seraphine. Yet to see if that's going to be into the mid lane or into the bot lane. Belveth, though, that's a jungle we haven't seen too much of it yet.
Yes, and I think it's even though she's a little she's hyperscaling, she's a little niche, right, in regards to jungle. She's not going to be the champion to do 1v1s in the early game. She's going to gradually grow throughout it. So I really like that one. I think it screams of I am confident, I am comfortable, and I know what is the style of gameplay that we're going for. And it might be like more mid to like game oriented versus Shyvana. I think Shyvana is a good counter for that, especially as soon as you get level 6, you're going to be able to do tons of damage to the Belveth and also out maneuver her in regards to utility role.
Really are going to be able to. We'll see if it's going to be a pickup to go alongside the Nami into this bot lane. Xayah, Nami, that's not a particularly usual combo. That's not what you usually see, but it's a very safe bot lane. This is a bot lane that should be able to deal a decent amount of damage when they need to, but if you try to run onto them, you're going to end up with a tidal wave in your face and a Xayah that you can't target whatsoever. So it's a bit more of a safety bot lane right here for Humi. For G2, we'll see what their final pick of this rotation is going to be. They are yet to pick themselves up a top laner or an AD carry, possibly if they've got their middle support sorted, depending on where this Seraphine that is the Ivan actually goes. Varus. Okay, Varus has shown itself not too great in this tournament so far, and it really needs to win early.
Yes, it really does. So it's going to really rely on the fact that we know where Seraphine's going, if she's going to be accompanying him, or if she's going to be more of a mid-late game, rotating, roaming champion strategy there in the mid lane. But in regards to early game against the Xayah, not that bad, but against the Nami, definitely bad because you're so squishy, and if you just let one of those bubbles hit you, it's gonna be recipe for disaster. The second run of bans has started, and G2 went for the Syndra this time around.
Taking away some of these powerful mid lane picks, you don't want to give Kira any of those. The Syndra should be taken off of the board, possibly an Ahri as well. Those are the main couple of picks that we've been seeing quite a lot. See what this next set of bans are going to be. If you are Humi, you need to just start taking away some of these top lane priorities because you've got to be scared, right? You've got to be scared of Liza. And so the Sejuani definitely can be a big pick in this top lane. It's one of those picks that's pretty good for what Liza likes to play. A bit tanky and gives you that engaged potential.
Yeah, so lovely to see them going for that ban themselves. We have a little technical difficulty. It's going to be sorted anytime soon. But yeah, Blocks, I totally agree with you. It's a targeted ban that is so solid. If you it's not that you have to be afraid of Liza, maybe you should, but it's just that you have to respect, you have to respect what you know she's good at, what you know she's comfortable at, and to be able to get a nice comp for yourselves and counter that one.
Yeah, you need to find a way to actually deal with a top laner who really wants to get involved, be able to pull their way back into a game. As another minute, things are looking not quite right. We'll find a way to get everything back to you in just a second time. We can just continue chatting about these compositions that we've seen so far. You don't usually see a Nami Xayah now, do you?
Yeah, I think that's interesting because I don't believe that, for example, if you think of an Ezreal, we have the Q that works as an auto attack, so that would proc the slow, the E from Nami whenever Ezreal would do anything. But with Xayah, I don't believe that works with her Q. I don't think it would be treated as an auto attack. Are you sure if that is a thing? Because maybe if it is, it would make more sense. But I agree with you. I think it's very I don't know, unusual and just very defensive.
Yeah, you're kind of conceding your lane. There are certainly areas where you could get involved. I mean, if you manage to hit a bubble, Xayah has a ton of damage and does have the ability to use CC of her own with those throwing the feathers through and then pulling them back. And so you do have a chance, certainly, to be able to find ways into this game versus a Varus. it feels a little bit easier, to be honest, because the Varus, while they're laying down a ton of poke damage, which can be an issue because Xayah is not particularly long-ranged AD carry, it doesn't mean that you're going to have the best time as a Varus in this situation, because you just don't have the ability to find your own kills during the early game. Needs to scale, needs to have that Kraken plus that Rage Blade to actually be able to do enough damage to destroy people.
Yes, that's so true. And I think it's going to depend here whether we confirm that Seraphine is going to be mid lane. And so it looks like it was solved. And here we are, everything completed, so no worries.
Yeah, right in we go. They dodge for a proxy, which is what you're meant to do, but not quite at the right timing. So we can look at these team comps holistically rather than in the order they were picked. Well, if this isn't a G2 composition, I don't know what is. Right, here we go. We have a Varus and an Ashe bot lane with a Seraphine in the middle lane. On top, Bel'Veth in the jungle. I quite like this composition. I hate that I like it because it's very much things in a little bit of a weird place composition, but I think the Ashe gives you more than the Heimerdinger support that we saw previously, and the ability to find those picks with either the Varus ult or the Ashe ult is going to be incredibly strong.
Yes, the chain of CC is, once again, since you have the Seraphine on your side, G2 is going to be able to lock so many people down and connect all the CC together, as you said, Varus, Ashe, Seraphine herself as well, Ornn too. So I agree with you. It's unconventional, you know, like from the old days to see an Ashe support, but Ashe support works super well. She can deal damage, she can try to apply pressure in the lane to deny any farm to the enemy, and the vision that she can grant as well whenever you are far behind and you don't have the space to go in and ward yourself, which was definitely a problem in the previous game we saw. So I hated that I like it, but I really, really like it. But what about Homie on this one? What are you thinking about their comp so far?
I think the Mordekaiser versus Ornn matchup should be pretty calm. Nobody should really be getting any solo kills. If someone does, it's probably the Ornn, because Ornn is an assassin. We all know this. Shyvana, I love the pickup of the Shyvana. Should be clearing pretty quickly and in a good position, especially once 6 is ticked, to be able to take the fight to the Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth is very, very weak during the early stages of the game. Xayah Nami, we've said it's a little bit of a sit-back lane, and Lux in the mid lane has plenty of ability to take somebody out. There's a lot of wombo combo ability if you manage to get everything perfect, but up against this pick composition out of G2 Hell, I think it's going to struggle just a little bit.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. But wrapping up on this little draft analysis, we have our game ready, so let's jump right into it. Homie versus G2, this absolutely waited, prayed in chat for everyone to see this team playing on stream, and we are bringing it to you. And coming from your fellow casters, your analysts, we really enjoy G2's comp, but so do we in regards to Homie.
Yeah, both of these compositions have the ability to find ways into this game. I'm expecting the junglers to once again start towards the top side of the map, work their way down towards the bottom side. If you are Bel'Veth, you clear very quickly, but the Shyvana can certainly do the same. This first Scuttle Crab might be an interesting point, and I'm expecting the bot lane of G2 to be pushing in Homie, and in that situation it should be a Scuttle Crab going over to Karina if things work out the way that we're expecting them to, but there is always the ability for some little bits of trickery to come out.
Yes, and so far we see that both teams were trying to go for those deep wards. Oh, look at that lovely skin, gorgeous, absolutely stunning. So we have the deep ward from G2 in the red buff here on the blue side. I don't know if there's a ward in close to Bel'Veth there. I don't think there is. So far it's G2 with the capacity, not only with Ashe, but also with those wards to know where the junglers are.
Yeah, and tracking the enemy jungler is so important. It gives you so much ability to play around the game. We saw in game number 2 of the day that tracking the enemy jungler was entirely the reason that a team won. If there was no jungle tracking in that game, then the counter gank wouldn't have been possible. Counter ganks are so powerful at the moment because your bot laners are going to be able to deal so much damage. If you can come in a minute later, once everybody's quite low health, as a Shyvana, as a Bel'Veth, you can come in and just clean up, which is exactly what you want to do.
Yes, precisely. And Well, what you mentioned in regards to tracking the jungler is exactly what everyone needs to be aware of. So it's not, it does go some particles so funny coming from Belveth there, but just continuing my point, you have to pay attention not only to where you ward and where the junglers are, but also communicating with your team super well, isn't it, to know if any of your teammates has spotted a jungler somewhere. So the communication is definitely something that is so important in the game.
Really is. As we come through the early stages of this game, you can see the Belveth clears just a little bit faster than this Shyvana, and actually the push has been found by this Ashe and Varus combo like we were expecting, and so Belveth should be in a good position to pick up this first Scuttle Crab. Scorns a little bit later, making full clearing. It's the decision that most make. We're both seeing the green frogs being picked up, so a little bit more tanky stats coming through for these junglers. And because the Scuttle Crab spawns a little bit later, it means that you get to full clear and then get involved. You can see some warding also going down by Henkel, really trying to make sure that around this bottom lane Scuttle Crab, it's going to be a pretty easy pickup for G2.
Yes, the positioning has been lovely. We know that Belveth having the quicker clean on this one, adding with the timer on the Scuttle, as you mentioned, is going to be perfect for them to clear this one. Communication, as we said, to know that Henkel had been pushing in. Now they're freezing because they don't want to be in a more retreated position in closer to that turret. They don't want to give any space for Desperate Love to come in. Karina guarantees this one for herself. She's going to be a little late. And Wink actually going in on this one. Desperate Love, though, seemed a little clueless about what was happening. Didn't look like they were going for it. Oh, maybe they are now. Not sure. On the fog of war. The bubble goes in, connects. The healing is going to go down. Colombo is trying to dodge, and just by a little bit of time, a lovely execution there from Desperate Love, and managing that gank so well, and at the end of the day giving the kill to Wink as well. Really, really nice start for Humi.
That's exactly what I was expecting Karina to hang around this bot lane for, because the gank was always going to happen, because G2's bot lane was always going to push in quite so far. Oh, Wink, no! Oh, Wink, no!
Oh, no, Wink so close now! The knock-up is here! The damage is not quite enough! The Nami can't do much against the Belveth. Double kill goes to Karina, but it was very, very close, Boxer.
Oh, that was a 2v1 as well. You can see in this situation, bubble lands, and then you just can't walk away from all this damage. If you try to get away from how fast this Shyvana is, you're just going to get taken out. Colombo just decides that, actually, I'm going to stand here and wait. And it looked like Karina was going to come around through the back. Instead, because the Lux roamed, you weren't actually able to get involved. But then you see, just continuing farming, pushing up a little bit too far forwards, and because the Shyvana has gone back to base, doesn't cancel the base. It's a 2v3 double knock-up, manages to take out Wink and then kiss the rain. Just taken out. You can see how close it was. Nice play out of Karina, and that is now a Belveth with 2 kills in her back pocket.
Yes, and that's going to be amazing in regards to what the early game can provide for the matchup, Shyvana versus Belveth, and she needs that early pressure to be able to try and fight any sort of 1v1s or counter potentials, counter ganks in the mid game, or just later a little bit in the lane phase. So amazing for Humi on that one. We have the Drake already on the board though, and pings are coming up from G2. Maybe they're going to try to rotate for this one. Don't Cry Carrier also trying to get some vision around.
And right now, you'd expect the Drake to be easiest to take for G2, because this bot lane of the Ashe Varus is going to have such an easy time pushing in their opposition. Gisarain and Wink really have not been having a nice time of it. They got a pretty nice gank early on out of Desperate Love, but then getting double killed back doesn't make things feel particularly good. And because you're getting pushed in, it means that the rotation will be much easier for G2 to head up and get involved with this Drake. I'm not sure if you're going to want to go for it quite this early on, simply because these Drakes deal so much damage, and you are on vision right now.
Yes, they're not sure. I don't know if they know they're on vision. We have Ashe with the sweeper, hasn't activated it yet. They're just doing it on clear vision. They have the pink ward in the bush close to the pit. Seraphine is also taking the area here to get some pressure. They know the bot lane is super far behind. in regards to lane positioning, so they can't do much. It was a little ballsy to not use the sweeper there, but well, it worked out well.
It was not ideal taking it right on top of Vision, but it doesn't matter in the end, and that was because of the bot lane push. Once your bot lane is that pushed in, they're not going to be able to rotate up without missing a huge amount of minions, something that they really can't afford to do. And we didn't like the Varus last time we saw it picked, but paired with this Ashe, it gives you so much lane priority that previously just didn't see when it's paired with a Heimerdinger. See, now look at this rotation out of G2 Hell, going to put their bot lane up towards the top side, and this makes perfect sense right now because you're just trying to absorb as much farm as possible. Humi are not going to spot this one out before they've actually left the base, and so they're going to walk their way back towards bottom side until finally you're going to spot this out and have to rotate, just be a little bit behind on the curve of play, and now you've got your bot lane up towards the top side. They can do the exact same thing, push through, make sure that the opposition is pushed onto their tower, and then you can rotate for this Herald that's spawning in just a couple of seconds.
And the Herald's so important for the Bel'Veth, right? We have here Desperate Love trying to clear some vision. They can't really make it onto that ward. It's going to be a little too dangerous, and warding has been very aggressive and deep in regards to positioning for G2 on this one. Bot lane, Shyvana trying to gather around. I don't know if there's any encounter happening so far, but Karina... yeah, would you look at that? It's a 5v5 and there's no vision for Homie on this one. They're pushing the Herald to the side. Full damage is coming in. Shyvana is around the area. Desperate Love trying to get the body steal. The Ornhorn gets the knockup. Still not much enough damage to get so much. But Don't Cry Carrier deals the damage themselves. It wasn't enough though. They were close to dead, but not quite finished.
Jungler's dead. Jungler's dead.
Yeah, Junglers, both of them, including top laner from the side of Humi, are dead now. So this one's going to be a respawn, a reset, of course, for the Herald. But it was so intense how these two were fighting for the buff, because Humi knows how important it is for Bel'Veth to guarantee this one continue on a sort of a lead, because right now they're just 2k ahead. So it's a lead, but it's on a smaller side.
Couple of low health bars still for G2, but they're straight back to it. They really want this coral. Don't Cry Kira caught out on the back line, gonna have to flash away.
Yeah, Colombo is going to be the one to go down there, getting caught up. Of course, as a Ashe, you don't have much to get away from things. Dodge here from Lysia, and they guarantee at least a good position to stay alive, but they don't have vision though.
No.
It's going to be secured by Humi, and they get the first Herald of this game, and right now, it's interesting to see, because we have been talking about how G2 has been so good at map awareness and looking at where to place optimal wards, but how Homie managed to get that Herald in the one blind spot, in the one fog of war that was between all the wards that G2 had in the river was really impressive.
Everybody on Humi knew what was going on. G2 rotated their bot lane up to the top because, as a Bel'Veth, you want that coral. You want the coral that comes off of the Barons and off of the Heralds. Everybody knows that. Nobody is in any form of shock over the fact that G2's bot lane is up there to get ready for this fight. And so you're able to rotate your entire team as Homie up there as well, get involved and win out on that fight. It looked like it was going to be so bad, but the Ornhorn only landed onto the front line. None of the back line actually ended up taking any damage. They're able to just sit there, keep laying it down. And Humi have a really bad composition to try to engage into. I mean, the Nami ult going to come through, all of those light bindings coming out of the Lux as well. And in the end, they managed to take out enough members to just dissuade. And then the low health bars with no resets out of G2 means that the Herald, which really was wanted by Karina, doesn't go over to her. This is putting this Bel'Veth massively behind in terms of where she really should be at this point into the game with that first Herald.
Yeah, it's definitely blocks. Now we saw here in the bot lane, maybe the both junglers were trying to go for at least the positioning here on the lower side of the map. We saw Desperate Love trying to go for a sneaky positioning in the bushes. Henkel, they were maybe they had the shop open, because they really decided not to engage on Henkel on that one. But I thought it might have been a very juicy opportunity to go on their ADC. Karina, on the other hand, has not been spotted, but has been now, and they're gonna probably go for just pushing the lane, getting the priority on this one, as they did in the first time they guaranteed the Drake for themselves. This time around, they're not on top of a ward though.
Nope, no ward this time. You should be pretty confident if you are Humi at knowing what's happening. You've got that bot lane priority. Rotate this into a Drake. A G2 right now, they seem to want objectives more than anything else. Gonna pop this Herald in the top side. This is the cross-map play, looking to pick yourselves up a couple of turret plates mid, but trying to dive an Ornn is a very, very scary proposition. Arrow lands.
Yes, and the crystal arrow lands as well. It's not going to be enough for a 1v2 scenario. Lysia is not yet on one full item completed, so we're waiting for that to happen. We're waiting for when the Ornn is going to be able to do much on those team fights. Of course, we know that it's a champion that's going to be there more for the tankiness, the front line, and the ability to knock people up. But, well, it was an attempt. It was a cooldown there on the Crystal Arrow. But looking at how it's looking now, they probably have a lot of CDR going on, since it's almost back up once again. But speaking of the Ashe, here she is, maybe going for a sneaky positioning on this bush, but I think it would just be a little too risky. The Lux can deal so much damage even in a 1v2 scenario.
Really can. Don't cry, Kira has been dealing so much. We saw how much damage the Lux support could do in the previous game. Now this is going to be a full AP Lux. The thing is, though, that Lux hasn't fully completed their first item. We've got a Bork already completed onto Karina, and she was already dealing a ridiculous amount of damage. This Seraphine, it's going to be a damage fiend right here with that Ludum, with that Liandry, sorry, and the burn can just ruin people. You're in a team fight, you're getting hit by a couple of spells, you're constantly getting burned down. It means that walking into these team fights can be exceptionally difficult. Both of the bot laners have gone with Eclipse, which is a little bit interesting. We usually see AD carries picking themselves up, you know, those Kraken Slayers, but neither team really has too big a tank that you're trying to deal with. The tank isn't the main focus that you need to be shredding through. Instead, being able to burst somebody with a 3-hit combo is exceptionally strong.
Yes, and not only that, if you look at G2's comp, the Liandry on Seraphine also combos really well, because I agree with you that there are no that much of a big threat in regards to tanks, so they're going for Eclipses on the bot lane, but at the same time you're going to have the continuous damage from Liandry's and their burn on those tanks on the side of Humi. That's going to be at least a little bit of a help, since Seraphine is going to cast those abilities one after the other. She has such low cooldown on the basic abilities that's going to help. Henkel looking very confident on how they're going for this ward here. They didn't have any backup. Ashe was a little farther away on the lane, but here they are once again, getting very deep vision and control of the map.
Knowing where your enemy jungler is everything right now, when you're beginning to set up around this next Rift Herald, because G2 now know that Humi are going to be coming around trying to find a way into these fights and stop them from picking themselves up those objectives. Upgraded Smite right here for Karina. Is it going to be upgraded quite yet? No, not fully upgraded for Desperate Love, and so Desperate Love is going to need to find a way to upgrade that before this fight, otherwise it's really not going to be even.
Yes, and once again we have G2 with a priority in vision and getting the upper hand on the engage, on the surprises, and just being in the fog of war themselves. They're controlling the area super well. They have wards everywhere around here. So Humi has no vision whatsoever on this Herald, and they don't have an Ashe, so they can't spot him. They're going to have to space jack. It's going to get chain CC'd. Nami goes down in that bust effect you mentioned earlier, Bloxer. And G2 Hell are dominating this one, but Desperate Love is around. They have ulted in. Maybe they're going to try to steal it. I don't really know who got this one.
G2.
G2 got it. So they guaranteed.
Can't get it though.
Since they started.
Can't pick it up.
Desperate Love are going for the camp around the buff, so they're not getting, they cannot guarantee for themselves. Humble though, trying to
it's a slaughter.
This. Oh, the damage is falling up and right. I don't think at the end of the day, I think the buff expired. Yes, it did. So unfortunately for D2, they didn't get the most optimal outcomes of that fight, but
Oh, they'll take it.
I thought that, yeah, they'll absolutely take it. Hankel, when they went in on that one, I thought they were doomed, and then all of a sudden it turned back around.
Look at that Ash Arrow lands onto the Nami. All of a sudden, that engage with the Tidal Wave is just gone. Karina also gets themselves into that ultimate form by picking up a Coral. Now you're going for this Herald. You can see, though, Desperate Love getting involved. It is going to be picked up by Karina, but Karina can't step forwards enough to get on top. Has to run back away. Otherwise, Amola and Desperate Love were going to take them out. Amola flashes forwards, trying to take Karina. Nice dash to get away, and then gets stunned up. Goes down on the burn damage from that Leandries. Wink is then the next one that is in the crosshairs, and it turns into a slaughterfest for G2 Hell, showing their teamfight prowess right now, even if they didn't manage to pick up the Herald in the end.
That's very true. And now the objective bounties are unlocked for Humi. Oh, the flash in a straight line, though. That is very unfortunate. It's not going to conclude on anything. I love the redirect from Lysia on trying to get someone on the knock-up on the other side. But G2 has domination on this area here. The pit is all red. The damage from the piercing arrow, though. They're going to try to get the final spark. Bel'Veth guarantees it. They are very low on health, though. Lysia going in the middle of everyone. Tifa trying to get a good position for the damage alongside Henkel. Karina going in, the knock-up lands. Lysia tries to follow up, but nothing happens much. The bubble is going to get on Karina, though, on a sort of a 1v1 fashion because nobody was attacking each other. So close. Karina once again trying to go for this one. The snipe goes wide. Crystal Arrow is not going to get the finish on Wink, but G2 guarantees the win on the fight, on the buff. They deny the recall. They take the first brick here on the mid lane, and they are building themselves for victory.
They really are up now by about 5k worth of gold, maybe even 6k at this point in time. 3 Drakes, which is huge in this game. It's going to be that Chemtech Drake as well, the soul that gives you so much healing, shielding, and tenacity, things that you really want. You want your Seraphine to give extra heals and shields. That's exactly what you need. Your Bel'Veth going flying into the backline. Clearly Karina is happy to do so, and with some extra tenacity isn't going to go down as easily as well. As this Bel'Veth, you are really relying on having somebody to just hit constantly in order to continually heal yourself back up. Otherwise, without constantly having someone to hit, this Bel'Veth is exceptionally squishy, and you can see Karina's up about 2k gold over Desperate Love on the Shyvana. The Shyvana pick really not working out so far. And at this point in the game, G2, they've got themselves in a commanding position, and the next thing they're going to be looking at is eyes locked on the Baron.
Yes, they are. It's going to be spawning in 10 seconds. The big blue purple worm there. But both teams now don't look to be going directly for it so far. We still have Seraphine at the mid lane. The top laner inverted there on the bottom. No TPs available for... No, excuse me. Tifa has the TP available on G2 side. Emolga as well. So we still have 2 TPs on board. The heal is popped. Crystal Arrow is wide. So this one is just a... Okay, I'm here. I'm threatening you. But we're not going to literally hit anything on that. What the... What? Are you having trouble with connection, maybe? Colombo, what's happening?
Couple of question mark pings as well. It's fine, it's fine. You're allowed a couple of iffy moments. You can see Desperate Love and Don't Try Karina are sat across this wall. Could be a possible engage. Everybody making their way up top for Humi. Whereas you've got a push down towards the bottom side. Liza currently does not have a TP, and so this is an opportunity for a fight to be found by Humi, but they're pushed back so far that it's unlikely they're actually going to be able to find a way in.
Yes, and not only that, we've seen how the couple of previous games in the tournament, we've seen a lot of split pushing. Well, this one, we're going for already a fight because Desperate Love is joining, and Henkel is gonna go down pretty quickly on that one, unfortunately, because we mentioned G2 doesn't have that tank ability to protect those carries. So unfortunately for G2, it was a super well executed play for the side of Humi. And at this point in the game, as I was saying, we have Lysia going for the split push herself in the bottom lane. And differently from what we had in the previous games, maybe it's gonna do well because now they have TP and they can reconvene as they have. They're coming around the Ash hits. Wink gets the cleanse on the sun. Encore hits.
Encore's huge.
The knock-up from Ornhorn.
Oh,
Seraphine
no.
guarantees the first. On guarantees the second. It's the jungler down. So G2 takes this Baron pretty easily. Unfortunately for Humi, who started the buff themselves, they're gonna lose that one. Oh Might have flashed forward and a stun.
G2 aren't done. They want to keep finding more and more out of this play. It looks so bad when you lose your AD carry. All of a sudden, as your Humi, you're like, yeah, we can take this. No, you cannot. The Encore into Ornhorn combo, just beautiful, and it was instrumental in winning that game right there. All of a sudden, G2 put themselves firmly back in the driver's seat when things were looking a little bit iffy. We'll see it again right here. Watch for this beautiful Encore catches 2 members into the Ornhorn, which is enough to take out the support, and then you just get to run through this team fight. Once Karina gets themselves a coral, they're exceptionally strong, and I don't know if this replay will last long enough, but Karina actually leaves the coral in the pit and then has to go back for it. Gonna be gone. You can't counter. In an exceptionally weak position right now. What you need to do is exactly how that Varus pick worked. Get Emolga to get a pick onto somebody and then use that 4 versus 5 advantage. But if you stand on top of each other, you are going to lose because that Seraphine ultimate into that Ornn ultimate is going to rip through you. Right now, Karina is the biggest issue, but it's such a pick composition which makes it very difficult to actually run towards. You try to get in onto any of this backline, and all of a sudden you've got an Ashe arrow to the face, you've got a Varus ultimate to the face, you're not actually able to walk anywhere, so it's exceptionally difficult, but a pick onto a key member could turn things because the 4v5, there's still a strong composition out of Humi. Landing it. Oh. Oh, what a fight right here. We'll see if this is going to be the very end of the game. G2 Hell pushing forwards. They picked themselves up the mid lane inhibitor. They picked up the bot lane inhibitor. Unfortunately, no wave in the top lane, but do they even need it? Baron buff has now fallen off, so they are pushing only on the merit of themselves, but currently pushing forwards. It looks like it's going to be a victory for G2 here in dominant fashion.
It really is. There's only one Nexus turret alive, and it's not going to be for long. Karina deals the damage to final blow. The crystal arrow, it connects. Desperate Love so close to being dead, and Morga trying to deal damage there. The shielding is there. Karina might be able to take it, but it's just the absolute dominance rampage of a performance from G2 Hell on this one. Oh my god, if everyone was waiting for a match like this, well, it was delivered.
Yeah, we said that this was potentially going to be one of the closest match ones we've seen so far, and it actually has been the case, regardless of the fact that it did look a little one-sided from the side of G2. It still, Humi put on a performance, and if anything, from all of the other teams we've seen today, they are the team that got the closest to making it an even game, because as you said it yourself during the cast off, it started looking a little iffy for G2, but they managed to put themselves back in the driver's seat, and they just get right back on track, get the objective, get the Baron, gives themselves a whole lot of gold, get the soul secured as well, and finish the game in a quite convincing fashion. Now, Bloxer, we had certain expectations of this game going into this. Were they met from your regard?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the analysis we did before the game and the way that the teams played it out. G2 did exactly what we were expecting. Use your Varus Ashe to get push priority in the bot lane and then turn that into Drakes. They then did exactly what we wanted from them to do, which is take your push priority bot lane and put it top lane to then be able to take the Herald. Except Boomy know that's happening, and for a orgless group of just friends, I'd assume, incredibly impressive to be able to bully G2 off of that fight. The Lux ultimate was key in that, the final spark dealing so much damage, allowing Humi to be able to bully and pick themselves up that Herald. The next Herald play, a couple of Humi members lose out, but they are able to stop the Coral from going over. That's a pretty impressive showing right here out of Humi. I think G2 played it really well. They had good map rotations, but they certainly didn't just walk over the opposition. This was a good fight back out of Humi.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned that bot lane pressure specifically. As we said earlier and before the game even started, it was one of those lanes that we are looking towards the most, simply because a lot of junglers love to sit on that bot lane, get a couple of kills for themselves, get you a lot of security around the dragon objective. So let's have a look specifically at the Bel'Veth double that we've seen in bot lane quite early on in the game.
Yes, it was just so nice. The positioning here, Karina getting the upper hand because they were in the bush. There was no vision. The bot lane from Humi was advanced. They get the delicious knock up and secure that one as a double kill for themselves. It was really, really nice.
Yeah, Karina in general has had such a big impact on this game itself, on the Bel'Veth. It felt like all those knockups blocks were continuously landing on the correct targets. It was always the backline that was suffering the most.
It really was, and as a Bel'Veth, you have to live in the backline because you do shred through tanks, sure, but you're not that good at it. Who you want to be getting onto is the backline, and unless you're hitting someone, you will die. You're not that tanky, you're quite squishy. In fact, you need to be hitting someone to be constantly healing up, and so living in the backline is the Bel'Veth's way. And Karina, she was perfectly happy to do that, constantly in the backline, using the champion to the most of the abilities, constantly using that E to keep themselves alive for even longer. That tenacity, that extra healing, the damage reduction, so good, so well played. And Bel'Veth that's played well is one of the strongest champions in the game, I'd say, especially once you get yourself a quick double kill in the early game.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Karina who's absolutely perfecting the positioning and their role to a T. It was the rest of the members of G2 as well, specifically. So if looking at some of the team fights that we have, G2 would always focus on team fighting when it was about an objective rather than just going for it.
Yes, and that was really nice from them because it was the knowledge that they could wait for an objective to start being chased and then go in, and that's what happened right here. They stood in a really nice position. They had a vision from the Scuttle Crab that didn't have any wards, but they did have the Scuttle Crab there. So it was key to them to be able to have that position to get pickoffs on the Nami like that. You're going to be always able to knock her down pretty quickly, as squishy as she is. And by that, you deny any possibility of sustain that the enemy team can have. Nice secure here from Karina as well. And at the end of the day, even though they won the fight, the Humi defense on that buff was super great as well, but they had started overextending, and Molga, that taking so much damage, didn't account for the ticking damage that G2 could proc.
Look at that.
And once again, this one.
So nice. Getting that Encore. The Encore out of Seraphine has genuinely been the most impactful ability in this entire tournament so far. We highlighted it right at the start of the day, didn't we? Before we'd seen even a single lick of play, we were like, hey, you should probably watch out for Seraphine, and by God were we right, because the Encore has been the single most impactful ultimate in the entire tournament so far, and I don't see that changing as we go on into the best of threes.
I think when we're highlighting Seraphine's ultimate specifically, it's also quite important to highlight these other elements externally in terms of ultimates from the other team members that have gone into this ultimate, because it feels like, yes, Seraphine's ult, it does have quite a big impact, but when we're seeing the combos that we've seen so far today, which by the way have been absolutely incredible, like MF, Seraphine, Nami bubble, like it has been amazing, okay? In that regards, a lot of highlight clips have definitely been secured for those reels, but I think, yes, Seraphine on its own, like the ultimate is very powerful, but it feels like, specifically looking at the clips from G2, so if every single member knew how to play off of it.
Oh, absolutely. Because sometimes it would start with the crystal arrow from Ash because it's going to have more range, right? And then as soon as it connects, you have the Encore. So it's not like they were throwing the abilities without knowing when the teammates were going to do so. They were so well calculated because it would be one after the other as soon as every stun duration had ended. So there is nothing that her Humi could do in those situations, because as soon as you get caught in the first one, G2 made sure that you were there for 3, 4, 5 seconds entirely CC.
Yeah, and that's using ultimates and not a Morgana Q. So, you know, maybe just lock in Morgana and you can be there for 5 seconds as well, or the rest of the day. But specifically looking at the way G2 played this, it was absolutely incredible. It felt like there's definitely a lot of practice that went into this. And as a team, as a 5-man that have been practicing for a while, I think this is definitely what we expected to see, quite honestly. We're going to be looking at their game next as well. So once again, G2 is going to be the ones that we're following into that best of 3. So again, chat, you asked for it. You're getting it. You ask, we listen. You're welcome.
You get at least 2 more G2 games.
At least.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's also something that is really important to note is so far G2 have quite convincingly won every single one of their matchups. And this one being one of the closest ones, but it still felt very much one-sided. So when we're looking at the mistakes potentially here, Blockster, that we could be nitpicking on from G2 going into the next game, what can be exploited from their end?
They were a little bit too telegraphed, I'd say. Everybody knew what they were going to do, and I think a possibly more coordinated team, Humi isn't an organisation-based team, they haven't necessarily played together that much. A more organisation-based team, a team with a better coaching staff perhaps, would be able to take a look at that and punish a little bit more. You saw the beginnings of it from Humi, but you knew that bot lane was going to push in, then they're going to go for Drake, then the bot lane's going to go top, and then you're going to go for the Herald. That's very standard. And if you are able to coordinate better to be able to deal with that, then there is definitely the chance to punish G2. The thing is, you've got to have the players to be able to step up to G2. And right now, G2's players, simply in terms of how good they are individually, is insane. And seeing them play right now has made me very scared for the rest of the tournament, because they play together really well. The coordination was good, even if what they were working towards was a little bit telegraphed.
Hey, Game Changers first, Rising Star second. Let's go. G2 seems to be on a roll, but we're going to be rolling it to a break. We'll be back with the final game of this evening. It's going to be a best of 3, and it will be G2 versus to be determined. final game of the day is on its way, and it's going to be G2 versus Clash. Now, if you've been with us since the beginning of the day, you've seen that Clash were the ones to kick SK Avarosa towards that lower bracket. So is it going to be a possibility of them replicating that success against G2? I guess we're going to have to wait and find out. I'm Jeannie, your host, and joined me on the desk this time is going to be Solari as well as Soph. So Bloxer is taking a little break. Solari, welcome back. You were here for the beginning. You kind of missed the G2 madness, but we're throwing you straight into this best of 3.
Thank you, and hopefully it's going to be more G2 madness for me, because that's why I'm here today.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's why you're here as well, I see.
That's all for G2, just like people in chat, it seems.
I'm not that much for G2, but more for the hype and the bloodbath, but I mean, whoever brings it.
Valid.
Well, let's have a look at the schedule in terms of the games that we've already had a look at today, because as I said, this is the final game of today, but unlike the other best of ones we've seen, this is going to be a best of 3, so therefore you are going to see at least 2 games. G2 Hell against Clash Midnight is the one we're looking at today, and unfortunately we've said goodbye to Mango Berries, to Bifrost White, and to SK Avarosa, as well as Humi, as they've all been knocked into the lower bracket. As we mentioned earlier, it's a double elimination bracket, so they do have a chance to prove themselves once again. But as for now, the ones that are going to have to prove themselves is going to be Clash Midnight. Not because they're not a team worthy, they have made it this far, but it's because they're up against G2 Hell. And if anything, Surf, it feels like this is the most hyped team of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think it's not just that they're super hyped by everyone. I think they're really delivering all the gameplay that we would like to see. I think it's one of the things that Bloxer mentioned in the previous post-game analysis, how they were doing everything we thought as casters, as analysts, that it was a good choice for them to do. And they did that super well. And of course, it's not just the macro, but also how they were playing the champions itself, like the skills and everything. They were doing it so well.
It felt like Clash, on the other hand, Solari, they didn't actually struggle against SK Avarosa. If anything, they really grabbed the game by its reins and made SK Avarosa play their game, and Avarosa weren't really able to do so. So looking at this and G2 and how well they've played so far, is Clash going to have the opportunity to get away with the same playstyle?
I don't think Clash should be feeling as comfortable as they were in the previous game. I think they should be much more focused, because G2 Hell is not the team that is going to be playing the game as you dictate to them. Rather, they are the ones trying to control the battlefield and to control how the game is going. So if you have 2 teams who want to be behind the wheel at all the times clashing against each other, both of them need to be extremely careful about how they approach it.
I see what you did there. That was a good pun. You know, I just kind of like slipped through, but still respectfully. G2, however, they're looking to raise hell, living up to their name. I think we need to stop with the puns. It's a little too early or too late for that.
Is it my time though?
Yeah, I don't really know what to say here, but G2 last game specifically, I think they very much lived up to our expectations. As you know, we found out that was the first time for them to actually be streamed, so that was the first ever G2 VOD that anyone could look at. Now, Clash, they were actually playing a game of their own, and therefore they didn't have that opportunity to look at the VOD potentially and see how maybe telegraphed G2 is. But on the other hand, Surf, do you think that Clash will have that ability to, in-game, recognize that, oh yeah, they're going to be going top, because that's going to be the most logical decision here. Let's set up, let's cut them off. Let's set up a gank. Let's set up a counterplay.
Yeah, I believe that from what we saw in the Clash versus SK Avarosa, as you mentioned, it was so highly dominated by Clash. They were playing their own game. So I don't think that from that game solely that we broadcasted, we have enough material on Clash to know if they are going to be more adaptable, if they're going to just be a little more straight to the rules and expect G2 to follow it as well. Whereas exactly as you said, Solari, they make some rules themselves, and that's how they're going to play. So we're going to see, since it's a best of 3, there's plenty of time, at least 2 opportunities there for Clash to show that they can learn on how G2 plays, or they can learn to expect the unexpected with G2 and learn a couple of possibilities on how they can adapt.
Well, speaking of games, rules, and doing our own thing, we actually have our own game going that's going to be Pixel Perspective. So whilst the lobby is being set up, we're going to be heading into this because so far Solari, and so if you guys haven't actually had the chance to play this together. So chat, if you're new to this, we're going to show a pixelated image of a champion. It could be just a base skin or it can actually be a skin, and you can actually participate and spam chat with what you think the correct champion is going to be. So let's head right into it, and let's start off with the first picture. I'm gonna give Soph here the opportunity to really guess what champion this is, because I can't tell. I'm also gonna be tapping out because I feel like I've given away too many.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the first step into trying to guess this one, because as you can see, that looks very easy and guessable.
Of course, yeah, totally.
It's
It's a lot of like your eyes are like so. You're like, please just get me out.
If you look deep enough into my eye, you can see my one brain cell just trying to process what's
Blink
going on.
twice if you want to run away. Okay.
There we go.
I'm
We're
so
taking
sorry.
you out of here.
But you want to have a go at this, Solari? Okay, let's just go to the next one. Zoom it out a little. See if that's easier. Okay.
Maybe Caitlyn.
Okay. Okay, Linda.
I can see something blue, like the blue outline of something a little bit lighter. What has blue? And like there is a very
It's
dark
Jinx.
background.
It's Jinx. I can see clearly. It's
oh
Jinx.
my god! Yes,
It's the braids.
Yes. Okay.
Damn.
Look at
well,
me.
let's go on the board.
Yeah.
Chat. I wonder if you guys got that right. I really hope one of you did at least. Let's go into the next image though. Let's see if you guys can replicate this. This time around, we're going to be starting off once again with a really difficult, small, tiny, eeny, weeny, pixelated picture. So I'm going to give you guys 2 seconds. It's going to be a skin, by the way, so it's not a base one. Which there's quite a few of them in this game. And so I'm going to have to pick on you. You're going to have to give me one. Any guess? Just throw it out there.
Good goddamn. I have nothing that makes sense with this. I was just gonna say, I don't know, Dragon Trainer Tristana.
Okay. Solari?
Just
Luxor is not
because.
here, so I need to throw it. Stagarian Lux.
Sorry, Lux. Okay. Is any of these correct? If not, we're going to be heading to the next stage of the picture. So that unfortunately was not.
I think that's an echo.
It looks like an echo, yeah, on the top
Is
right
it-
corner.
It feels like a jungler
the hair.
indeed, but like more of a jungler with like, we've already seen one today. Has like a big fist. Could it
Vi?
be? Could it be? It's not Vi. Okay, next. Let's zoom it out a little bit more. Oh!
Huh?
Oh, sir? Anyone wants to have a go? I said that I wasn't gonna say anything, so I'm not gonna say anything. But
What?
it's an AD carry.
We've seen.
It's Callista!
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's Callista. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Blood Moon. Very
Yes.
cool.
Okay,
Love
next
that.
one.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, that has
Okay,
to be
Nice.
something.
I
Guardian
love the color
something.
scheme. Okay, the color scheme
Right?
is beautiful. I would like
Right?
have this color scheme in my house. But this is not my house. This is Pixel's perspective here at Rising Stars. So Solari, once again, you're gonna have to give a guess. Anything, whatever you think it is.
It has to be Star Guardian something because the color
Okay.
scheme
Yes.
just
Is it Star
screams
Guardian?
of it.
It is Star Guardian. It is. So that already
Okay.
narrows down. Okay.
It's Kaisa.
Is it Star Guardian Kaisa? No, it's not. Solari, do you
It's
wanna
not.
give a go?
Oh my god. Okay, who else do we have?
Is it Star Guardian Lux?
Is it Star Guardian Lux? No.
No
Yes, it is.
way!
Oh, okay. How do you see
Oh
that?
my God,
What's
Lux,
going
I can't
on?
believe he's not
Okay,
here.
let's do the last one. Okay, so
Okay.
Sophie already had like 2 at this point. Solari, you had 1. So Solari, this is your chance to equalize it and to like get back on the board. So I'm gonna give you the first shot to try and see what
Okay.
this is. Good luck.
That's something from Shadow Wilds, definitely, judging by the color scheme. Very dark, very blue. It could be a Hecarim. I would give
It's not a
I would
Hecarim.
give it a guess. Hecarim. It's not Hecarim. Okay.
Okay, so
Viago.
You wanna get ahead of the competition here?
Oh damn! Are we repeating any of the ones
No.
that we had today?
They're not being
No,
repeated.
no repeats. Okay, so no Hecarim because Hecarim has already been here.
Oh right.
That's all right. Maybe Yorick?
Is it a Yorick? So let's go on to the next stage. Have it zoomed out a little further. Oh!
It's Malawi.
Is it Maokai? I think it's Maokai.
Hey, good job!
You guys are equal.
Hey,
Congrats.
nice.
Chat.
Nice.
If you got any of these right, congratulations to you. You're doing great. So we've talked about the rosters. We've talked about the expectations that we have and how both Qlash and G2 kind of have this ability to dictate the pace of the game. Now, I want to go more into a little bit of these comfort picks. So I want to start off with G2 specifically. If they want to make it that much more difficult for Clash to actually dictate this game, who should they be banning out, Soph?
So what were the picks on Clash that we have had on broadcast?
It was really the Udyr, I would say, that was...
Yes, exactly. Absolutely. I think the Udyr was definitely the one link that was uniting everything for Clash. I think that's definitely a good fan for them.
So would you say potentially jungle picks here, Solari, are the ones to look out for?
I would say, you need really to focus on the jungle picks and maybe have a look at the bot lane as well, because this combination of the bot lane plus a very proactive early game jungle is apparently something that works very nicely for Clash. So I think here you need to limit out the possibilities for them.
Okay, so jungle and bot lane so far have really been the running theme here on broadcast. And I think specifically so for G2 and Clash. So when we're looking at G2, it was really Karina on the Bel'Veth that just so much work for the team. And then when we were looking at Clash, it was the Udyr that came out. And it was really difficult to deal with for SK Avarosa. So it looks like that theme is consistent. But I think for G2, we saw a little bit as well from the top lane. So it was the Ornn specifically that was coming out from the side of Lysia. I think she had such a big impact on the game. Trigger was more than comfortable whipping out that Riven. So is there a possibility in some world that a top lane could be more emphasized?
I don't know, emphasized. They might even change a little bit of the strategy and the technique in regards to the rest of the team rotating for whatever top lane might give them, if it's a herald, if it's a nice push on the tower. But I don't think it would be a focus. I think I agree with what Bloxer has been saying all throughout the tournament. We're really focusing on that bottom lane, how the power of the Drake can help so much. We might just see a difference in the picks and how they rotate in regards to the other teammates.
If anything, I really like the fact that you're bringing up these Drakes, because it feels like so far every single team that has had that heavy emphasis on securing themselves Drakes, on securing themselves the Soul Drake, is a team that has had that chance to just simply win the game. So when we're looking at G2 as well, last time specifically Solari, the way that they played the game was, unless there was an objective to fight for, they would not initiate a fight, and they would be more than happy to just walk away and wait for, any objective to spawn. Whereas Clash, they were happy to run into jungle for SK Avarosa and get a pick here. SK Avarosa just didn't have a comp that was very mobile, so that was a little bit easier for them as well. In that regard, are you expecting this more to be like a bloodbath in terms of whatever we can get a pick, we'll go for it? Or do you think it will stay with that very systematic, rigid way of G2 where they're waiting for objectives to spawn rather than looking for picks beforehand?
Considering that we're going into best of 3, both possibilities are very much possible this time, because usually how the first game where everybody's just looking at each other, and then the second game usually the hell is being raised. But here I do think that we are going to see a more how could I say it, more careful maybe approach to when you choose to fight and how you choose to fight, because here I would expect teams to try to go more into the mid and late game focus for both of them. That would be rather beneficial and would suit their playstyle well, and both of them would benefit from it just trying to work exclusively around objectives, not having too much of fighting somewhere outside it. But here I might just be completely wrong and we might just see fight after a fight. You never know how exactly it goes with these two.
Always have to throw in a little disclaimer, don't you? Just in case people decide to come for you. Disclaimer, you can't sue me. But Soph, in terms of the playstyles that we've seen from both of these teams here, what do you think we could be expecting mainly? As, again, Solari mentioned, it is a best of 3. So it's not just one game and you're out. You have that comfort. You have that opportunity to push your boundaries a little further.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something similar to what we have seen from the two teams so far. Exactly because it's still the first game is going to warm them up, get to know each other, and understand what exactly could be a potential threat in the enemy team. And I think keeping what they have been doing might be the case, which is G2, as you said, Ginny, just waiting for the objectives to spawn, staying around the corner, maybe getting a fog of war position so they can engage while the enemy team is already a little low on health. They can aim for steals like that, or on the other side, we can have Clash as they were doing before, just being very present in the early game, noticing when they have that sort of aggression coming from the jungle as they did with the Udyr. And if they can do that with a Hecarim or something of the sorts, that could work really well as well. So I think on the first game, we're going to see something more similar. And in the second, potentially third game, we might see them coming out of their comfort zone a little more, but as at the same time being very confident about it, because that's how they've been showing to play all throughout the tournament.
Well, we've seen both of these teams play so far. We know what they're capable of. We've seen Clash, we've seen G2. So as it's going to be a best of 3 here, I'm going to have to put you guys on a little bit of an awkward situation. I'm going to start with you, Solaria. That's going to be in terms of a prediction. How do you think this series is going to go?
Ooh, putting him on a spotlight, aren't you? I think... Okay, well, first of all, I hope it's going to be 3 games, just because I want to see more of those. But I think this is going to be 2-1 for G2.
Okay.
And I think it's not going to be an easy one for them, but I think they're gonna make it.
Okay. So, would you like to agree, disagree? What do you want to do?
I think I'm really going for a game 3 scenario. And, gosh, I will have to go for G2 in a 2-1 fashion on this one. I think it makes sense. They have been incredible, and I think because of their experience by playing together in a 5-5 competitive scenario, that may be the one thing to get them the upper hand on Clash. But I think it's going to be very close, hence why it's going to be a game 3, and I think the game 3 is also going to be close.
Okay, well, we're going to see whether or not these predictions are going to be coming to life. But first of all, we have first game coming your way with the picks and bans ready. So, Surf, Solari, take it away.
Oh, gladly. Let's see what both of these teams have for us.
Yes, indeed. We already have... Oh, I'm so very sorry, my screen... we are back.
Yeah.
But yes, Solari, I'm so excited for this. It's the first time we're going to be casting together.
Yes.
And it's going to be a best of 3. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I am very excited. I don't know how anybody might not be excited about this one, but come on, I really want to see what's happening with the drafts, because this is going to be meaning so much. Okay, already having a little bit easier time because Yumi is out of the equation. Thank you very much. Also, Wukong and Kain. Kain can be ridiculously strong right now, especially in his red form, so I'm happy to see this one go, because he just feels a little bit unfair.
It's a very scary champion to play against, isn't it? Especially if, myself, I love playing as ADC. We have been talking all throughout the tournament how we have been keeping our eye on the bot lane. So, yes, the Kayn could be super, super strong. The Seraphine, though, is going to be the last ban for this first round for G2, and I really like that. We have seen Seraphine every time on this match, and every time we saw her, I think it was a win. So that's a pretty good win rate to let it pass.
I also love the first pick coming from Clash, because this is Syndra. Immediately telling what your mid lane is going to be might be risky sometimes. There is a tiny... It's Ivan.
Well, we'll see if this is going to be a proxy pick.
Yeah.
We'll see if production is going to verify that with us. But I totally agree. Solari Syndra, I think, is going to be amazing. She has been banned a lot, so it's nice to see her shine this time around, even though she's very much from the darkness. But there's so much nice gameplay that can be done. Oh, but this mid lane matchup is going to be against a Vex. Look at that.
Okay, I love it. Okay, first of all, Ivan is a prox, but we're not going to tell you what exactly is going to be behind him just yet. But this Vex versus Syndra is very interesting. Vex she works pretty much like Sylas. You kind of want to risk picking her up very early, because you're limiting the potential picks for the enemy immediately. You know that you cannot really throw things with a lot of dashes against her, because she's going to work directly against them. And this is what I love seeing from Clash. Kindred, the very, very scaly jungler. A lot of AD suddenly being thrown in there. You already have very strong AP mid laner, so you can totally afford to go like that.
Yeah, not only that, you're going to be doing something that is very different to junglers, which is attacking ranged.
And attacking, yeah, that's different.
Attacking, yes. Sometimes you just stay in a base. That's how you play the game sometimes. But yeah, so Solari, I really like it. As the same way as you do the Kindred is going to be really nice. And I think because of her presence in the game, we're going to have much more focus in the jungle this time around, because you need to keep track of the marks from Kindred, so you can deny it from her. And that's going to be very nice. We'll see what's going to be the jungle pick. We kind of already know it, but we're going to keep it a secret until we finish. But it's still going to be very exciting whatever they choose at the end.
So we have On and G2 are completely not showing us what is going to be happening on the bot lane. We already know the ADC they're standing against because it's going to be Varus on the side of Clash, but G2 really don't want to spoil what is going to happen on their own bot lane, and that's rather interesting, but they threw an On into us, into the top lane. This composition already really wants to be team fighting quite heavily.
Yeah, not only that, it's mirroring quite a bit. Of course, we don't know still the other pick for the jungle, but it looks like it's going to be mirroring quite a bit the comp from the last game that we watched from G2. Caitlyn's going to be the next ban for Clash. Well, we have the Darius. Interesting to have a Darius there. I think it makes sense. You already have the Ornn confirmed for your team, so Darius would be definitely annoying and against you in the top lane.
And maybe Aatrox could be a good ban here as well if you want to keep focusing on the top lane, would totally make sense. And again, I just absolutely hate Aatrox, especially these days, so please ban him out and make me happy. Set works too. I also hate Set, just so happens.
I mean, to be fair, those are really champions that go in and they can just do so much damage at the same time to you. They can bruise you quite heavily and they can sustain themselves for a long time as well. Ezreal, we haven't seen this bad boy in a while, and I think that's going to be very, very nice combining with how Vax can what's it called, like the frighten, right, that Vax can put in the enemies there. It's going to be good to allow for a nice ultimate from Ezreal from a distance. Pantheon.
Okay. Oh, and Kama, Pantheon going to the top lane is interesting because this is this +1 that you get for your team whenever there is a fighting happening anywhere away from the top lane. You can always count on that additional +1 after level 6. But this Kama has to be picked because otherwise this is going to be Ezreal Kama combination on the bot lane, and it's an extremely strong one, especially if you think about all the roaming potential happening there. You can leave Ezreal alone and just go wherever you want, but this is going to be Nautilus thinking that there might be Kama on the other side of the map happening. Nautilus is going to help the team here so much. They really, really need an additional front lane because Kindred is very squishy, Varus, very squishy, Syndra, probably the squishiest one out of all those. They really need somebody to be there to help them to start the fight for them and to make sure that they're the ones soaking the damage instead of them. And oh my god, this is Renata! Oh, I love it!
Wow, I really like it as well. If you can get a nice combo from Ornn and Renata, I think there's so much great 5v5 potential on G2 side. Whereas on Clash, I also think that the team fights are going to be very, very competitive. Exactly as you mentioned, with the Pantheon being able to go and help on ganks happening on another lane and all of the things like that. You have the Syndra that can execute the Ornn if necessary. Also, doing the deny on the resurrect that Renata Glass can give to Ezreal. So if you deny that one, that's going to be great because you don't want Ezreal to be back from the dead.
Absolutely no. Renata and Ezreal, again, look, we still don't know what the jungler is going to be on G2 side. Well, we kind of know, but we're, again, not going to spoil it to you. But I really... But look at that. You have two AD carries that really want to be getting gold as early as possible because they are really dependent on the items and on the skill and hitting them. So I need to see if the junglers are going to, again, as we saw quite many times, they're already going to prioritize the bot lane and prioritize the ganks and counter ganks, or at least just shadowing the lane, making sure that even if you don't have any action started on the bot lane, you make sure that the enemy jungler doesn't try to do the same, just keeping them as safe as possible.
Yes, and that can work really well for Clash, right? Because you have Kindred with the possibility of stacking on her own. If she can spot that the enemy jungler is on another side, she can just safely take a mark for herself. And the same way, she can get into lanes really easily with the fact that she can engage from the distance because she's ranged. So that's going to be really nice for Clash, and especially with the not with the lockdowns potential from Pantheon, from Nautilus, even from Syndra. So everyone on the side of Clash can pin people down and allow for the damage to come with the piercing arrows from Varus, of course, from Syndra as well. And if this Kindred also becomes a threat, like, it can be really insane because she keeps on stacking and stacking and just becoming more and more powerful the while the game goes on.
Yeah. However, can you have a look at G2 for a second? Look at that Vex. I know we talked a little bit already about that Vex, but this is going to be a very important tool for G2 because everything in that team, as we already said, it really wants to be team fighting. But if you're just team fighting front to back in the going against Clash, it's going to be really hard for you because Varus and Syndra have really a lot of range and they're going to feel rather safe standing on the backlane. But the moment you throw Vex in, everything suddenly gets a little bit easier for you because if she's in a comfortable position, if she's not too much behind anybody, she can go into the enemy's backlane. She has a pretty easy access to them and she has the potential to, even if she doesn't kill them on spot, she has the potential to delay their damage for quite some time and get them distracted.
Yes, and that can only allow for the damage coming from Azrael as well. And I'm so excited to tell to you guys what is the last spin. Are we allowed to do it? The last pick, the jungle pick for G2. Are we allowed to do it?
I think we got
Go
a
for
green
it.
light.
Got a green light. Do you want to make the honors?
No, you go.
Yeah, I go. Okay, so the reason why I was saying this kind of a mirror matchup for G2 is because they went for the Bel'Veth. It wasn't banned. So since it worked so well the last game, I think that's really good. And at the same time, if you look at the order at how was it Syndra the first pick?
Yes.
Yeah, was it in the order? So
Syndra was the first pick.
Yeah. So it's really nice to see that they chose that. And then when they saw the Bel'Veth, they went for the Kindred. I think it's a really nice pick if you want to go against it.
Yeah. Again, having a little bit of mirroring here, having something with nice 80 damage output with a lot of attack speed and something that really wants to be playing around jungle and around the objective. Remember, we're talking about G2 wanting to be playing around objectives and Bel'Veth just suits these whole ideas so nicely. I wonder what comes first, to be honest. Is it Bel'Veth or is it the team playing around the objectives? I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll know in a little bit whenever this game starts and whenever we get the series going on. Because we mentioned it's a best of 3, so kind of looks like a very similar playstyle to what they were intending to do in the previous games. So we have the Bel'Veth again, we have the Ornn that's going to combo well with the damage from Azrael. We've talked all about that, and I think it's going to remain a similar sort of game style. And I am so in accord with you. The Vax can make amazing outplays in this matchup because you mentioned that Kindred, Syndra, Varus, they're so squishy. So if she can go in there in the backline and enable the damage from the rest of the team, it's going to be devastating for Clash.
However, don't forget that Kindred has the ultimate. As long as you start the fight still having that Lamb's Respite available, you shouldn't be too afraid of Vex because you have an antidote to her jumping in and trying to potentially one-shot your backline if she's going into full damage. That's also a big question to me, to be honest. What exactly is going to be the role that Vex is going to be filling? Because you can play her in a variety of ways. You can go into full-on AP damage dealer, a sort of an assassinish style, but you can also be an enabler, a mage enabler from the mid lane, kind of acting as another support for your team. And she plays both of these roles really nicely. So what is going to be more beneficial for G2 in this scenario?
Yes. All right, so we're going to go for a very, very quick break. We know you're all at the edge of your seats waiting for the G2 finals in the upper bracket. We also are, so just stay tuned. Get some water there. Don't be dehydrated. It's a best of 3, so you need to be here and watch everything with us. So we're just going to be right back after a quick break. Welcome back, everyone. We are jumping right in to the first game of the best of three upper finals, G2 versus Clash. I'm Surfchan, back with Solari. How are you feeling?
Extremely excited, and look at that, the beautiful Summer's Rift is upon us, and we're going to see the first game out of the potential best of three today. And again, I very much hope that it's going to be all three games goodness for us.
Oh, absolutely. If it goes to a game 3, I'm just going to be so happy about it because we know that this is going to be highly competitive, right, Solari?
Yes. Oh, it is going to be extremely competitive. We're talking about two very, very strong teams here. But before we talk about the teams, I really want to have a very quick chat before we go any further about Kindred, because it's something I haven't really given much thought about. Oh, thank you very much. That's a beautiful skin, by the way, one of my favorite ones.
Right?
Yeah. But while she's walking into the enemy jungle, this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. She has received an indirect nerfs in this preseason because the country jungling is not that efficient anymore. How does it feel to be Kindred in the preseason? Oh, that hurt a little bit.
I guess that's no problem at all since they were already trying to reset, but I guess they're just going to stay in lane this time. But yeah, I think it's something that we're going to see how it unleashes, because if 26 Dreams gets a nice advantage on Kindred, it can still be super, super great. I don't think it would be that much affected, but I agree with you. It's what's it called, like a side effect nerf for her because of the changes in the preseason. We have both junglers starting on opposite sides for this one. Yeah.
Okay, exciting. We have seen so many games today already where both junglers are starting from the top and rotating to the bottom, which makes total sense considering how everybody's playing around the bot side of the map these days. But this Kindred has another thought on her mind.
Yes, she does. So this time around, Karina may have chosen, I mean, they're going for red. I don't think they have vision. Yes, they do not have vision on the Kindred. Yeah, we have...
It's the double buff and then a gank for the bot lane scenario potentially. And if it's going to happen, I am in love. This is going to be extremely aggressive.
Yes, it is. But it really is going to depend on how this bot lane is going to counter the push. We have Varus, we have Nautilus. What we're going to see from Ezreal is that he knows, well, he's already level 2, so he knows he can dodge the abilities, so they're not feeling pressured at all. They're getting just the last hit here. Freezing the wave, of course, because they don't want it to be super shoved for the Bel'Veth to join and get the gank, as you mentioned.
Yeah, but this Bel'Veth is not going directly to the bot lane so far. She's still staying in her jungle, clearing a little bit more before she rotates there, while Kindred is in the completely opposite side of the map. So if this Bel'Veth decided to have any action around the bot side, that would have been pretty easy, because no counter gank possibility here for you. But considering how much G2Hell are still shoving the lane into the enemy's turret, not that much anymore, but just before that, we could see how far they were on the map. It was really hard for Bel'Veth to do anything around it. Plus, it's an early game Bel'Veth, not really too much she can do, just like Kindred, but Kindred doesn't agree with me.
Yeah, she does not, and she's going on Lysia. The stun is going to land very, very close. The commitment is going to get a first blood and a takedown back from Lysia. But I mean, it's first blood for Clash nonetheless, so that was good. I think at the end of the day, they committed to it and they managed to get the kill. If they hadn't, that would have been a disaster, but they did, so I think I'll take the 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you get the first blood, going so aggressively into the enemy's territory and under their turret, this is a good first blood, and this is a good death that you're giving away. Could have been better, of course, but I don't see how in this scenario Kindred is getting out of that alive. What is important for her right now is that Pantheon didn't have to use absolutely any of the summoner spells or just anything at all, so he's still staying there, while Ornn is going to come back to the lane without the teleport because he just teleported, and without the flash, so it's a major advantage for Pantheon.
Oh, definitely is, and considering that Pantheon is not running that teleport, it's running the Ignite, so that can make for such incredible and aggressive gameplays. We don't have vision, now we do, so nice one there from G2 spotting Kindred. And as we have been saying, Solari, spotting the jungler is one of the biggest things you have to do in the early game, isn't it?
Yeah, that was aggressive, but that's Ezreal we're talking about. He's just getting... Columbo.
Yeah, the nice hook there. Oh my god, the damage exploded. Columbo, though, is still healing up on those potions. Henkel close to taking down Shine on Me. Gets the 1v1 kill. Wow, I'm very impressed how that at the end of the day it was a 1-for-1. I'm very impressed. I thought it was going to be terrible at some point, but then the kiting from Shine on Me was very sure that if they kept on going, it was a guaranteed kill.
That looked bad for both teams at different moments.
Right?
Yeah, but in the end, we're still going 2-2. It's fascinating how both teams are managing to keep the kill score absolutely the same no matter what happens on the map. This is extremely aggressive from Nautilus here, but that's what you expect. Nautilus is pretty much one-shot champion during the laning phase. You need to go in, you need to be that aggressive, but sometimes it can be a little bit too much. Even if you're running Ignite and you're throwing it on the enemy support, it just might not be enough for you. But when you have such an AD carry as Shine on Me, you manage to get out of this tricky situation still with a kill for your team.
Yes, and not only that, it's a trade for 1 kill for Varus and 1 kill for Renata. So you take that over a support kill any day. So guaranteeing the first kill for Varus is super, super great. They're starting off with the pressure on taking down this first Drake of the game. Is going to be a Cloud one. They don't have vision. Nothing. It's all dark here, so it's going to be very much uncontested, especially since it's so early into the game. I don't think G2 would be expecting that to happen. So maybe that's going to answer to us that Clash has indeed the potential of being more versatile and adaptable.
And I love seeing that adaptability from them. And also, it's really funny how you're mentioning the vision around the Dragon Pit. Right before all that action started happening on the bot lane, I had a look at the minimap, and all the river on the bot side of the map was covered in the wards from G2. But the moment Clash go towards the Drake, there is absolutely nothing from them anymore. Oh, look at this little skull crab, and this is the mark for our Kindred girl.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So it's showing us that she's going to rotate for the bottom path again. We're going to have possibly something to fight on. If she wants to get the mark, we're going to have Vax getting the vision around there because she knows Kindred has to go at some point to take that one for herself. But bot lane, once again, G2 looks to be... I think they're just freezing.
Yes.
Yeah, that it doesn't look like they're gonna see Bel'Veth anytime soon close to that lane.
They don't want to be overextending, but at the same time, it's better to be safe than sorry, considering that we're still talking about Vax that's sitting on the mid lane. She is past her level 6, and she has the possibility to suddenly appear pretty much anywhere on the map if she needs to join any fight happening. So, you better be careful about whatever's happening on the map as both teams right now on the bot lane. So both of them want to be freezing. Both of them want to be a little bit more careful. But maybe not on the top side of the map because Karina is here and she needs to shut down 26 streams and go for the mark. That would be the ideal outcome of this little standoff on the river.
Yes, and they're able to push her off. 26 Dreams has to go back to under her tower. So they're getting some nice pressure into the river. They're going to rotate for the bottom path. As you mentioned, we're going to see them contesting that mark so they can deny Kindred as much as they can because she was the one that got the first blood. So let's not forget about it. If you let her scale, it's going to be very scary for G2. At the same time, since they already know that Kindred is around the area, probably taking this blue buff, they have deep warded, they're going for the Herald, and they know that the mark is on the other side of the map, so they're safe to do it.
Yeah, it's the question of what Kindred is going to prioritize at this moment, and you know that she has to go and prioritize the mark because she needs to start scaling as soon as possible. The mark has already been on the map for quite some time, and you know that another mark is not going to spawn unless you kill the first one. So she goes for the mark, at the same time you go for the Herald, you take it very happily. Question is, where are you going to release the Herald?
That's a good question indeed. Maybe we're gonna see a rotation for the bottom lane, and we see something happening there, getting... Well, the wave has pushed towards the red side now, so maybe it would be a good possibility. We have Bel'Veth also on the side of the map. She's probably going to rotate for the blue buff and get something happening there. Maybe dropping the Herald as well. I think it's possible.
Definitely so. I mean, dropping the Herald on the bot lane is usually one of the safest options you can do. I'm also looking at the Dragon timers. We have 1 minute and 46 seconds before the next one is going to spawn. An Infernal one, by the way, so a good one. And you can see quite often when the Herald is being postponed until it is almost a Drake time, so you can apply an additional pressure to either of the lanes and have the enemy rotate there instead of securing the area around the Drake. Another potential scenario here for G2.
Yeah, and one thing you mentioned, Solari, was how G2 had wards, but at the moment where it was most important, it felt like their wards had just run out. And I think that's what we have right now. Thank you so much to Observer. We have those wards a little scattered around from G2, but then the whole entirety of the river has blue vision. Clash has everything, including the Scuttle Crab.
Oh, that's a mark. That's Kindred's mark that was just denied for her, and it's a great possibility for G2 to enter Kindred's jungle and catch her off guard. And this is exactly what they're doing. Look at Karina, but 26 Dreams is just spitting up and running away.
Yeah, she's gonna pop the ghost on that one. Now she's turning the kite all the other way around. The ultimate from Pantheon has joined as well. It was a little out of position.
Yeah.
For that sort of a distance, the casting time is going to take longer than what your enemies are going to take to walk out of it. So maybe it was a waste on that one. So G2 now does know that the enemy top laner doesn't have their Unite. Oh, Colombo though looks to be a little oppressive here, but the hook lands. It's the hostile takeover. It doesn't hit the most important target. Shine on Me just gets the damage from that first Q from Henkel. And unfortunately for G2, they are 2 ultimates down for this trade, whereas the other bot lane has almost everything and a Hextech flash as well.
Yes, and here comes the Herald on the minute that we were expecting from Karina. It's going to pop a little bit into the mid lane turret, providing you with some additional gold and providing you with quite a lot of additional pressure around the Dragon Pit. Look at G2 there. Oh my god, look at Colombo getting hit here. But you know you can be a little bit more aggressive here, knowing how many ultimates, 3 of them are down right now for Clash, and those are important ones. But Colombo, you're off position, and you're gonna get caught, and this is a beautiful Lamb's Respite, allowing Kindred to live for a little bit longer, but he's just delaying the inevitable death. And here we go. Tifa is going down, but look at his health bars. Everybody is so low, but kills are just, they keep happening. This Pantheon, all this gold, all this attention towards the top lane is finally starting to pay off. It's 3 kills down for Clash.
Yes, and Clash is building up that comeback on this one. Let's have a look at the replay. Once again, malicious mode going for a nice hook, landing on Colombo there. They don't have their ulti, so there's going to be extra better for Clash. They land the Nautilus ulti. Karina is going to go down on health. Colombo to 26 Dreams. They land a lovely ultimate, as you mentioned. They are invulnerable for a little bit longer, and they manage to get even more out of it. They keep on dealing damage. Shine on Me, uncontested, doesn't have anyone to deny them, and the damage is just coming one after the other, and Clash secures a lovely, lovely fight to their advantage.
And they secure... No, they don't secure the Drake. They're doing it just now. They're still alive. But Devil Trigger suddenly is becoming a very big thing. Like, come on, we have 3 big things on the side of Clash right now. Just look at the kill distribution. It's a really lovely one. And the items are already popping in for those important champions. But Devil Trigger, well, first of all, before I continue, it's again the Cam Dragon, the Cam Soul. All the 3 games I cast today, all of them have the soul. It's some coincidence or a curse. I'm not even sure. But Devil Trigger... Is he going to be even bigger as the game progresses? Because already he is a problem for G2. The problem is he's on the back lane of their team, and they cannot kill him on time before he kills anything.
Yeah, they're getting a nice little... Oh, okay. The attempt on the hook, the blink from Ezreal as well. You gotta really respect this big Nautilus here, doing so much for the engagers on the side of Clash. And totally, Solari, I believe that the Pantheon can become such a big threat. They already are. They have switched the lanes now, so Devil Trigger is on the bottom side now. They're going to be just pushing the lane. There's nobody there. One is in the mid lane this time. So it's very easy to decide to put Pantheon down there and rotate your bottom lane, because that Varus is already 2-0-3.
You put that Varus on the top lane, making sure that he secures the terrain around the second Herald for you, while Pantheon is on the bot lane, pushing very hardly, which means that Bel'Veth could potentially go and take Kindred's mark, but this is not the ideal scenario for her, because she needs to be pretty much everywhere else on the map, but not on that mark.
Yes, definitely. They're pushing quite aggressively here in the mid lane. Damage coming from the Syndra, the stun, and the hook to finalize. The Haste Fango getting the execute with their ulti. It's going to be another one down on the second one to follow. G2 are falling one after the other to 26 Dreams. Nice dodge on that one. Was that the ulti? No, I think it was just the ability there from Renata Glass.
Yeah.
But definitely building such a great spot for them for the fight on this Herald. Solari, Colombo, Henkel, though, are around the corner, and maybe they're going to try to... Okay, they don't have anything.
No.
It would just be a quick shot or something, but they don't even have the space to do it.
Yeah, they had a little look into the pit to see if maybe there was an opportunity, but no, there never was an opportunity, so they had to leave it to be. So another Herald going to Clash, and another beautiful victory going to Clash, actually, because look at that, 8-3 we go as the result of this fight, and the goal difference is starting to pile up for them. This is what, 6 minus 2, it's 4-ish, I believe. Again, I do not do the math, and I do not recommend to anyone because it's not fun.
Yeah, definitely not my forte either. But Solari, look at that. It's not only we have 8-3, the 4K gold. The Kindred has 7 of those 8. 7 kill participation out of 8 in the game. So that is impressive from 26 Dreams. Really applying pressure all around the map. As you said, that is one thing that Vex kind of needs to do. But unfortunately, they're not in the greatest of positions to counter them themselves.
Yeah, we have the replay of what was happening here. First of all, what is happening here is a lot of damage coming from the Clash side before the fight even starts, which helps them a lot when they finally engage into it. There is an absolutely beautiful, finally we're being treated to a beautiful hostile takeover from G2 Colombo, but unfortunately it's not enough to do anything else because there is no follow-up possible for G2 because they're already way too behind in this fight. They have already lost it by the time this hostile takeover happens.
Yes, and we're approaching the 1 minute mark for the next Drake. Most of the wards coming from, I believe, Clash. They disappeared? No, they're still there. They haven't expired just yet. But we see how Clash is rotating now for a possible reconvene here in the mid lane. And I was going to point out as well that... I absolutely forgot. I think that's fine. I think it's your turn to go in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Devil Trigger says that it's my turn to go in. She goes in, but there is not much to do here. Again, another ultimate from Pantheon just thrown in there. G2 know that it's not available for some time for them anymore, but the dragon is going to respawn so soon, and G2 are so far away from the pit, and it's going to be really hard for them to even approach it.
Yeah, we're burying a 5k gold lead now, and Clash really building up on that one. 26 Dreams around the corner. They have really been the ones alongside Malicious Mode to be able to engage on these fights. The stun from Syndra is great. Hits everyone so close to taking them down. Renata Glask is the first one. Lysia is going down too. The takedown from the Ignite is going to be enough. And Clash is not sleeping on any of these team fights. Not only that, they're going for incredible engages, especially with the Syndra, especially with an Nautilus. Oh, Tifa, though. I don't think they have vision. They do not. But they just decide to try and defend this one. Maybe go for a flank. But they have hit it. The instant flash is so nice. The hook going on the Tifa. Tifa is going down so low on health. And they take everyone that was standing in this mid lane. Hera's gonna have another charge. They're gonna take down the tier 2, and Clash is dominating the first game.
So we're talking about 12-3 already, and 3 dragons and 2 heralds in the pockets of Clash. No, 1 herald actually, the first one was taken by Karina. So 1 herald and 3 dragons were sitting on the Camsol point. This is very big for Clash, but I absolutely love the fact that we haven't really been talking about Syndra too much except when in the fights, because come on, she's not doing much on the map, but whenever there is a fight, you know that this is going to be fun. Girl going in, throwing this stun and this damage, and it's going to immediately delete someone from the game. Which means that whenever the fight actually starts, G2 are already in the -1 position, and they cannot really continue fighting because the fight again is already lost to them before it even fully goes on.
Yes, and if we have a look at, for example, the CS, we see how G2 is not letting themselves fall that much behind, even though they're very behind in gold and in kills all the ulti from the Pantheon is gonna land. Colombo very close. No, they miss it. Oh, no, okay, that no, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
sometimes it feel with that resurrection, it kind of feels like the person's gonna be alive forever, and then you remember, okay, they have to get a kill, so that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you get this little glimpse of hope, but then you remember that actually this is false hope, and you get a little bit sad again. Oh, we have another fight though. Karina is being caught in a little bit of a misposition, even though it's her own jungle, but it doesn't matter anymore because it's 3 members of the enemy team catching you off guard. And it's an important moment because look at the beautiful view of Mr. Baron appearing in his speed. Beautiful time considering that the enemy jungler just went down.
Yeah, they were absolutely coordinating that with Riot because it was perfect. The timing on that one. The little ward is going to be dropped. The vision is going to be denied as soon as possible. The on-horn is there. That they're going to get something out of it. Blue team has lain the Baron Nashor. One of them goes in. It's going to be Kindred. Sorry, it's going to be Vax. And Vax is going to fall as quickly as she joined the party. And Clash are really looking relentless in this game, approaching 10k gold lead.
Okay, I know they're doing great, but can we have a moment of appreciation for Tifa? Because she flew in so relentlessly and the damage output, the immediate burst was huge on shot on me. The health bar immediately went more than half the way down, but you still have Kindred on the backline, and we've talked about it already, so as long as there is Kindred around you, no, it's going to be fine. As long as there is Kindred around you on the backline, you are going to leave, even if Vex decides to fly right into you. So she flies in, but unfortunately, there is no way out for her anymore.
Yes, I think one thing that has been very consistent about Clash, and it's actually one of the things we highlighted about G2 in the previous game, was how much they have been able to coordinate the positioning with the objectives on the map. Sometimes it even looks a little fake with that Baron, as we mentioned, because it was just so precise. But it's something that is working out for them so well, and it's because since the beginning of the game, from the pressure that 26 Streams has been able to apply all throughout the map, as we mentioned at one point, they had like 90% kill participation. That's insane.
Yeah. I'm still looking at what Clash are doing right now on the map. Can you see that? They still have the Baron buff running on them, and they are destroying the in turrets right now. This bot lane is going to be completely open for them. The mid lane as well. And do you know what it means? Because look at the dragon timer. Do you see that beautiful dragon? By the way, the dragon there is incorrect, but the timer is very much correct. You want to see those 2 lanes completely open for you. That's why there was a silence of appreciation from me, because this is how you go and get your precious soul.
Yes, that's how you go and get your precious game, because that's basically what they have been doing all throughout it. And it's working perfectly fine because, well, that's strategy, you know, that's good coaching. And it's showing how Clash really has the potential to go up for a grand finals. We're still in the first game of the best of 3 of the upper finals, so there's still much to happen. But they're showing that they're definitely on the level that we considered G2 to be, and that G2 are, and even outplaying them, which is absolutely thrilling.
What really interests me in this game is that we're talking about Clash and how they might not be able to dictate the pace of the game when they're playing against G2, but look at them, they just pour a little bit more audacity to the mix, and all of a sudden they can continue with their strategy even in this game, even against this opponent, and G2 are in a position where they're just behind and they're left to just answer to whatever Clash are throwing at them.
Yes, it's looking very unfortunate and unlikely for a comeback for G2 at this point, because once again, you mentioned perfectly that it was obvious they were going to get the Drake on this one, but I think it was just a little bit of a distraction to guarantee it. That's not much of a problem. The Pantheon is going to be back in time for any of the other objectives, so it's something that I always say in MOBAs. Sometimes dying is not the worst. You know, if your team is doing something that's even more important and your death just contributed to taking the attention of the enemy towards something else, I'll take it. I'll take it any day.
I'm still having a feeling that Devil Trigger is going for a little bit of an, oh my god, fun girl! That's a lot of damage out there, but it's not going to be enough to take down Karina. However, what I was trying to say, I feel like Devil Trigger is going for overkills throughout this game, with all those maybe unnecessary ultimates being thrown here and there, with a death there. Like, yeah, you can see the point of dying, but at the same time, were Clash really in the position where they were feeling threatened by G2 to go and stop the dragon from happening? Because it didn't look like that to me. Oh my god, are we up for another fight in G2's own jungle? That is, but they're all here, so no, that's not a good idea to fight Clash.
Absolutely not. As they are going away on this one, they know they don't have that much vision, and as exactly as you pointed out, it's their jungle. And at this point in the game, they don't have all the mid turrets taken down, so G2 still pretty much has the presence on it. They don't have vision of Karina though.
Oh,
A nice little steal with the smite. Still plenty of time for it to come back before the Baron spawns in 1 and 20. So I think right now it's just starting to look like a dance from both teams, right? And trying to establish dominance in this upper jungle.
oh wow. Oh, that's a steal for a steal, and 26 streams continues a little bit. But what's interesting is what exactly is going to happen right now, because yeah, it's just 1 minute before the next Baron is going to be up, and getting the second Baron so late in the game means that you most probably should be able to take down the enemy base completely. We see Clash actually preparing for it, because look at that, we have Pantheon on the other side of the map. The champion who can try to get to you as quickly as possible is trying to, again, act as a distraction, while the rest of the team have been around that side of the map where the Baron is going to spawn. Look at the amount of vision that they left behind in the enemy jungle. It's not the enemy jungle anymore, it's their jungle as well.
Yes. Yeah, and that's exactly what they were doing. You know, they were trying to dance one step forward, one step back, and then once they felt comfortable that they knew they had spotted the enemies, they could place a couple of wards, and that's what they did. And precisely, it's now their jungle. To be fair, it's looking a little shared right now because they're trying to engage on this one. No vision. Now there is 26 has dropped the ward. They're going pretty much aggressive on this one. Damage from Tifa is there, so don't underestimate the Vax. 26 Dreams still has the ultimate, but you don't have to be that aggressive. The shielding is enough to stop the execute. Karina trying to get a warding, but it's once again looking like that dance I mentioned. And right now they were dancing not to have vision, but to take the vision.
It's just a never-ending dance in this part of the map. However, Clash seem to be winning it so far. The 26 streams is acting a little bit relentlessly sometimes around those bushes when they don't have enough vision, but it's still good. What Clash were also trying to do, at least it looked like so, they were trying again to aim for Karina, and Karina was giving them some opportunities, sometimes stepping a little bit further, trying to place some walls here and there. But the fact that G2 Karina is still alive means that for Clash, while they can and absolutely should still go for the Baron, it's a little bit risky, because the possibility for Velvet to just go into the pit and steal the Baron from them is very scary.
And Solari, tell me something. The possibility of Karina going, okay, we don't have the True Shot Barrage, but it's going to be G2 knowing that they are a little around the corner, but they weren't melting the Baron as fast as they thought they would be. But, well, I was going to ask, is it going to be enough? What would G2 have to do if they got a steal on it? But of course, it wasn't the case.
Yeah, if only they got a steal there, it would have been a possibility for them to stop the game, to prolong it for as much as possible. Maybe try to play around their scaling, obviously mostly around Karina, because Karina is behind in terms of the items. She desperately needs gold right now to be funneled into her to make sure she itemizes a little bit more and feels safer in the big fights. Or just anything that will help them feel safer in the fights would help, to be honest. But it's not going to happen anymore. They lost the Baron, and right now this is going to be another fight, because the own horn has been spawned, and this is a lot of damage. Karina is again being caught out completely, but look at the health bars of Clash. They are so low, and only the Lamb's Respite saves them all from dying at once. But this only thing is enough for them to just turn the tables around and keep going and keep chasing G2. Ooh. And look at them, they're not going to stop there. It's going to be another kill on Devil Trigger. Maybe that's enough. No, says Devil Trigger, and goes for an ace.
Oh, that was beautiful. The flash and the stun forward from Devil Trigger to finish off and guarantee that it was going to be an ace. An easy clean on pushing with the Baron buff. I believe we're just the closest we are to an enemy respawning is going to be 10 seconds from now. They have damage to take out the turret. We're going to go for the Nexus one as well. I don't think they're going to stop at anything at this one. We're going to have Clash going for the second game of the best of three with a 1-0 lead.
Okay, that is a big gap. Again, we have 24 in terms of the kill score. This is a really big difference between the teams. Not maybe something exactly we expected from this game, but wow, were we not disappointed?
No, you said it yourself earlier today, Solar. You were potentially expecting possibilities of a dark horse run, and that's exactly what we just had here from Kirlash. Because if anything, they've proven that they can very comfortably take a game from G2. G2, they look a little lost in terms of how they want to approach this game. So again, we're now going to have a little bit of time between game 1 and game 2 for them to kind of get it back together, figure out how they want to approach this. But Soph, what was the biggest issue that we've seen here from G2?
I don't think it would be like a G2 issue. I just think it's just all the rights that Clash has had. And I think, unfortunately for G2, they felt a little maybe disconcerted with the fact that they were being so quick in adapting. They were being so aggressive, and they had, as me and Solari were talking about, just a precision with every warding and every objective timer. So it's definitely something that Clash did right, and maybe G2 just wasn't really prepared for it.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were. Clash, on the other hand, they were more than prepared. If anything, Solari, we said that they were playing a game whilst G2 was playing a game, and that was the first time that G2 was actually being shown on any stream. So therefore, Clash shouldn't have had the opportunity to look at the VOD, but it genuinely felt like they did.
Yeah, it felt like they did a lot of homework going into this specific game. Like they were prepared, like they knew what exactly G2 would want to be doing around the map, and they were throwing everything to make sure that whatever G2 want to be doing, it's just not going to be possible. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Blockster last time around for the G2 game kind of mentioned that one thing that they were considering a bit of a downside from G2 was the fact that it felt like very telegraphed. And we said that when you're against a team like Clash, this is something that could potentially work against you. So do you think that that's exactly what has come to fruition?
Yeah, I think it's definitely related. I think there's a lot of truth to it. But I think maybe coming from G2, it's just the fact, as I said, they really weren't expecting for Clash to perform so well and so confidently well. And they just started, maybe I didn't feel like they were panicking, but for most of the game, it just felt like they had already accepted they were going to lose.
Yeah, let's have a look at the first clip specifically for that first blood. It kind of shows you how the game starts. I feel like it's a good setup from Clash here, Solari.
Yeah, exactly. This is setting up the mood for how the rest of the game is going to go. I said it already, the sheer audacity with which Clash were approaching this game and approaching any kill that they managed to score for themselves is extremely admirable, because they are not afraid to risk a lot, because they know that they are going for a very high risk but very high reward situation.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. It feels like that was the playstyle that we've seen from Clash this time around. Whereas G2, I think because of potentially the way that the games have been carrying out, so throughout the day, it felt like they didn't really have any tough opponents, so to say, that really made them work for it. So when they kind of got thrown into deep end here against Clash, a team that is making sure that they're not playing by G2's rules, it felt like that's maybe something they're not used to.
Yes, I think that's precisely it, Ginny. I don't think that G2 was, I don't know. They felt like maybe the other games were warm-ups, but maybe they considered this one was also going to be a warm-up, you know? And that's very unfortunate, because you really can't underestimate your opponents. And I know you've had so much support from chat and people are hyping you up. Of course, all of us are hyping all of these teams. We're here to support Women's League of Legends. But you have to be very respectful of the power your opponent can have. And this is no quarterfinals. This is the upper finals. So you really have to understand, okay, I cannot expect that the team is going to play like I do. That I'm not going to expect that they play like my rules. We have to expect they're going to be hard, they're going to be competitive, they're going to push us to a limit. And that's exactly what it felt like, that G2 wasn't pushing towards much on this one.
But also, one specific champion I feel like Solari that was locked in was Pantheon, and I felt like that had such a big impact on the pace of the game, but also on the team fight specifically. So team fighting from Pantheon was pretty good.
Yeah, the thing about Pantheon is that he can completely disrupt the whole front-to-back composition that the enemy team is trying to stick to, because he's getting to the enemy's backlane, but at the same time he's surprisingly tanky and it is really hard to take him down, while his damage output is still very high, especially because this Pantheon was set very much ahead. So, you know, this is the force that you don't really expect to see in the team fight, and you don't really know what to do with it because you don't have any tools as G2 to take him down and to survive the damage that he's throwing at you. And if you're trying to run away and to reposition, you're not going to be able to do it because it's still Pantheon. He doesn't care.
Yeah, personally now I am a Devil Trigger fan. I think that was an absolute incredible performance from them individually, and it felt like they had the correct timings when it came to setting up the rest of their team to be able to play off of their utility. So a lot of the stuns were absolutely beautiful. Even in the clip that we've just seen, the last team fight where the flash stun comes right into play, setting up the mid laner for a kill. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about the way that Devil Trigger played it, is it was very selfless, and it felt like, you know, Surf, they were more than happy to let the team shine here.
Yes, and I think that's one of the things I mentioned with Solari in this past game, how there was one moment where Pantheon was in the bot lane and they ended up dying. I agree with you, Solari, that at that point that I don't think G2 was going to contest the Drake that Clash was doing anyway, but it totally confirms what you said, Ginny. It's basically how selfless the Pantheon was, just being there to ensure that they had knowledge of where the enemy teammates were, could stall and protect for enough time for them to take the Drake for themselves.
Where do I find teammates like this? It's solo queue.
Right?
Asking for a friend.
Yeah.
Totally not for myself. But one of the things as well that very much surprised me was the amount of pings that were coming out from Clash, especially when it was closer towards taking specific objectives. So Solari, is this more down to lack of communication, or if it's like good communication? Because once they saw an objective, it was like spamming it. That's what I do when my support messes up like a hook.
Yeah,
But that's
exactly. That's usually what you see in the solo queue when you really want to make sure that your team sees that something is happening on the map. And here, honestly, for me, it's hard to answer your question because I don't know how exactly it's working within the team. How well do they feel in terms of their voice comms and everything? Maybe it's just their preferred way to extra over communicate whatever is happening on the map. But as you can see with the outcome of this game, this seems to be working for them rather fine. So if it works for you, just keep it going.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we're going to be taking a little break to give both of the teams a chance to rest, but also for everyone that's in chat to go, I don't know, do you guys need a toilet break? Do you need to grab some water after that one? I think you might. Do you want to grab a snack? Because who knows, G2 could be, you know, doing a little bit of a reverse sweep where Clash could make this a quick 2-0. So we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Well, it's do or die for G2 Hell if they want to stay into this for much longer, because Clash is giving them an absolute run for it. It's a matter of whether or not they'll be able to give themselves that opportunity to push it to the finish line, a little bit of a breathing room, because this game is so important. Whereas Clash, they're looking to close this out nice and strongly with a quick 2-0 if they wish to do so. I'm Ginny, your host, and for this game on the desk, once again, we have Solari and Surf. Now, after what we've just seen, Solari, what are you expecting from this game?
So, I wouldn't say I'm expecting much from Clash, as bad as it sounds, but just I'm not worried for them at all. Seeing how much adaptability they're able to bring into the game, I don't think there is anything to worry about. However, G2 really need to rethink their approach to this game and to the opponent that they're facing right now, because we didn't really see much proactiveness and much readiness from them to do anything on the map and to be the ones leading the game, and that's something that usually is the key component in their victories.
Yeah, so G2 looking a little shaky in terms of last game, but this is that chance, that opportunity for them to bring it back and secure themselves one final game to try and get that reverse sweep in. Are you worried for them?
I am definitely not as confident with my 2-1 for G2 as I was in the before the first game. I'm definitely not as confident because I don't think they're in trouble. I don't think G2 can't pull it together for a sweep, for example, for a reverse sweep, of course. But I still think that there is so much potential from Clash, and they've shown it. It's not like hidden gem potential. They've put it on the table, and they really shook G2's bases because they weren't expecting it. So I wouldn't say I'm worried, but I am much more sure of how good Clash is on this one.
Yeah, Clash, I think, is a team that swept under the radar. When we were looking at the games today, we said, yes, G2, that's one of the teams we're looking forward to. Yes, SK Avarosa, that's one of the teams we're looking forward to, simply because of the association with the fact that they are teams that are competing within the LEC, and also because G2 have quite a impressive record on game changers, to be completely honest as well. So in that case, when we're looking at Clash, I don't really think anyone batted too much of an eyelid. We're like, yes, you know, they're the second strongest seed coming into this because simply of the highest elos that were achieved by their members. But now they're showing us that that's not just the case. Like, Clash is like absolutely ready to show us exactly what they're capable of. So Solari, are you expecting them to change anything going into the next game?
Again, I don't think, like, if there are changes that need to be made by Clash, I wouldn't be looking into too many of them, because in the last game, everything was working very fine for them. Their approach to the game, the way they were working around the vision and the objective, so the most important things in the game, especially when you're facing G2, were absolutely on point. Maybe a little bit tweaking of the picks here and there. Just leave the Pantheon there, because the Pantheon was absolutely on fire.
Yes, ban it. Get it out. Get out of the game. I think that Pantheon should not be there. So, if any other champ you think that should just not be there at all whatsoever?
At all whatsoever. Oh, I think Syndra was so good. I think Syndra was amazing. Those stuns, they were so max range most of the times. I know that sometimes the execute wasn't that precise because of shields and whatnot, but the engages alongside Nautilus, of course, I think Nautilus has been amazing, but I don't think Nautilus is a champion to be worried about, more so a player to be worried about in regards to that gameplay. So I think Syndra is a really good one, and since we've seen Syndra banned so much throughout the tournament, I wouldn't be surprised to see it again.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're gonna be figuring that out soon, but first we're gonna be heading over to a break as we're having a couple of technical issues getting into the lobby, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. This is the game that you do not want to miss. Well, chat, the reason why there was a break and no casting in between games was because there were no games to cast, and therefore we took a little break, also to allow the players to just get it all together. As G2, they're looking to hit the ground running the second they get onto the map, whereas Clash, they're pretty much chilling, and what we've seen so far, they're very capable of taking down G2. Now, Solari, as we're going to be heading into this game, how are you feeling about your prediction 2-1 for G2?
It can still happen, considering that we just saw Clash taking a game. Mathematically, the possibility is still out there, but mentally, I am not that sure anymore.
Surf, do you think this little break that we just had has allowed the players to reset mentally and just get back into it?
I think so. I definitely think so. I think something that might have been lacking for G2 was understanding how much their enemies can do.
Yeah.
So now they had a taste of it, I think they're not gonna just take it down. They're gonna go full in, and as we've seen and as we know they play, I think they're gonna match at the great level of gameplay that Clash showed to us in the last match.
Okay, well, let's find out as we're gonna be heading straight into the picks and bans. So Solari, take it away.
Oh, with great pleasure. Let's see what both of these teams have for us. The big question in the air, of course, after the previous game, is Pantheon going to be picked, banned, allowed, not allowed? I don't know, but I need to know.
Yes, we really do need to know. Because we talked about a couple of ban possibilities, right? I think I mentioned Syndra. So definitely players that we saw doing so well on those champions that might be a little too dangerous to leave them on board.
Yeah, what else do we expect? I mean, I want to know what's going to happen in the jungle, if we're going to see the same approach with the jungles for both of the teams, because we know that Velvet, for example, works very nicely for G2, that's why they prefer to stick to her. She works very well with her whole strategy in the game, she works very well with Karina's personal playstyle, and just in general, she's good for them, so it's something I might want to stick to, or are we seeing a shift from her in this game? This is going to be my biggest question for today.
Yeah, I think maybe a possible answer for that question is to change it up, because as Ginny asked, they had a couple of time to think, to breathe, to rest. And I think that might be a good moment to reset the strategy. And since that's worked so well in the other series, not particularly in this one so far, I think it would be a nice change of pace to have a different comp, a different approach to how they're going to play this game, because they've seen how Clash can be so aggressive in the early game. So maybe they should try to have ways to deny it, or just even match the amount of aggression and outplay it as well.
So finally, we're done with the bans for this game, and there is no Pantheon there, so I'm a little bit worried, but also a little bit excited. With G2 being on the blue side this time, they are deciding to go with Gna as their first pick, and look at the answer is coming from Clash immediately. That's Yasuo Vi combination for you. What do we make out of it, so?
I think the first thing I think is all the other combinations that might come along with the Yasuo. I think we could see a Nami, your beloved Nami. We can see a Nami there. Well, you don't like her? You're always guessing her on the pixel perspective. I thought you liked her.
I'm okay with Nami. I'm not okay with Nami-Lucian combination. Nami as itself, as a fish, is good. Let her be. She's fine.
A fish.
But come on. We have Yasuo Vi, so already we have a little bit of wombo combo potential happening here. Maybe a little bit more spice will be thrown in there to add to this. But what is happening on the other side of the map is there is Gna and Gwen at the same time. I'm excited for Gwen. I haven't seen her for a really long time. And there is Ahri as well, so is that going to be Gwen jungle? Because I'm having a feeling that this is Gwen jungle. And in the preseason, many interesting things are super viable in the jungle.
Yes, they are. I'm very confused as well, because we look at Na, we're so sure that he's going to go top, and then you look at Gwen, you're always so sure that she's going to go top too. So we might see something different happening. Yeah, but it had been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But on the mid lane, we have the matchup already confirmed, and interesting to see that. Wait, sorry. Yasuo
is not going to the mid lanes, either top or the bot lane. Yasuo, either way, is really interesting.
Yeah, both teams coming with the mind games on the casters here. We're trying to have a read of what's going to be the
Sivir.
Sivir.
So trope. So we have Sivir in the ball. Yumi is not banned. Yumi is not banned, and we have Sivir sitting
She's
on
gonna
the
go on
Clash
Sivir.
side. Oh my
Mhm.
god. Oh my god. Okay,
And
and
Momo.
G2 didn't pick Yumi for themselves. I mean, it makes sense for them, but there is Yumi available, and there is Sivir, and yes,
There we
this is
go.
going to be the Devil Cat. Oh,
She's my favorite. Why do people hate us so much? Why do you do this?
do
with
you
the
really
cat?
want to get me started?
No, I do not.
That's good.
Oh gosh, Solari. I mean, bad for you that we have a
Yeah.
Yumi, but definitely great for Clash. As soon as we saw the Sivir, right, it was instant. It's going to be Yumi. She's not banned. It's gonna be there. But at the same time, I love the Gwen so much on
Yeah.
the side of G2 because I believe one of the players that has played a lot of Gwen, so that can be really great for them, especially comboing the Na and the Mumu ultis there. I think that's a great place to go. But Solari, we're just only going to find out as soon as it starts.
Yeah, so how about we go into the game, and while we're there, we're going to discuss what exactly was happening in this draft, because this draft is wild and I absolutely love what is going on. Another thing that I love is the beautiful view of the Rift, and that skin on Ari, by the way. That's one of the prettiest ones because she's a little fox running around. What can be
so
cuter
cute.
than that?
Oh. Yumi.
Ah, no, that's wrong answer.
Oh my god, you almost gagged. Oh
okay.
my,
No
starting
judging.
off. No judging, thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, but Solari, we're going into this game that might be the one finalizing a 2-0 for Clash or reverse sweep potential for G2. G2 putting themselves in a very aggressive position already. 5 people here in the mid lane. The bandage is not going to hit, so they're just going to disengage.
Yeah, so having a little look at the enemy and then walking back to the jungle. Now, I'm looking at the draft, and there is one really interesting thing happening on the Clash, and this is the amount of scaling that they have for themselves. Because look at that. Every lane is pretty much going to be a weak side in the early game, because you have Victor, who really needs to be focused on farming and really wants nobody to be on his lane to disturb him. You have Sivir and Yumi, who are hyper scalers, so tough. They really struggle in the early game, especially Sivir with the mana issues that I believe are still going for her. But then late game, oh my god, I don't want to be anywhere close to them. And yeah, so it's Yasuo. Yeah.
It's just a Yasuo, yeah. I don't think maybe okay, let's get into a consensus. You really don't like Yumi. I think I equally don't like Yasuo.
Oh my god, really? I mean, I don't know many people who
him.
like Yasuo. He's not very likable champion per se. He's extremely annoying to play against. But do you really not like him as much as the majority of players dislike Yumi?
I think so. I
wow.
think so.
That's a
Oh,
statement.
Colombo trying to go for a sneaky one from the bush. Bandage is going to miss. But here in a bot lane, Solari, we have an ADC, like basically the one ADC that can be protected. Of course, Ezreal as well. But that can be totally protected from a bandage like that. Oh, top lane though, Devil Trigger getting the damage on Lysia, as a Yasuo does. I hate that. They come back through the lane and went over and over.
Oh my god, what's happening to the bot lane in the meantime? Apparently those bandages finally hit, and look at the health bar of Shine on Me. It's half HP. Not anymore, thank you very much, the Yumi B. But that was a lot of damage coming out. And I want to say that's what you would expect from G2's bot lane. Right now they want to be as aggressive as possible because they have a support that can do much more in the early game. They have the AD carry who can have a bigger output in the early game. So why not go like that? Exactly, all in, and more damage on Shine on Me. The cat has to disconnect, but Colombo might just be overstepping a little bit. That's not resulting in a kill, but it's not resulting in a death either.
Yes, and one thing that we have to point out about this one is that even though Clash was very low on health on that one, they still have a Yumi. It's going to be easier to heal up. Oh, Karina though, going for this one, just taking the sweeper on the ward. I don't think they should commit. That would be too dangerous unless the rest of your team is gonna join up. And they're pushing Shine on Me so back into the lane. They're taking priority on everything. Divided those play teams between 3 people, and they're pushing very nicely. And maybe this is the reset that we talked about for G2.
Oh, quite possibly. Look at that. They completely denied the lane for Clash. Completely. Yeah, again, no kills in the end, but what matters is that there is a huge priority for G2 right now. Colombo is extending it even further. Look at that. She's leading the enemy minions right now. And look at the position on this lane. It's completely in the control of G2 right now.
Yeah, also the warding in the river, they're going to reset now as the wardings are going to. Of course, there's the scuttle crab as well. But the vision around the area was theirs, so they knew they could be advanced as they were. And precisely as you said, you don't have to get the kills to get the pressure on the lane. Yeah. And Karina was just so precise on that one. And it was incredible for G2, especially for giving them a boost in confidence coming back into a possible reverse sweep.
I would say we should expect to continue to see what was just happening on the bot lane to continue to happen on that very bot lane, because we're still talking about the lane that cannot really do too much in the very beginning of the game, and we're talking about Yuumi. And yeah, you were talking about the insane heal coming from her, but remember that it comes at a great cost, because Yuumi's mana costs in the beginning of the game for heals are really high. The moment you heal somebody up, you're not going to be able to do anything for quite some time more.
Yeah, it's something that goes in the mechanic of being Yuumi, right? You have to jump out of your character, out of your carry, to be able to get in range for those little auto attacks. Colombo, though, looking very aggressive in their stance. They know Karina is around. They're going to try to get a bandage on the Sivir. I don't know if they tried, if there was a spell shield used on this one, but it was still enough to push them backwards and guarantee some pressure. Of course, getting the vision with the Scuttle Crab, and now taking the Drake 50% off its HP.
There is a very interesting balance in G2's playstyle in this game, especially if you compare it to what was happening in the previous one. There is a good balance of, yes, we're going extremely aggressively onto the enemy, but also we're being careful enough, because look at that, to take down the Drake, they dragged 4 out of 5 people of their team to go into that P to make sure that they completely secure it without Clash even trying to go in and do anything.
Yes, and even though that happened, we still have G2 very much equal in farm. And in the bot lane, of course, the pressure that they have been doing has granted 11, 20, 20. The bandage is gonna connect. Instant ignite as well to deny some of the healing from Yuumi. But Shinomi is confident enough to still continue dealing some damage. But it's basically what we said in the beginning. They are going to keep up with this posture because it's just working so well.
The only issue I'm having with it right now is that, yeah, the pressure is absolutely amazing from G2 on the bot lane. They're not letting Sivir get any farm. The problem is, later in the game, she's still going to feel rather fine if Clash can make sure that the game drags for as long as possible, because she has an amazing wave clear. She has insane damage the moment she gets Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer, but she might not live to see, because look at that. There is Tifa rotating from the mid lane. A lot of flashes being exchanged, but Tifa is here to save the day. She's got, the charm almost hit Shine on me. What time in a row is it that Shinomi escapes the death?
That was beautiful. Oh my god, look at them go, connecting with the Q and the flash. The charm is not going to be another flash, and Colombo guaranteeing safety for their mid laner. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Talking a lot about the audacity in the previous game. Oh, that's a beautiful view of the recalls, by the way. But thank you very much, production. I love it. Can we do it with Ari next time, please? Thank you. Aw, come on. You are
just a little castle.
Oh my god.
Gorgeous.
I feel blessed. Right. Yeah, thank you. Replay. That's even better. Look at that. Again, G2 are pushing really insanely. They have the minions under the enemy turret, which gives them a little bit more safety going in and committing to a tower dive. There is a lot of health bar going really low, especially Hanko, but here is the trick. That Q flash from Vi that you highlighted a little bit earlier. It is just so unexpected, but so on point.
Yeah, and so tasty to watch as well. But I loved that one too, the coordination Tifa flashing away and Colombo locking down 26 Dreams in place to defend their mid laner. Super great. And to be fair, I am very happy to see that sort of clash positioning that they had in the previous game in this one, because 26 Dreams was so present all around. Oh, Henkel getting chunked here, but they're gonna come back with a bandage, just enough to take one and guarantee another kill for the Varus. Colombo dropping down. There isn't much that you can do against two champions that have a Yumi together, but if the Yumi drops out of you, well, she's gonna go down pretty easily. Tifa and Karina coming back for the equalizer in this little trade.
Okay, what is really surprising here, okay, maybe I shouldn't use the word surprising, but really awesome rather to see from G2 is the follow-up, is the awareness of everybody on the team to whatever is happening on the map. This little fight starting on the bot lane absolutely did not look good the moment Henkel went down, and come on, with that little health bar, you shouldn't expect any other outcome. But there was so much follow-up, suddenly so many people from G2 rotated very quickly to follow up on that battle. Like, look at that, we see how exactly it started, because we kind of jumped in the very middle of it. Shadow Me is taking a lot of damage. The moment Yumi is joining, it's a little bit easier to continue. She's trying to go in, she's trying to go for a kill, which is going to be possible the moment Fight joins, but it's going to be very hard as well, because look at that. We have only Colombo here, so it looks very easy for Clash right now, right? But they have no vision deeper in the jungle, and they don't know that the rest of the G2 are going to join the fight and going to turn it around. And again, we're going 3-3, so we're going completely equal between the teams in terms of the kills.
And Solari, what you said that they weren't expecting the rotation, the full rotation from Tifa and Karina on that one really shows, because we saw malicious mode thinking that it was safe to get out from the company of 26 Dreams. And the moment they did, the damage was immense on them. Oh, the ulti is gonna hit on 26 Dreams. They fall pretty quickly. A lot of ultis use that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought it was a Victor ult, but it was just the Gwen area. As we're gonna go in on this one. Nice shield from Shine on me, denying the charm from Tifa. I'm telling you, the teams came back to this one on a full-on recharge.
Oh, absolutely. G2 feels extremely refreshed comparing to what we saw from them in the previous game. This is a very nice sight to see, but look at Clash, because they're not going to let them take this dragon easily. They're still going to do it, of course, because it's the question of getting Smite closer to the dragon. But come on. Clash really tried to stop them, and it was a good attempt. Thank you very much, production.
I love you so much.
Love
Look at
you.
that.
Oh my god. Oh, my day is made. Thank you.
The honor recall as well. Oh, mwah. Amazing.
Yes.
And we talked about Devil Trigger in the previous game, and they're doing this Herald by themselves. They know, because as what we mentioned, the communication between the players is so essential to guarantee that they know it's safe to do this. They're not going to be stolen or anything. 26 Dreams guarantees the buff for themselves, so they can easily go to all the lanes, drop it on the bot lane if necessary. But I am enjoying this so much. It is even feeling like a grand finals. It's feeling like a game 3, but it's still the game 2 to try to decide whether we're going for a third one or not.
I'm so happy to see how well G2 are working with the tools they have. Come on!
Again?
Oh my
god.
You are literally the best person right now.
Right?
There's nobody who can top you. Come on.
I'm so happy. My soul is very happy. My heart is warm. I'm feeling warm fuzzies. I love it very, very much. Thank you so much. Our production team, everyone has been incredible. Genie, Bloxer, us together. It's been a blast. It's the first time, first tournament that we get to work together, and it's been amazing.
Oh, I am loving every single second of it, honestly. It's just such a joy. And I'm loving this game as well. Let's maybe get back to it, because I had a point to make and I still want to continue on it. Because I think it's a really important one, but maybe I will need to wait, because... no, I will not need to wait. They're just trying to look at Devil Trigger very respectfully. But there are so many tools that G2 have drafted for themselves to start a fight and to throw immediately a very good and hot control onto the enemy team. And I love that they're not afraid to use it and to throw it on top of each other. They have so many tools, possibilities to start a fight on their own terms and whenever they decide they want to start it. And they're just throwing it at Clash whenever they're not expecting it. It's pretty much what we were seeing in the previous game, but completely reversed, because it's in G2's hands right now.
And speaking of unexpected to me, that's what it is to see a Mumu there on the other side of the map. I really wasn't expecting it. I think they're just very confident in leaving Henkel alone. But 26 Dreams is there. They don't have vision. Yes, oh, that was a lovely fog of war. Oh, so well executed. They have the detection as well. They're going to pop the Herald on this one, clearly. They're going to take... Oh, they're probably going to go for him first.
Oh.
Yumi follows in on the Sivir. They get the last chapter. The forward Q from 26 Dreams, guaranteeing that one alongside the ulti. But now they're 1v2, they're going to try to execute themselves. I don't think... Oh, lovely there to guarantee they would give the kill to the support. Now, the Haste Fengrau also coming in to get some pressure and protect the rest of the teammates. It's just every time we think it's absolutely going to one side of the team, then it's suddenly so equal and even for both of them.
Even is a good word, yeah. Everything feels extremely even in this game. But I still want to have you remember how much scaling is available for Clash in this game.
Yes.
How well they're going to feel later in the game. So that's why, while I love what G2 are doing on the map, and I love the outcome for them, especially looking at the kills on Karina. She must feel very good working towards her second item, her Mythic, and she's going to be just going into the battle the moment this Riftmaker hits her. But I'm not seeing enough action towards that Sivir Yumi combination. They have both one death per champion, but I don't think it's enough. As long as the game goes into the late game, they're still going to hype this build. This was a beautiful moment to actually punish them, because this is a very big commitment, maybe even an overcommitment. You are using 3 members of your team and 3 ultimates to try to get to the enemy, but you are getting completely locked down by Lysia, who is all of a sudden here on your flank, and you have to sacrifice one person as well. So even though, yeah, as you said, the kill goes to the support in the end, so it's not too bad, it's not good at all either.
Yes, I totally agree. And something that we have to point out is how last game we had junglers that had amazing kill participation, but you also don't want all the kill gold to be on the hands of one person. And that's what's happening with both teams right now. That's why it's so even. We have Gwen, the 3 kills earlier in the game. There were just 3 kills for G2. They were all for Gwen. And the same thing for Vi. 100% of Clash's kills are for Vi. So you really are going to have a hard time when you need to get the other champions online. But as you said, they've got a Sivir, and their potential for scaling is amazing. They can farm well, they can push well. Karina might be caught in a bad position, but no, it's 26 Dreams. There might be a nice dodge. Damage is popping off onto them, though. The knock-up is enough. Kill for Devil Trigger, who just joined the party, but bottom lane is going to be a Mumu going down Colombo. Now, leaving Henkel in a bad position. The damage from Yumi, the dodge onto the first ricochet there. And they are safe. But that is going to mean Clash will get priority for the Drake. There's no vision or presence of any members of G2 to try to contest this one. So that is huge for them, considering that this would be a potential sow point for G2. So Clash is coming back around.
So look, this is a very good example of a good punishment for overcommitment. Okay, first of all, this is a slightly different story. We're going to see how exactly Colombo went down and Henkel almost went down. This is a big commitment again from both of the teams, but there is some damage already available for Sivir, and she leaves as long as Yumi is sitting stuck on her. But what was happening, I think what was more important part happening at the same time is what was happening at the river with Karina overcommitting and getting punished immediately, because again, she didn't expect so many enemy team members being in this part of the jungle, which is something you should expect when there is a dragon already available on the Summoner's Rift. But I absolutely love how Clash are taking whatever mistake the enemy is making, punishing them very heavily for it immediately, and extending it to get something else on the map.
And speaking of getting something else on the map, funny to see that they didn't have any sort of vision on their Herald, because not only vision, they didn't even think about going there. Nobody was directing to that lane. It looks like they're just going to try and take down bottom lane here. The tower is not even on 50%, but Shine on Me is here, so it's going to be enough. But it does mean that G2 got the Herald for themselves, and if they can drop that on mid lane, and it looks like they're going to do so, it can be very hard for Clash because it's the main entrance to your base, right? The mid lane. So as they have dropped the Herald there, it's going to deal quite a lot of damage. I don't think they have the backup to go. Oh, 26 Dreams might be going for this one. Karina is going to get the last chapter on her, but it's not going to root her down. It's a Mumu that goes down first. The knockup from Devil Trigger. It's another one for Clash, and they're fighting this fight so well. It's a 4-3 now for, 2 players down on G2. And they even, of course, they lost the tower. It's okay. There was a Herald, but they equalized it so well. So exactly as you mentioned, they're evening it up every time.
Absolutely. I love seeing it because it makes the game just so much more exciting. But what's interesting here is that whenever we approach a fight, a team fight or a smaller skirmish, whoever starts the fight has higher chances of getting out of it victorious because we have such big ultimates. We have the Yuumi and the Vi who is delivering. Well, basically Vi and Sivir are both there to deliver the Yuumi's ultimate as close to the enemies as possible. You have Vi plus the follow-up from Yasuo, immediate, a very good follow-up. Plus you have Victor who can just stand in a very safe distance and throw in the ultimate, which still damages a lot. Funny enough how this mid lane hasn't been really seen on the map that much, but still has the items, has the farm, has the damage, so he's still feeling good. Do not forget that Victor is in the game. Same goes for G2. They have really strong tools to start the fight and win it immediately without giving the opponents any chance to answer with anything. So whoever is there in a better position to throw something at the enemy is going most probably to get out of it victorious. We'll see if it's going to be true or not, because 26 Dreams is here to do the first move, jumping immediately onto Karina, and that field is not going to help you because 26 Dreams is in that field as well. TP is almost going down. No, that's a very low health, and Fangirl is here to save the day. And look at that, the human delivery again helped to secure the kill.
Yes, and we confirmed exactly what you said there. It's going to be the damage coming from the team that starts first. They're gonna get the advantage on their enemies, and it was exactly what happened. So every time on both sides, whenever one makes a mistake, they're punishing it. 26 Dreams has been super important to make everything cohesive for Clash. So has Karina. So both junglers, as we mentioned, all throughout the tournament, has been absolutely essential. But I still think that in regards to at least how the gold has been distributed, G2 is a little behind because, of course, they have... Wow, that's a lot more than I thought it was. So we are on over 4k gold for Clash at this point. Yeah, like when did that happen?
Look at the top laners. The difference is super big there. I mean, the difference in both the CS department and in the gold in general. And honestly, everywhere in the map, the difference is quite big, I'd say.
Yeah, so it really goes to show how having the kills and the assists for all the champions in your team is going to be so great for those team fights. Exactly why they won this last one. They've engaged first, but not only that, they had the follow-up and they had the damage to finalize everything. They're gonna go for Columble on this one. Interesting that they're going for the support. Not only the support, a very tanky one at that, but they're just aiming to get pressure on this lane so they're able to rotate for the Drake that has just spawned. They are in a good position because the rest of G2 is on the other side of the map, and they might not even be aiming towards getting this Drake at all.
Yeah, they have some other priorities on the map right now with Lysia on the top lane, but she was just caught by Devil Trigger. Look at that, trying to have a little bit of cross-map play. But, oh, who was it? Wait, okay, I really want to see the replay of that one because that was a rather interesting one, but it was in the very small window, so I want to see more of it. But Lysia was on the top lane, trying again to have a cross-map play, knowing very well that Clash are going to go for the dragon because they had all the prior fluid. Taking down the turret, there was somebody, Devil Trigger in this case, trying to stop it, but come on, it just didn't work out. Devil Trigger is down, it's a -1 for Clash. Everybody from G2 is on the top side, which means almost a free Baron.
Yeah, and they're gonna take that down so quickly. They have Varus, they have the damage from Karina as well, and that's going to be exactly what you need to melt it. They knew, as you said, they knew they were gonna be in the bottom path, and having that uncontested this early into the game is so great for G2, and especially since Clash. Oh my goodness, look at them together.
Okay, okay. I have to admit that this recall was actually kind of maybe a little bit, tiny bit cute, but I didn't say it.
Just a little bit. Look at her. Oh, goodness.
Stop! No, stop it. No, I will not fall into this trap.
Oh my god.
Okay, what we have in the game right now, it's important. We have the Baron on the side of G2, which means a lot of unleashed push potential for them, and they're trying to use it to the fullest. They also still have Karina and Tifa on their side, who are very strong, and I find it really interesting how these two players are so important in the playmaking, because if they go in and make a mistake, it goes down and shatters for G2, but if they go in and do everything fine, chances are they're going to get out of any skirmish victorious, because come on, they're in a very good position right now. Tifa is acting as an enabler, going with Everfrost, and then there is Karina, who already is sitting on the pretty much power spike in terms of the itemization, allowing her to go in and survive for long enough in the fights to deal damage. So it all comes down to how well they are positioning themselves, just these two key players.
Yes, and G2 really built such a great push for themselves in regards to gold. They were 4 down, and now they're just barely 1k gold down. And that's all because of how they managed to prioritize the Baron. Yeah. They knew they had enough damage to take it. And that's working super well for them. Yeah. They have the pressure in the jungle. They have warded everything. They're pushing in the lanes. It's so much easier with the buff, of course. And I think that's an amazing move and bold, to be fair, coming from G2. But it was also very confident. 26 Dreams might be caught out of guard here. It's actually 2v2. Colombo has arrived. The flash forward, the bandage, and the damage is dropping on 26 Dreams. Tifa comes too, tries to get the Everforce to help even more. But this bot lane is looking fairly going to go down.
I couldn't have said it better, to be honest. But I love how we have the ongoing theme of this game, and this is punishing the enemy for doing any mistakes on the map. And it's not just taking the kills, as we just saw happening in the jungle with 26 Dreams. The Baron was a pretty good example of that as well. Oh my god, what is happening in the meantime? Karina talking about punishing for mistakes, but no, she is just getting out. All is good, all is fine. But you were talking a little bit earlier, I believe, when we had one of the heralds, how you were surprised with not seeing the vision from Clash around the pit or in the pit or anywhere in that part of the jungle. And here with the Baron, it was pretty much the same situation. Clash were extremely good at maintaining and keeping the vision in the previous game. In this game, I'm not seeing as much of vision available from them compared to the previous one. And you can see how much it's not helping them on the map.
It really isn't. It really isn't, Solari. And we notice how that was the case. You mentioned the Herald, the Baron as well, and especially the Herald. It felt like it was very unnecessary. Like it was just getting vision there because they got the fight at the bottom. They had the advantage. And they just went for farming in the jungle instead of getting some vision in the objectives. And G2 took advantage of it. Of course, it's the main thing. It's the main repetition we've seen this game is how much they're punishing each other's mistakes. Whereas in the previous one, I didn't think there were like many G2 mistakes, but more like Clash rights. This one is rights and wrongs and rights and wrongs, and it's just all over the place every time.
Exactly. You know what else is all over the place? Well, maybe not that much. Okay, I tried to make a pun here and it completely did not work for me. I'm sorry. But the dragon, what is important is the dragon is spawning very, very soon. There is no more Baron buff available for G2, so they cannot really continue with the pushing and with the pressure on the map. However, what else is not there is enough vision again from Clash. They had a little bit around this part of the map, so they have the general understanding of that G2 are around the dragon right now, taking the soul point. But how are they going to reply to it? Clearly, they cannot rotate towards the Drake and contest the soul point. They need to be doing something else on the map. Is it going to be trying to defend the bot side of the map, or is it going to be rotation towards the top? Because a minute is left before the next Baron is going to be out.
I think it's very questionable. All the root is there, but the shield is also there. Oh, the knockup lands, but Devil Trigger was still stunned. They couldn't do much about it. Damage is coming on the tower. It's going to go down. 26 Dreams gets the knockup as well. It's looking like Clash is in a good spot. Yes, they are. Henkel are very, very close. The shield bow, but the damage from Tifa is landing too. Not enough though. Haze Girl is go. Oh, wow, did that what? Wait.
Yeah, that worked. That teleport totally worked. Lysia lives.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Lysia. Wow.
You lucky. Okay, there is one thing that we haven't talked about, and it's, again, I hate to admit it, but it's Yumi. The thing is, whenever you pick Yumi, or whenever anybody picks Yumi for that team, it's not just the ADC plus the support combination you need to look at. It's very important to see what the jungler is, because the amount of times that Yumi is going to be working with the jungler and sitting on the jungler instead of the ADC is going to be insane. And here, keep your eyes on Vi. She's going to jump right into the battlefield, and Yumi is sitting on her. And again, this is the Yumi delivery service. Vi is the Uber here. But look at that, G2 are all of a sudden in the Baron pit. The Baron is going down super quickly, but so is the health bar of Fangirl. Oh my god! That was a beautiful ultimate from Lysia!
Oh, 26 Dreams, she gets it. She guarantees the buff for Clash. I can't believe that was the case. They were looking like it was pretty much doomed. Karina, though, is not going to take that as the final result, trying to get the 2 last champions on Clash. But, wow, I don't know how 26 Dreams landed that one, but the secure on this might was incredible. Though it's 5v2 in a push in the mid lane here, G2 is going for it. Probably the buff on the minions is not going to be enough to defend the inhibitor. They're going to rotate for the top lane as well. It is already pushed. It doesn't look like the Baron buff is working so much right now.
It's kind of working to an extent. Look, there is one inhibitor down and one inhibitor is standing completely naked, so it's really, really bad for Clash right now. But what is happening is that everybody's up for them. They have a defending chance. The inhibitor that is down means that there is more gold going towards their base, which is always good if you ask me. 26 streams. Are you sure you want to be there? Can you please not? Oh my god.
Messing with our heart.
You're bloodthirsty. Oh, look at them.
Look at her.
But the rest of Clash are here. Oh, that is a missed ultimate from Varus, and this is a beautiful opening for Clash to go in. That's Varus down, that's not down, and everybody else is going to be down soon as well. It's a double kill for Sivir, and we were talking about how big this Sivir is going to be later in the game, and we are at the later in the game stage.
Yes, we are, Solari. We have the Sivir with the Kraken's Lair, with the Phantom Dancer. It's the point where she shines the most. And right now, sitting on 4, 2, and 8, she has so much to contribute here. 26 Dreams is feeling so confident with the Yumi on herself, the rest of the team backing her up to take the inhibitor. Once again, if you could imagine... Oh, really? Okay, there we go. We saw their inhibitor going down, and they transformed it into a quick takedown of the enemy inhibitor themselves. It's been back and forth, evening the odds through this whole game. Both teams are amazing.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, look, at this moment, I wouldn't agree with you. At this moment, it looks like 26 Dreams. What are you doing there? Tifa is really, really bloodthirsty, and she wants to take you and that little cat that's sitting on you down. But that's one missed ultimate right here, and as I said, it's an opening. Immediately, you can see that the advantage is all of a sudden on the Clash side, and they are not afraid to use it to the fullest.
Yes, they're not, and that's what we've seen in the last game from Clash. And now that they have, as you mentioned, the hyperscalers, they are online, they're able to get that sort of potential and just sort of gameplay that they have displayed. They are going to show it, and they're gonna go for it every single time, especially with 26 Dreams and Malicious Mode on their backs. But Karina, though, is going for a split push alongside Lysia. A lot of damage on this inhibitor. I don't think Devil Trigger is going to try to do anything about it. 26 Dreams has arrived, though. It turns into a 2v2 scenario. The knockup is going to land. The ulti 2, second ulti chained. And a Guardian Angel is going to be... Wait, that was a Guardian Angel?
It's Zhonya's.
Well, that was a Zhonya's?
It looked like Guardian Angel because the health bar was so small for Karina.
Yeah, I thought it was a
Guardian. Yeah, exactly.
And then she turned golden, and I was like, wait, Guardian Angel's not golden?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at 26 Dreams. Relentless going on the Columble, and all that tankiness is not helping you because you are being shredded down completely. Fangirl, though, is taking a lot of damage, being a little bit out of the position. The Drake is up, but everybody's focus is suddenly shifted away from it because Clash want to continue chasing G2 away.
Yes, they were looking for blood and they got it. They're landing such great engages, especially with the Vi, and they're gonna take this one, which means that we're gonna have a fight for Soul Point in the next one. That's going to be amazing. As I said, this has been feeling like a game 3, so if it does go to a game 3, I don't even know what to expect.
I don't know. Oh my god, Lisa. Oh, that was so close. Lisa missing again a very big ultimate, and immediately the reaction from Yumi is to press her own R button. This is happening over and over again, but look at how different the map looks compared to how it looked like just a couple of minutes earlier. The moment G2 got the first Baron pushed so far away, they were everywhere on the map. Clash were not safe anywhere, and it looked like G2 would be just completely in control of the game and take it very soon. But look at that. The map is all red all of a sudden because Clash are taking everything they're seeing and they keep pushing forward. They just took the dragon, so we are sitting now on 2 soul points for both teams, and a minute is left before the 3rd Baron of the game. I love saying it, the 3rd Baron of the game.
The 3rd Baron. Oh my god, Solari, I can't believe this is going to be the case. It's the 3rd Baron. It's going to be a fight for a soul point. This game is delivering to us all the excitement, and it's not looking like it's going to be an easy fight. We have more gold coming for Clash. Oh, as we talk about it, Devil Trigger trying to get an opening on Karina. They have to pop their ultimate themselves. But as you mentioned earlier, we have Clash now with so much more pressure in regards to vision to the rest of the map, but now the vision has expired already, and it's looking like G2 has it themselves. Looking for the Baron push there. They have all the things directed to the top lane. They're positioning themselves there as well. I think everyone is here. Yeah, the only one that's missing is going to be the Gnar TPing in. I don't believe Clash knows about it, but they're soon going to.
Oh, they have to understand what is going on. If you don't see the enemy anywhere on the map, there is only one place where they can be at that moment. Almost everybody from Clash is here, but the Baron is going down. There is no vision available for Clash, so they have absolutely no idea how low the health is. And this ultimate from Varus is not going to miss, but it's not going to do much. And everybody just disengages, but G2 disengage victoriously because they do have this buff finally. And if they get to the enemy's base, they can just win the game.
Yes, and we see the pinks coming in from both teams into their base. The ping on the top inhibitor that is already down. The middle one has respawned. But that's how they're going to try to go for openings into Clash's base. They're going for a 5 push in the mid. We'll see how that's going to play out. I think it's going to rely on the skill of the players, the dodging, the connections of abilities, the chain of CCs, because they are all so good and they know how to position themselves so well. That is going to be a skill diff scenario for, because this looks like it's the last fight, because if G2 wins, it's going to be game.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at the items on both teams. Everybody is sitting on so many of them, on so much sheer power that, as you say, you're absolutely correct. This is going to be the question of the individual skill check on this very moment. Clash are sitting at their base, so they have nothing behind them. It's only their base that they need to defend. This is the last stand for them, potentially. And look at GT, they really want to finish this game. They want to go on into the 3rd game today. Will they be able to do it?
They are very close to doing it, certainly. But Clash is not going to give anything away on this one. They're cleaning the wave as fast as they can. They have a Sivir, but damage and the poke coming from Tifa is going to be there. Coming from Henkel, it's going to be there. So as much as they're trying, the other wave is coming through in the mid lane as well. This tower is most likely going to go down. The other one, we have the inhibitor almost spawning. So we're looking at... Oh, maybe 26 dreams. Okay, it was going to be too dangerous. They would be so far from their teammates, but they're still trying to push this one, relying on the Baron buffed minions. But Clash has stood strong.
Oh, look at the minions. The minions are winning the game for G2. They are going through the top lane and nobody is paying attention to them. They just took down the inhibitor single minionly. But so far on the other side of the map, everybody's scary to commit because commitment is going to mean that either G2 are winning the game or if Clash get out victorious, they are going to take the game. Look at that, the final fight of the day. Lizzie is going so down, but she's in. Oh, that's a beautiful ultimate coming out of the now, but Vi is already sitting on pretty much everybody. Look at Karina. Karina is doing so much damage and she still leaves, and that's what matters for her right now, but she's not going to leave for long enough because you cannot really win this one when the enemies are surrounding you, and it's a beautiful ace for Clash.
I can't believe, to be fair, I do, because Clash has been so great in those 5v5s, and they showed us once again that they still have that last breath in them to defend this fight and try to wrap up a 2-0 sweep for themselves. That's perfect! Once again, Clash with the timing on the objectives, perfectly spawning after an ace, after a wonderful fight for themselves. And I mean, there were only two scenarios here. Or they were going to win this one and get the Drake themselves, or the game was absolutely over for them, and G2 would guarantee a shot at a game 3. But we have a soul point and an impeccable defense from Clash.
And we have this absolutely magnificent fight that we just saw. Again, Yuumi sitting on the bike constantly knowing that this is the best champion to be at if you want to. Your ultimate to hit as many enemy members as possible. And they cannot really throw too many things against that ultimate of Yuumi. They cannot really do anything about that much of control. And then they are trying to match the backline access of Clash with their own backline access, but the difference in the damage is already too big between Karina and Lysia and between Devil Trigger. So unfortunately here for G2, this is not going to work for them. And again, whoever starts the fight is winning it.
They have to be super proactive about it, because if they let that one first hit, like a first strike happen, they're going to be in a bad spot. And speaking of a bad spot, sorry about that. We have around 4, do I know how to math? 5, 6K gold lead for Clash at this point. So they really maintained it all throughout the game, and they kept on building on it. Definitely, this last fight was essential to that. They guaranteed a couple of shutdowns, I believe. To be fair, most of the people on G2 are so incredibly negative in KDA. How is this game so even?
Don't ask me, because I would not be able to answer you. But look at that, less than a minute before the Baron is go 4th Baron of the game. Are you feeling it? 4th Baron of the game is going to be up in less than a minute. And this means we're up for a potential fight. But in this fight, whoever wins a big team fight, will be able to finish the game because it's going to be enough time for either of the team to go to the enemy base and finish it. Look at that, GT doesn't even want to wait for the Baron. They just want to go and fulfill the prophecy that I just gave to them. But oh my god, Clash!
Clash, the knockup, and guaranteeing that ulti from Yasuo is going to deal so much damage. Already 3 players down, 4 players down. Only Ferris, the last woman standing. And Clash is going to push for the mid lane. I can't believe they're going to take that inhibitor once again. They probably have the potential to push a little bit more because the timers are so long at this point. And one little ADC can't do much. Maybe Clash is going to really wrap up a sweep for themselves. They only have 2 minions and they're dealing so much damage to the turret. I can't believe Solari. They have wrapped up this one. It's a 5v1. And the Nexus is not standing anymore.
They just did it! Clash just did it. They decided they were not going to wait. They just wanted to win this one as well. And look at them going out of it victorious. That was a magnificent game. I loved it so much.
What a series. I think especially this last game was the closest game we have seen on broadcast the entirety of the tournament. So it was an absolute treat to watch, and G2 really put everything they have into this game. But Clash, what can I say? That was incredible. They managed to get a lead, they lose it a little bit, they get back into it, and it's Baron after Baron fighting for inhib after inhib. And it's just, if there is one individual player here that I can call out, last time specifically for Clash, we saw Devil Trigger really step up. This time, 26 dreams on the Vi with the combination from Devil Trigger on the Yasuo. Absolutely explosive. And sort of, it felt like G2 couldn't do much in those team fights.
Yes, but it's basically what Solari said all throughout the game. If you have the upper hand on going in first, you're gonna get knocked up, you're gonna get connected with the Yasuo ulti, you're gonna get connected with the last chapter for Yumi, and it's just going to be too much. You're gonna be locked in place, but not only that, you're gonna be taking so much damage, and followed up with a Sivir, you can just make people go so fast into those engages that G2 didn't even have time to start them themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the clip specifically of some of the team fights here, Solari, it shows what Clash is able to do.
Oh, they are able to do so many things, to be honest. But I loved what they were able to do in terms of the macro decisions in the game this time. But yeah, this completely threw me off guard, to be honest. Again, this was not looking well for 26 streams. You're just there. Dusty can't even count as your teammate. I'm not that sure anymore. Going back into everybody from the enemy team, but this is the crucial moment. You know that this is when you can turn things around because the rest of the team finally joined you, and there are some wasted ultimates on the enemy side. You go in, you have all the ultimates available to you, and you win this one.
Yeah, and it felt like G2, again, one of those games where they haven't really fully used their resources. We're looking at Clash. They have no TP available. Yasuo is running Ignite, but instead, G2 continuously are forced into playing Clash's game in terms of going for that team fighting composition, whereas G2, it's very difficult for them to win these team fights, as both of you have already mentioned. They should have played it through the TP, potentially win it through macro. Would that have been possible, Soph?
I think it would have. I think it totally would have, because one of the things we mentioned throughout the game was how close and even it was throughout for the majority of it. They were all going for the enemy's mistakes and getting something, trading something in regards of it. But at the end of the day, those little things like the map awareness that we saw G2 having so much earlier in the game, and then it started. No, actually, Clash was lacking a little bit on that, so they were getting from side to side. At one moment, we just noticed, wait, where did all that gold advantage for Clash come from? And then you look at the KDA for G2, and they're all negative. How is that a thing when you had such an even game? So if that happens, as you said, and they just manage to coordinate better and have a macro more cohesive this time around, it would have worked so well. Because at one point they still did, you know? They had it, but something just switched into those tides, and it was Clash being so precise and assertive on every engage they were able to do.
Yeah, looking at the engage specifically from one of the last team fights that allowed Clash to open up the base, Solari, again, they're showing us their coordination. They're showing that ability to just make it work.
This is, again, a great understanding of what everybody in the team is supposed to be doing at these team fights. You can see just how well coordinated they are and how reserved they are as well. Everybody knows where they're supposed to be in terms of look at that. Devil Trigger is so far away from the rest of the team, but this is completely justified because you know that they are there to deal the kills and they're not going to die. There is nobody left in the enemy team anymore to kill them.
Yeah, it felt like as well, so if maybe damage was a little bit of an issue coming out from G2, because a lot of the times in the fights, we would see the health bars drop so low for Clash, but Yumi!
Yeah, there she is. That's my girl. That's my kitty cat.
No,
she's
cannot
going
be a Yumi
zoomies.
fan. Not on my desk.
I can.
Out.
I am standing here as a Yumi fan. As
can
a
we get her off broadcast?
Can we pluck her out? Oh my god. I'm just so happy that Clash got that win with such a great performance with a Yumi on them, because something that Solari said really hits the nail on the head is how 26 Dreams was so confident in those plays by herself, but also with the Yumi. If she didn't have the Yumi, it would have been chaos. Like you said, you were absolutely discredited that something would go right for Clash on that engage we showed on the replay, and all of a sudden, they get on top.
Yeah, they got on top indeed, and the Yumi has played quite a huge part in that. But that way, Clash does secure themselves into the grand finals. But who are they going to be up against, I hear you ask? Well, guys, that's a very good question. And honestly, I don't really know, but we have a schedule for tomorrow that we're going to be looking at it. Instead, is going to be able to give us a little bit more of a hint at what we can be expecting. So tomorrow, we're going to be going specifically through the lower bracket. We're going to be starting off with Minecraft Connoisseurs against Lions Greed. Like Minecraft Connoisseurs, we've already seen them perform today, so it's going to be good to be be able to see it once again. And then we're just gonna roll with the punches and see whichever team is gonna be up against Zero Lag Female. Again, one of those teams that has really proven themselves today as well, but unfortunately did eventually get kicked into that lower bracket. So tomorrow we're gonna see it's gonna be do or die for every single one of these teams, and even Clash. Yes, they're sitting comfortably in the grand finals, but you know they're gonna have to go up against one opponent, and maybe today is not really a representation of what we can be expecting of the opponents in the finals. But Surf, Solari, you guys have been on it for the entirety of the day. Any closing remarks before we head off, Solari?
I am really looking forward for tomorrow. All of the games, especially I think even the first one where we have Lions Crew. This is one of the teams that kind of has a name and you recognize them, but I haven't seen them yet, and I really want to see them in action, especially considering who they're going to be playing against. It might just be a very explosive game, but my biggest closing remark for today would be, what an amazing day it was. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Absolutely. Surf, anything you would like to share?
Oh, I share the same thoughts as Solari, absolutely. But I really want to thank you all for all of this. Having the Women's League for League of Legends. Thank you so much to Nuella Production Riot, because this has been incredible to showcase all these women playing to their best. Some of them on lower ranks, but still super excited to be in a competitive setting, you know? And we're going to see all of that again tomorrow, like a whole weekend of it coming in.
I am a 26 streams and a Devil Clash fan at this point. I think Clash, Devil Trigger, I think Clash absolutely blew us out of the water in terms of expectations. We said potentially a Dark Horse story could be forming today, and that's exactly what did. I guess, Solara, your crystal ball does work pretty well. You were able to predict that sometimes. We're going to be back tomorrow with even more League of Legends, so you know, have a good evening, have a good night. We'll see you bright and early, 11 o'clock UK time. If you're in Europe, that is midday, 12 o'clock. I don't know if that's AM or PM. I need to go back to school for that. But have a good evening, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.